WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play a sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
All right, welcome in, everybody, on a Wednesday. We got a lot of stuff to get to here. How you doing? Good to have you with us. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till
that's it.
10 a.m. this morning. It is 6 o'clock and 25 seconds. And I'm salty already, my man. I am.
I'm sick of you and your chipper attitude. You're too chipper still, even as you're salty. Yeah,
well, buckle up, Buttercup.
Chipper in your saltiness.
Buckle up, Buttercup, because it's about to get salty in here.
All right.
Yeah.
I would imagine a lot of people listening had the same experience you and I did last night, or at least that I did, where you turn on the game. We're hurrying to turn on the game because we're finishing something else. Brandy says, "Hey, the game's on." So I turned it on. No, it's not. The game is not on.
No.
Jake Myers is on a knee. They're having a prayer circle.
They're holding a
in
prayer
the outfield.
vigil in center field right now. Yeah.
I thought it looked like they were having a memorial service or something because Taylor Trammell and Jake Myers were down on one knee, talking to various.
Joe Spada was out there.
And it wasn't a prayer circle. It was a diagnosis, an ad hoc diagnosis for a guy who Jake Myers says he came out, did his warm up, felt great and everything, and all of a sudden, bam. Jake Myers limping off the field through the tunnel in the outfield. Yeah, and
being helped off the field. I mean, not under his own power, walking off the field.
It looked like he'd just gotten hip drop tackled or something.
Yes,
Yep.
It
looked like he was a football player leaving the field in that moment.
Yeah,
and so there's a delay, and Brandon Walter gives up 2 home runs right off the bat, and from then it didn't get much better.
No, that was a
Other
bad.
than Brandon Walter was really good after the 2 home runs.
He was good. He was fine. He was not the problem last night. The problem, again, is the fact that they've got half the lineup are guys who should be playing in Sugar Land right now. So, the first – it was not a great first 6 or 7 minutes of the game for me personally. Not to make this opening segment about me, but –
No, let's do that.
No. Just for a minute here, because I've been – since getting back from vacation, the Astros have been losing to one of the coldest – what was the coldest team in baseball, not the good kind of cold. They lost 10 in a row. So giving up 2 home runs in the first inning would have been bad. The fact that it was preceded by Jake Myers going out with a calf injury, there was a lot of go back to Jamaica on my timeline. I'm just going to say that. But
including from yours.
Including from my co-host.
Enjoy that blade of steel between your shoulder blades. Okay?
Yeah. I know where Seth
sold you right out.
He stands with the Astros, which I understand. Kidding aside, the much bigger story than the Astros losing this game last night. They lost 4-2 to the Guardians. So the Guardians come in and sweep the Astros. That's less of a story in no small part because the Mariners continue to lose also. Like the Astros had a horrible 3 days. Up by 6.5 games in the AL West. They got a day off today, so they get to regroup a little bit before the Rangers come to town. The story is this Jake Myers thing. The story, and it's because it's part of the bigger story of what the hell is going on medically with this freaking baseball team. The one thing, what have we not seen yet medically? Well, let's see. We've seen a lot of guys get setbacks, multiple setbacks. We've seen every part of the body get injured collectively on this team this year. You know what we haven't seen yet? A guy getting hurt jogging back out to his position after missing a couple of days. Poof. There you go. There's Jake Myers doing it. And we don't know yet what the prognosis is moving forward for Jake Myers. I thought it was a positive, Seth, that they let him do media last night. Although if Jake could look any more confused after any question that he gets, boy, did he look confused after getting asked about how his calf feels. He blankly stared for about 6 seconds, looked over at an Astros staffer to see if he was allowed to answer the question, and was then instructed, probably better you don't answer that question.
Yeah, he asked whether he should answer the question.
Yeah. I would say if you have a player that feels like he needs to ask, just don't put him in front of the media. It's
almost like he'd injured his calf while robbing a convenience store, and he had his lawyer next to him.
That's exactly what it was like. That's awesome. That's exactly what it was like.
I would like to invoke the fifth.
Yeah. Do I get Miranda rights here? What are we doing?
What the hell?
Yeah, so we don't know yet. And I mean, look, and obviously the jokes were flying when it came to Jake's leg. That
who could joke at a time like this?
What inning is the amputation? Take, all these things.
Well, and immediately we're coming off an NBA season and NBA finals where multiple players had calf injuries and then tore their Achilles in trying to play through the calf injury or come back from the calf injury.
Yeah.
We in Houston are coming off a year in which Christian Harris missed pretty much the entire season with a mysterious calf injury, and then obviously yes, all of the mystery that's shrouded and misdiagnoses that have shrouded the Astros as of late. It just feels like it's one hit after another with the injuries on this team.
Yeah.
And then so Espada has to shuffle the lineup immediately. The shout out to Space City Network because they had the new graphic up quickly.
Yeah.
I was impressed. Seems like more times than not in baseball, they've got the wrong lineup or the wrong picture of somebody up whenever there's any kind of change.
Yeah.
But it was really, really weird. And like we said, Brandon Walter lets up 2 home runs immediately, but then dials it back in. I'm okay giving him an excuse for a starting pitcher being out there on the mound, warming up, getting ready to go. And then all of a sudden everything changes and there's a delay.
Yeah. He gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. That's however it happened. It happened. That's a good outing, So that's a good outing. The Myers thing is this is just the latest. And now even if it's not an Achilles tear, and I know that's where you're going with all the NBA stuff, like could Jake Myers have torn his Achilles? That was a lot of the speculation, understandably, that people have yet. I might have interrupted you.
Okay.
So there were people speculating about an Achilles tear, and I think the fact that they let him stand in front of a camera would be an indicator that they don't think it's something serious, but they also thought that Jeremy Pena had a bruised rib and he had a broken rib. They also thought that Yordan Alvarez had a pulled muscle in his hand, and it turned out to be a broken hand, and now he's had setbacks because he's getting back out there and swinging a bat too early. At the very least, this team has issues of knowing when and if to bring guys back from injuries. This team's had way too many setbacks with guys, and we haven't even talked about all the pitchers. We just talked about Yordan, Kyle Tucker last year, Jeremy Pena with the misdiagnosis of the rib, and now Jake Myers. Look, I'm assuming when somebody has a calf strain that the training staff gets with them, checks, and makes sure he's okay to go back out there, and he clearly was not. He hurt himself jogging, not making a catch, not running down to first base after trying to leg out a hit. He hurt himself running out to take his position in the first inning. This is a big problem now, and this is a problem that I have zero problem at this point pointing the finger at the Astros medical staff, in no small part, Seth, because nobody is stepping up to a camera or a microphone to explain anything about this. And this is at a point now for me where I saw people pointing the finger at Dana Brown last night about this. This is a Jim Crane problem right now. This is a Jim Crane problem. You have a part of your organization that is failing right now in some way, shape, or form, and we have no idea why because you won't let any of them talk to us. If this was happening in one of Jim Crane's regular businesses, if there were a department that was not only failing in a vacuum, but failing the main product. The main product is winning baseball games. They are failing the main product right now. I would think Jing House, if this were one of his regular businesses.
This is where Adam Spillane had summed it up perfectly in a tweet last night. He said, a reminder that James Click, former GM, maybe you guys remember him, a reminder that James Click admitted the Astros brought Jake Myers back from that shoulder injury he suffered during the 2021 ALCS too soon, and the team would investigate their return to play procedure. An investigation that never took place after Click was dismissed.
Yeah.
So I don't know about Adam. I don't know about the investigation never taking place. Maybe they did it quietly or something. We haven't heard anything about it. But it hasn't gotten any better. Hasn't gotten any better.
Didn't work.
And it involves, ironically enough, Jake Myers himself.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard for me because I sympathize with the medical staffs at times because there is a certain element of A, it's not always an exact science, and B, you rely on the players themselves giving accurate feedback, and players have a tendency to want to say, no, I'm fine, and to fight through things.
Yeah.
And yet, when it's time after time, when there's such a pattern here, and when it seems so much worse than other teams, it's hard not to wonder just what is your process here? You're one of the most analytically advanced teams in all of sports, not just baseball, all of sports, and yet somehow we seem to be failing at the medical science part of how you handle these players when they're injured.
Yeah, you nailed it. That's the thing. This is not a clown organization. This is a good organization. This is an organization that the on-field product has been the best in baseball on the aggregate over the last decade, and they've done it in a way that other teams, they are solid on the business side. They're very good at the marketing. They're very good at the PR. The in-stadium experience is outstanding at Daikin Park. They have this one thing that they can't get right, and it feels like they're burying, like at least publicly, kind of burying their head in the sands on a lot of this stuff because they won't. Unlike other Major League Baseball teams, they won't let us in on that part of it, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, and it gets murky with professional sports. I have zero clue about the Astros dynamic with this, but they usually have contracts with medical providers and everything, and sometimes there's an advertising element to it. And shady stuff happens on pro sports teams because of the business side of things at times. I have zero clue about whether any of those elements are at play here with the Astros, but I'm open to it being a possibility because what the hell?
Yeah,
honestly, what the hell?
It's crazy. They got a problem.
The height of irony was when we found out that Jordan's hand had been misdiagnosed on the day that they honored the hand surgeon.
The medical dude who had a hand specialty. Yeah. Yeah, right. That felt like something, when I saw that tweet about that, it felt like something out of The Onion.
You know what? If there's one thing that we know about sports radio listeners, the vast majority of them are hand specialists in their own right, having been using one of them heavily since the time they were 13 years old. Okay, so we do not mess around when it comes to stuff like this.
Damn right.
Oh, you're a hand specialist, are you?
Yeah. So on the baseball side, are you worried that this is the regression we've all been waiting for here, or is it
regression to the mean?
Regression to the mean.
Regression to the mean.
Yeah.
Damn it! I hate it when the nerds are right,
dude.
I hate it when the nerds are right.
I can't. The worst part about Jake Myers getting hurt is it meant that Zach Short had to get back in the lineup. Zach Short struck out 4 times on Tuesday, and this is not shade. It's actually Zach Short shouldn't be on a Major League Baseball team. He struck out 4 times on Tuesday. Yeah. He gets put in the lineup in the 2-hole because they had already submitted the lineup card for the game. So when Jake was batting in the 2-hole. So whoever was going in for him had to bat in the so you got Paredes batting leadoff, and then up comes Zach Short in the 2-hole. I love it. You just want a guy in the 2-hole who's got a good eye and can make contact. Zach Short struck out 4 times the day before, and I think 2 of them were looking. Two swinging and 2 looking. He strikes out the first time. He grounded out weakly to shortstop the second time he was up. I'm like, he was probably happy just to make contact. He's like that little league player, like, I hit the ball.
Yeah,
got out, but
they don't have to bring the tee out.
I hit the ball, yeah.
Honestly, if you're a Guardians fan and you're watching that game and you missed all the injury and status and everything, you just turn it on and you see the second batter up with his 169 career batting average. Yeah. You're probably like, what's going on with the Astros?
Exactly.
Why is this Espada getting so much love right now when he's putting a career 169 batter in the 2 spot?
My God. All right, so we're off and running. As you can tell,
I took one in the 2 spot
on a Thursday. Pendergast and Limpy with you on the show today. If you missed that yesterday,
now
that's the rewind feature. Literally the whole show is in the last segment yesterday. So, all right, let's keep it moving. Let's stick with the Astros. I was glad to see this. Irrational thoughts out of the Dodgers over the weekend. One Dodger voice of reason. I would welcome this guy as a future Astro based on this bit of audio that you're about to hear coming up in the next segment. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, Trajan Wealth.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer Studio, Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. No Astros tonight. They need a night off after the last 3 days. Losing to the Guardians, getting swept by the Guardians. Still 6.5 up in the AL West. I would say, Seth, take 2 out of 3 from the Rangers this weekend, and all is forgiven from Monday through Wednesday. That's going to happen.
That's all you have to do.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah. Hey, can we get back to that stage we were in where all of these guys were performing incredibly well above and beyond their historical stats?
Over their heads, yes.
Is that, yes,
yeah, is that
yes.
too much
Can we get back to the spot where I had been deluded into the point of saying, I don't know, there's just something magical about these guys.
Right. Maybe there is something with this Cooper Hummel. Yeah. It is going to be Lance McCullers tomorrow night. He was good. He was good his last time out against the Dodgers. Yeah. Framber Valdez on Saturday and Hunter Brown on Sunday. So if you were hoping to see Hunter Brown start or even pitch in the All-Star game, that is not going to happen. He will not be pitching in the All-Star game come Tuesday. Oh, we should mention, though, Isaac Paredes. He made the All-Star team. Yeah, he's replacing Jose Ramirez. So we've got 4 guys named to the All-Star team now. So good job. Congrats, Isaac Paredes. Way to go. Speaking of the Dodgers series over the weekend, we know that as the Astros, remember the good old days where they used to score 18 runs in a game Friday? And Oral Hershiser, the Astros color analyst for that game on their team broadcast, had this to say as the Astros were peppering the Dodgers kinds of extra base hits.
Hit hard to deep center field. Pages on the run. Will turn and watch this one wedge itself in the bottom of the wall. And Cam Smith flying into second, anchoring there with another extra base hit for the Astros. Double homer double to open third against Casparius.
I don't want to open an old wound, but in some ways they're swinging at these breaking balls like they know what it's coming.
You nerd. Yeah. So,
yeah, I don't want to open up old wounds, but here's an 18-inch dagger in your belly.
That's right. So that got a lot of run over the weekend. Fortunately, there is at least one voice of reason in the Dodgers organization. His name is Max Muncy. You put this up on your social yesterday.
Yeah, he was on Foul Territory on YouTube, and full interview with him. He's a smart dude. Yeah. But they asked him, hey, so what's up with Oral Hershiser saying this stuff? What was going on there, and why were you guys getting why were they able to shell you guys so mercilessly?
Do I think they know what was coming? Yes, I do. Do I think they were cheating to get there? No, I think they had a tip on the pitcher, and that's on us to clean that up. That's not cheating. That's part of the game. Good teams are going to do that. So, yes, I do think they knew what were coming, but it wasn't because they were cheating. It was because, our pitcher had a tip, and we've addressed it. We've cleaned it up, hopefully. And, it's one of those things where you just have to always be careful about what you're doing out there. You don't want to give anything away to the other team, and, that's something that we take advantage of a lot of times. And, you just up, and that's not cheating. That's part of the game. That's being a smart baseball player is what that is. So, do I think they knew what was coming? Yeah, but they weren't cheating.
Okay, so kudos to Max Muncy. What the hell was with that music underneath it?
That was I added the music. I added that little spy thriller music.
Yeah. Okay. I as I'm listening, I'm totally distracted by the music, and I'm listening to it. I'm like, this sounds like the music you would play under a scene in a movie where there's multiple people in different parts of a house that are trying to avoid each other, and they're tiptoeing around the house.
Yeah, like it's conspiracy and dodginess and whatnot. Yes. I know. That's what AI recommended I use for that.
Really?
Yeah.
It popped.
The one thing about that's interesting is that I can't remember. I don't think they were talking about specifically any pitcher, but Casparius and Davis both got shelled in that game. Yeah. Casparius gave up 6 earned runs, and Davis gave up 10 earned runs, the 2 pitchers for the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if both of them were tipping pitches or if he was talking about Davis, who let up the 10 runs or whatever it might have been. But it may have been both of them.
Yeah.
And it honestly gave me maybe – I thought this last night versus – when Walter was really struggling in the first 2 home runs that he gave up, but then he dialed in and he retired 17 straight batters after that. I mean, sometimes there's an element of, team really does their homework beforehand, and they discover a couple tells that the team themselves hasn't figured out yet, and maybe it was both those pitchers that they felt they had a good tip on.
Yeah.
But it was really cool to hear Muncy base. Yeah, and at least one of these guys, we totally identified what the tip was.
Yep.
And that is the garden variety, old school, nothing illegal about it, that guys get tips. Hunter Brown discussed whether or not there might be something going on where he was tipping his pitches in his last outing, and you hope that you figure it out and move forward.
Yeah. It's good to hear, to see the Astros be the team doing it and see them doing it to the team with the best record in baseball. I like that.
The fun part was all the idiot Dodgers fans in the replies that didn't realize that Muncy was talking about a game from 4 days ago. That we're like, well, no, they found evidence and there was trash cans and everything.
Oh, no way.
Idiots, you're not even following your current team.
And
they're pretty good.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good team you're talking about.
They just
because in the caption, it said in the 18-1 loss to the Astros.
And they thought he was talking about the 2017 World Series, these Dodger fans.
Yeah.
Oh, Dodger fans, man. The entitled sociopaths, the Dodger fans. That's who they are. So that was good. If Max Muncy ever wanted to become an Astro, he just basically gave the secret handshake. Don't lean on the trash can banging,
Yeah. Well, plus, I don't even remember if Muncy's first year was in with the Dodgers was in 2018.
Yeah, I don't think.
But I don't know. In 2017, he was injured, so I don't know where he was, because he was at Oakland before that.
Yeah,
but, It wasn't like he was an integral part of that 2017.
No. He was not a key core member of that team by any means. So that was good. That was just to see that somebody on the Dodgers is a voice of reason in this whole thing. 713-572-4610.
Yeah, I don't think anybody from the Dodgers organization themselves, other than Oral Hershiser, was hung up on this whatsoever. We didn't get a hint of anything about that from really any actual baseball people.
Yeah.
There was nothing. It was Oral Hershiser fueling the flames because that old nerd can't let it go.
Yeah, it was probably right. It was probably one of those things where people within the Dodgers organization were like, oh, and they're going to think he speaks for all of us. Because he's on the broadcast.
But I got to talk about him respectfully because he is, after all, he's Oral freaking Hershiser.
Yeah, he's a World Series hero and things like that. So, yeah. That's what I thought it sounded like, Texter. It sounds like it was the theme from a game of Clue or the movie Clue underneath it.
Yeah.
It was like a caper. There's a caper going on somewhere.
I've noticed that, as you know, I'm experimenting on TikTok a little bit, trying to post more on TikTok, and the music does make a big difference. It's really if you just do something with no music at all, it just doesn't. Or at least I've kept a little spreadsheet. It just doesn't perform as well.
Is that right?
So even if the music doesn't have anything to do with it or anything, it's not a highlight video or whatever. It's just it just grabs you.
Yeah. Well,
Imagine that. So what I've discovered is that it seems like people enjoy music.
Yeah, it's a sensory thing.
But it does have a more it has a more dramatic effect than I thought it would.
Yeah. No, it's when you play it, when you go side by side, do one with, one without. There's definitely a difference.
Yeah.
Shifting gears real quick, I feel good about the Rockets offseason. I felt great about practically every move they've made. Maybe every move they've made. I don't think they've made a move this offseason that I haven't approved of. Like Rafael Stone has hit it out of the park, up to and including Jabari Smith's 5-year, $125 million contract that he was given, I think, while I was out last week. That contract extension, you would remember, Seth, because you were on the air. I think it was while I was out last week.
I think it was, whatever.
Yeah, so I haven't talked about it yet on the air, but the next two, Jabari Smith was the third overall pick in his draft. The two picks ahead of him were Chet Holmgren and Paolo Banchero. Paolo Banchero went 1, Chet Holmgren went 2, Jabari Smith went 3. And Paolo Banchero got a max deal a few days ago. I think 5 years can be up to $287 million, so nearly $60 million a year. Chet Holmgren got a max deal yesterday, 5 years, $250 million. Jabari Smith Jr. is not as good as either of those guys. I will concede that. And Paolo Banchero's an all-star. I got that. Chet Holmgren was a key member of a championship team, very good. Jabari Smith got half the money both those guys got. He got 5 years, $125 million. And I tweeted the other day, I'm like, I feel good. I'd rather have Jabari Smith for 5 years and $125 than Paolo Banchero at $60 million a year. And everybody, almost universally, people that were replying to that were going, no, dude, Paolo Banchero is an all-star. He's so much better than Jabari Smith. And I'm going, I know that. I said for $125 million, for $25 million a year for this team and the role that he plays, I'd rather have Jabari Smith Jr. than be pot committed to being a man on my team.
Right.
And I got a lot of heat for that, and I get it. He averaged 26 a game this year. I will double and triple down on that, though, versus Chet frickin' Holmgren getting 250. Chet Holmgren getting twice as much as Jabari. Give me Jabari Smith all day in this world of the second apron that we live in, where once you commit to guys, this is your guy, these are your guys. Chet Holmgren at $50 million a year if I were a Thunder fan. I mean, they won the title, so they're just keeping the band together. But, man, that is a great contract by Rafael Stone, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, and the hazardous part of you tweeting that out is that on social media, you've got the whole spectrum of, there's one group of the hyper-analytical people in one corner that are going to be like, well, yeah, especially when you consider the 17th apron. And then on the other side, you've got the people that are like, why are they not signing this guy? Yeah. Why are they not people that want to operate like there's absolutely no consideration whatsoever to the contract? In football, it's, why are they not trading for Jalen Ramsey? Like, well, because he costs $20 million a year. Yeah, and you've already got a couple of good cornerbacks on your team. Yeah. So, you just got caught in the middle of the crossfire there.
Well, I think the hardest thing to convey on social media is that you got 200. Well, you have more. Anyways, the character thing isn't the thing. On social media, where you're trying to stay brief, is that I'm not saying Jabari Smith is. I'm not saying he's better than either of those guys, but especially Banchero. I'm saying he's a better value than both of those guys.
Better value, right? And that's where when you bring in Kevin Durant and you trade not all that much to get him, but you still have his contract to consider and everybody else. Yeah, it's these. It's not like Jabari Smith's deal is one deal, but it's not a marquee deal. Those are the ones that you really got to get right. Yeah. And you can't be overspending for, the stuff that was going on during the year that the cap inflated, or that it inflated so much. When 2016. Teams were just spending stupid money on mediocre players. Yeah, and that comes back to bite you.
Including the Rockets. They gave Ryan Anderson $80 million.
Ryan Anderson, that was annoying because, and I felt uncomfortable with it at the time because the Rockets have been trying to trade for Ryan Anderson for like 3 or 4 years. Yeah. And all of a sudden they get this big wad of cash. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll go spend it on that. Yeah. It was like if you grew up when you were a kid and your dream car was a Mazda Miata because you're an idiot. But then all of a sudden you're 26 years old, you get your first big raise, and you're like, ooh, a 93 Miata just came available. I'll pay whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. No negotiation.
I'll pay cash. Yeah. I'll give you an extra $500 just to be sure you don't sell it to somebody else before I get to the lot.
You know how long I've wanted this Miata?
I need this Miata now.
Yeah. I do wonder.
It's candy red. Woo!
I wonder. That was the color for the Miata back in the day. I do wonder how Jabari Smith Jr. feels. Like, it's almost in some ways maybe a curse of being on a team that's gotten really good really fast. Is that, like, man, if I had gotten drafted by a team where I'm not a role player, well, maybe they just had to give me 35 minutes a night because they got nobody else on the team. You know, he got drafted onto a team that had a bunch of young guys on it, so he was. And he said, like, if he went on a team where he put up bigger numbers because he got more minutes and he got more shots, and all of a sudden you got to make a decision on him, and there's a lot of stupid teams that'll max a guy just because they're averaging 20 points a game. If he would have gotten more money, I don't know that he thinks about that. I thought about that on his behalf when he got when I saw these 2 deals that went ahead of him.
By the way, Banchero's deal was announced on like Monday or something, so you weren't late to it. That's why I was a little
Oh no, I tweeted about it on Monday when it came out, and then I tweeted about Chet Holmgren again yesterday. No,
right. But you would ask, you're like, I don't know when this deal happened.
I was talking about Jabari Smith's deal when I said that.
Okay. I misheard you. Okay.
I was talking about Jabari's deal when I said that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do some headlines. The Astros, they lose last night. We need to recite Matt Kawahara's line that you cited in Twitter at the beginning of the article. That was good stuff. They lost the game. I want to read that line when it comes to Jake Myers' injury. We got another Astro going to the All-Star game. We got a former Astro that's back in American baseball, and a whole lot more that we will get to in headlines. We'll do that coming up next. If you're hungry, though, this morning,
with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the headlines in the Astros. They lose 4-2 to the Cleveland Guardians. They get swept. No real damage in the standings, at least in the AL West standings. You're still chasing Detroit. If you're thinking about being the number one team in the American League, you're still chasing the Tigers. You got work to do there. But as far as winning the AL West, would have helped to win these games, but you're up 6.5. Last night's big story was really the entire night was that you needed to see took place from about 7:10 through 7:30, because that's when the Cleveland Guardians took a lead that they would never relinquish. They hit 2 solo home runs in the first inning. Took on to win 4-2. But the big story to me was Jake Meyers, who was supposed to return for this game last night. He'd been out with a calf injury that he suffered in the middle of one of the Dodger games over the weekend, so he'd been resting the calf for a few days. Obviously, everybody involved determined it was okay to put him back out there, jogging back out to take his position to start the game. They'd submitted the lineup card. He's headed out there for the first inning. And, Seth, as you pointed out earlier, we come back from the break, ready for the first pitch, and there is a vigil being held in center field with several people gathered around a kneeling Jake Meyers out there.
Yes.
So
yeah, Matt Kawahara, shout out to him for his the opening line of his Astros recap. The Houston Astros endured a loss Wednesday night, and then the game started.
Yes.
So yes, that's exactly what it was. It was it was a eerie beginning, and Jake Meyers gets escorted off the mound, and I mean at the time, Brandon Walter was already out on the mound warming up and everything. Obviously, you have a delay, and then Brandon Walter gives up two home runs in the first inning.
Yeah.
And it felt bad. It felt bad. Brandon Walter, to his credit, and I will give him an excuse on the first 2 home runs in that you're a starting pitcher, your routine gets all screwed up and everything. He retired the next 17 batters.
Yeah.
He was great after that.
Yeah.
But my God.
Well,
the offense wasn't until Dumont gave you an RBI double.
Right.
But that was you had Trammell get driven in by Dubon with an RBI double.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was pretty much it was a boring nothing to see here game until the 8th inning.
It was, yeah. And one of the home runs was to Jose Ramirez. I'm like, a lot of people give up home runs to him, so I can't fault Brandon Walter for that. Myers was the big story because this is just the next in a chain of what feel like medical mishaps on behalf of the Astros and their staff. Joe Espada was asked after the game, what gave you assurance that Jake Meyers was okay to go out there and play?
Well, we did a lot of tests before we decided to run him in the lineup, and we felt comfortable and strongly about putting him in there. And then before he takes the field, on his way to his position, just tying up on him.
Okay, I haven't heard this one yet. Was there imaging done on the calf before you sent Meyers back out there?
No. We didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how the muscle and stuff is in there, and it's just some tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
Okay, I don't know what's
some ultrasound. Don't they have Christian Walker's obstetrician working on him? What the hell's going on here?
That goop on the back of his calf.
Ultrasound, correct me if I'm wrong, medical professionals, but yeah, that's a treatment, not a diagnosis. They need to be doing an MRI. Remember, Jeremy Pena's ribs weren't broken when they used an x-ray, but the MRI revealed a break. They need to be, this
MRI
team's reticence with MRIs is really starting to annoy me.
Yeah, I don't even know what the right answer was to that question. I just know that's an answer that's going to get Astro fans mad, that they didn't do everything possible to make sure that the calf was okay when he pulls it literally running out to his position. Now he goes and got the most attention. Jake Meyers, he did media after the game. I am reading that right now as a sign that maybe this isn't as severe as Twitter was forecasting it might be when he was getting helped off the field after
because people thought immediately, torn Achilles. We've seen all these NBA players play through a calf injury, and then they tear the Achilles. It looked like it might be a torn Achilles.
It might be. And I never thought Tyrese Halliburton would somehow factor into the Astros season, but this is how it was factoring in. There were doctors on Twitter, myself included last night, wondering if it's an Achilles. They let Jake Meyers do media, so that was a positive sign. However, when he was asked if this one feels worse than the previous one, understand that some of the empty audio you're going to hear is Jake Meyers uncomfortably staring into space and then looking over at a PR staffer to ask if he should answer that question.
Just feel worse than it did 2 days ago?
Definitely into that.
You did very well. You're going there.
That's all I got. Sorry.
Okay, so he's not answering. He ain't talking.
Yeah, even though he's a grown man.
As a grown
man, he made his decision not to answer that.
And I know it's confusing because sometimes Jake Meyer's answer to any question is, But do you
just want to go back to Nebraska?
Do you
be with mommy?
Do you think? Do you think the fact? Do you think the fact that he didn't answer the question means that it feels better, worse, the same? Do you have anything to read in?
I wonder if he's aware of all the hits that the medical staff has taken, and he feels like I don't want to. People are going to read into this.
I have nothing. I have no idea what it means.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, he's also in a position where he was feeling great, felt fine before he went out there. So, how he feels in the moment, as we've learned with calf injuries, like with Christian Harris, that man, just how I feel in this moment probably doesn't tell me a damn thing about what it actually means for this injury.
Yep.
So the one thing about this series that I would say is, in a lot of ways, it is a stat nerd's best scenario for the Guardians. The Guardians have the 26th most runs scored in baseball, but when you look at the advanced stats, they're leading the league in expected batting average, expected slugging,
really,
expected weighted on base average, all that
they're
stuff.
They're 26th. That's crazy.
Yeah, like they've had some, because I've been trying to figure this. Like I've been looking at him. It doesn't really make sense that the Guardians' record is what it is. Just in the same way that at the other end of the spectrum, that it doesn't really make any sense that the Astros' record is what it is. Yeah. So when you want to talk about regression to the mean or water finding its level or anything like that, this series feels a lot like that.
Big time.
All right. The Guardians have had some bad luck, obviously. The Astros have probably had some good luck along the way with some really good, good performances out of guys who have been playing out of their heads in some respects. But I'm not overly alarmed about getting swept by the Guardians because they're not as bad as the record would suggest.
Yeah, I agree with that. Is going to be the All-Star game. That was cool. They did a video before the game.
Damn it, I'm dead wrong on all of it. Disregard everything I just said about
that didn't sound right to me.
Stuff. It didn't at all.
Yeah.
It's a damn color coding on Baseball Savant. I was 100% wrong on all of that. They actually should be worse than they've been. So,
really?
Yeah. Is there any way we can go back in time?
Can we? Can you dump that? Can you dump what Seth said 2 minutes ago?
Can you dump the last 2 minutes?
Is there any way you can do that?
No.
You can. What if I hit this? What if I have a dump button here? What if I hit it like 10 times? Will it go back and dump all of it? Will it rewind?
No. I hate it when I hate it when the dumbest thing I do is first thing in the morning. Yeah.
Well, you said you weren't going to do this anymore either. With the stat.
Look up the stats, and I know that I get screwed up with the color coding on Cleveland Guardian or on Baseball Savant and everything.
Yeah.
Don't worry, everybody. Everything's going to be. The Astros medical staff told me that I'm fine and that I don't have any neurological issues. So everybody, just be cool, okay? Everybody just
don't even joke about
cool.
that.
Why?
No.
The Astros said I don't have CTE. All right, we're in the clear here. Okay.
We know that
he's neurologically fine.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Actually, they're the worst in baseball in a lot of regards by the advanced stats.
Okay.
Not the absolute best, like I said. Yeah.
Isaac Paredes on his way to Atlanta for the All-Star game. Good video online on the Astros social media if you want to check that out of Joe Espada sharing that news. Isaac, a very popular guy in that clubhouse. Dallas Keuchel back in American baseball. He'd been pitching overseas. Japan, I think it's Chinese, in the Chinese baseball league. I don't remember where, somewhere over there. Does that sound bad that I said that?
It doesn't, no, because you acknowledge it.
Yeah, I just don't remember which one.
You're not like somebody who thinks that Japan and China are the same.
I definitely don't think they're the same. Yeah, I know, I don't. I just couldn't remember.
Overseas,
I just know they play baseball in both places. I couldn't remember where. Does it really matter? So no, he's back here in the United States. He signed a minor league deal with the Kansas City Royals. If he gets called up to the big club, he will make a pro rata portion of a $2 million salary. He's not pitched good baseball in a long, long time, Dallas Keuchel.
Yeah.
At least
coming
over
up
here.
Next, Sean Pendergast does a Yao Ming impression. Yes. Just like Shaq back in the day.
Right. Yeah. No. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are headlines for today. Very baseball heavy on the headlines. All right, up next, circling over to football. We played this audio yesterday, Joe Burrow audio from quarterback, where he gets all angry with his team and Zach Taylor, and he does a lot of screaming and yelling in a win. Clint Stoerner had an opinion on this. And I wanted to play this and run it by Seth Payne.
If I'm here when we get back, I might commit seppuku before we return. Yeah.
Don't do that. So we'll have that. Clint's take as relates to C.J. Stroud when it comes to leadership style. I thought this was interesting listening to it on the drive. That's coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast. WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins are the subjects of this year's edition of Quarterback, the Netflix documentary series, which this is the second one they've done on quarterback. They went quarterbacks a couple years ago. It was Cousins, Mariota, and Mahomes. Then they switched to wide receivers. I'm guessing the wide receiver one didn't pop as well as they wanted to, Seth, which is why they went back to quarterbacks. I know they were having a hard time finding quarterbacks that wanted to be in it. So they pivoted to wide receivers last year, and it was some pretty compelling guys. I will say this: I didn't watch it. I think for whatever reason, quarterbacks pop. You know?
Quarterbacks pop.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that we know for sure.
Yeah,
that's one of the first things Vandermeer ever said to me when I was getting into this business. It was like anything quarterbacks. It's just they drive the league. You can see why the league wants to protect them so much.
Yeah, no doubt. So Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins. I've not watched any of it yet. It all dropped a couple of days ago. Have you watched? That's my project for the next few days, I think, is to watch it.
No, I haven't watched any of them.
Are you going to watch it?
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, give me an assignment.
Okay, yes.
I can't be trusted to set my own schedule or read Baseball Savant. You need to give me assignments.
I will let you know when I am watching it so that we make sure that we're both at least watching a couple episodes of it. So we'll
That's a little too vague. Got to give me a
plan, but on this segment, as we're doing radio on the air right now. But I will give you a plan for this. Joe Burrow, independent of having watched it, there's a cut of Joe Burrow on the sidelines at the end of a game against the Titans this past season in Week 15, where the Bengals won this game 37-27, but the Bengals had all sorts of sloppy procedural penalties in the game. At the beginning of this cut, you're going to hear Joe Burrow telling one of his offensive linemen to wake the bleep up. And then you're going to hear some audio of Zach Taylor trying to talk Joe Burrow off the ledge at the end of a game on the bench in which they won by double digits and scored 37 points in the game. Here's what it sounded like. Joe Burrow, perfectionist.
The penalty train rolls on.
What are we doing, man? Wake the up! Mental mistakes all day.
Way to finish the day. That's a great drive to finish it. I know it's a frustrating,
embarrassing performance by us. Embarrassing.
Listen, we'll address it. But at the same time, let's enjoy some wins.
That. We sucked today. That was embarrassing. Okay. We jumped off sides 8 times.
I know that. Okay. I'm gonna praise our defense. Sometimes I walk into an emotional moment that I know I'm walking into an emotional moment, and it becomes a really emotional moment, and it may be viewed as conflict. It's really just.
I understand that we won the game, and we want to be happy that we win the game, but at the same time, when things aren't good enough, I'm not going to act like they were.
Yeah, so there you go. And now keep in mind, this is a Cincinnati team at that point in the season was battling just to keep their heads above water. They're just trying to stay in the race.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we know the story of the Bengals season.
Yeah.
It just, the defense obviously was he's not talking about the defense there. He's talking about the offense that scored
37 points in that game.
37 points in that game. This is the one key thing. Listen, everybody. I know everybody gets all sensitive when we start talking pronouns these days. We. He used we repeatedly in that. That was the thing that I liked about it was he's flipping out, but at least in those clips, yes, he is pointing the finger at the offensive line, but every single time he said we. And I like that shows a certain level of understanding his role, and there's an appropriate way to flip out.
Yeah.
That you're not always going to be calm, cool, and collected. But it hits a lot different when it's a we thing versus a you guys. There's nothing worse. Everybody listening right now had that kid on their high school football team that basically wanted to be sure everybody knew that everybody needed to play more like me.
Yeah.
Hey, come on, you guys. Yep. You got to want it like I do.
Yep.
That's the worst.
Yes.
The opposite is, all right, he is the leader of the offense. He is an established he's Joe freaking Burrow. When he's flipping out like that, he's not talking about just you or you or you. It's all of us. Like, we're just not doing it the right way. It's an appropriate flip out. And, you're setting a standard you're letting everybody know that this is not our standard. I don't care how many points we scored. This is not acceptable.
Yeah, I said yesterday when we played it, I'm 100% in favor of this. If that's his management style, if that's how he views things, if he views it as not being good enough, too often after some of these games, like it's an NFL game and we won the game and we scored more points and I get
I hate it when they sound like baseball players.
It's
after
hard
a
to
game.
win in the NFL, and I'm like, and yet half the league does it every week. It's
an 8-8
incredible.
league.
Yeah. So
even if there's 17 games now,
I liked it. And when you and I played this yesterday, I asked you the question: should C.J. Stroud be like that? Maybe he is like that. We don't know. He's not mic'd up all the time. I have no idea.
Right. And what I said is it doesn't. I don't like trying to impose a certain leadership style on any given quarterback because guys do it different ways.
Yeah.
And you can have great success with different ways. Joe Montana wasn't that way.
No.
Eli Manning wasn't that way.
Yep.
Does C.J. Stroud have to try to be like Joe Burrow in that leadership style? I don't think it's always as clear cut or as easy to say.
No. And what makes it a more poignant topic though with CJ is his offensive line is even worse than Joe Burrow's offensive line was that day. So there are plenty of opportunities for CJ probably to react the way that Joe Burrow did in that moment. And again, Joe Burrow's mic'd up for a documentary, so we're seeing it, and that's what pops on the documentary. There's probably days worth of footage that makes it into a 1-hour episode of Quarterback. Clint Stoerner was talking about this on The Drive earlier this week about CJ's leadership. Just Ron had played this clip from Joe Burrow. I know it was a jumping off point for this bit of audio you're about to hear right here.
Ron, it's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Because here's the best part of that is when the head coach, who happens to be the play caller, so the main communicator with the quarterback in this instance, right? When that guy comes over and the quarterback, being Joe Burrow, if he sits there and goes, yeah, you're right, I'll calm down. We did some good stuff. Yeah, you're right. Then the coach goes to the locker room. Hey, guys, we won. Let's focus on that we won, guys. Let's focus on that we won. And then everybody comes to practice Monday, and it's just happy-go-lucky, and it's acting like with that performance right there, 8 penalties, 8 false starts or whatever it was, isn't going to get your ass kicked in the division they play in, absolutely going to get their ass kicked, but definitely where Joe Burrow expects to take that football team, right? But because Joe Burrow says, no, boss, that is unacceptable, that's embarrassing, and makes his point, sure, cussing and maybe overdoing it, but that is, at the end of the day, that offense is not going to go as Zach Taylor, the offensive play caller, is going to allow it to go. That offense is going to go the direction of Joe Burrow. It doesn't matter if Zach Taylor, now obviously this is a head coach we're talking about, but if we're talking about play callers, and if we're bringing it back to Houston, we're talking about play callers, like this offense needs to go the way of C.J. Stroud. This offense doesn't need to go the way of Nick Caley. Like Nick Caley doesn't need to dictate what is said in meetings in terms of like this kind of stuff. When there's poor play, like C.J. Stroud needs to make sure that every coach around him understands, like, no, that's unacceptable. We're not going to go to the post-game presser. We're not going to go into Monday and Tuesday's meetings with this, oh, we got us a win, boys. We got us a win, because that is both.
It's hard to win in the NFL.
Yeah, it's hard to win in this NFL. It's hard to win the division around here. Like at some point in time, and I've said this a million times, at some point in time, the Houston Texans offense, in terms of standards being set, in terms of guys being held accountable, in terms of the brand of football that is going to be Houston Texans offensive football, that needs to come from C.J. Stroud. If you're going to pay that guy $60 million a year, that needs to be C.J. Stroud. That doesn't need to be, well, Nick Caley does or doesn't have the ability to talk that way, and he is or he isn't an alpha, or he is or he isn't a great play caller, or he has the ability to hold somebody accountable or not. No, C.J. Stroud needs to be. And that is exactly what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, I guess, and I agree to Clint to a certain extent. I think but you also got to remember that I don't know if Joe Burrow was like that in his second season.
Right.
It's something you do have to grow into, and I think that there's probably at least one of the considerations of trading away Laramie Tunsil was that I don't know if Laramie's the kind of guy that responds to a second-year player in the league dog cussing the offensive line for all of the miserable play. And when you've got, it was a bad dynamic. I can say from the outside looking in, man, when your best offensive lineman is known as the guy that never practices and that selfishly has false starts over and over again, it really chafes against me when downplay those false starts because they don't recognize how selfish those penalties were. That is a dude being a lone operator and meanwhile also being looked to by other offensive linemen as the best guy on the team and the highest paid offensive lineman and all those things. And also a guy who's much older than C.J. Stroud. And it can create some uncomfortable dynamics. So I don't know exactly how everything was, but it's not ideal, you know?
Yeah, I wonder, boy, that you bring up Laramie Tunsil, and again, this is a mic'd up episode of Quarterback where we're getting a complete window into the dynamic of a football game between the Bengals and the Titans as it pertains to the offensive line play in that game. So we don't know if CJ ever had moments like that with Laramie, what the conversations were when Laramie jumps off sides 3 times in a series.
In one series,
yeah. Like, I just think, like, if CJ had used that type of management style, I'll call it, that Joe Burrow did, if he wasn't doing that, but what if he had? You know, what if he had been a guy who could dog cuss Laramie Tunsil? Maybe the guy doesn't jump off sides, and maybe he does respond to it. You know, like, I have no idea. Maybe should have yelled at him. maybe somebody should have yelled at him.
Well, and those are the things that go on too. Where I can't remember who the young quarterback was. This is a long time ago, Sean. If you pull this, I'll be very impressed. I'm going to buy you a nice gift bag. Okay. It was I want to say it was with the Cardinals. It was a young quarterback who kind of was yelling at one of the offensive linemen who was a veteran, and the veteran was basically, hey, you don't talk to me that way. You don't talk to me that way. And all of a sudden, you got this situation where your quarterback's being defied by a veteran offensive lineman in the moment.
Yeah.
And like that's where the age does come into it. And CJ himself is struggling performance-wise at that time, not putting up the same. So yeah, they're the second year that CJ Stroud endured last year. I think ultimately in the long run might be such a positive. Because those are the painful things that have to happen, that you have to go through to really genuinely get to that spot where you've got some scars and you've been through it, and you got to learn how to A, establish yourself as a player, but B, also know that sometimes, hey, whether you're playing well or not, you're still that leader. And what does it look like? Do you have to be a yeller? Do you have to be a guy that just holds people accountable? Whatever it might be, you're not going to be that finished product in your second year. You know, I'd love to go back and watch Tom Brady in his second year when they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing the instances of him freaking out about bad drills and 7-on-7 and everything were not nearly the same as when he was later. You know, we were in West Virginia, and it was one of the most impressive things I ever saw was. I think it was a 7-on-7 where the Patriots actually played pretty well versus the Texans in that combined training camp.
Yep.
And Tom Brady, after the 7-on-7 drill, where they probably completed like 7 of 8 passes, was flipping out.
About the one
in the second week of training camp. Yeah. I don't know if he was like that in his second year. Maybe he was. I don't know. But some of it is you gotta age into it, and you gotta have a certain amount of cachet to it before you can get to that point.
You think CJ's got that in him? I think he's got it in him, you know, to evolve into that kind of guy.
Well, I think his personal standards are really, really high.
Yes.
And then it's a matter of feeling it out and, all right, what am I? And, you know, part of it, too, for younger quarterbacks is you got to accept it's one of the best things. This is one of the best things that comes from being a parent is that you learn that, okay, sometimes my kid is going to hate me. Mm-hmm. And you know what? At the end of the day, I know they actually love me, but in that moment they hate me. But I'm going to do what's right.
Yeah.
And you just learn. You kind of build those calluses of like, okay, my kid's going to hate me for
analogy,
a while.
yes.
So be it. And I'm not saying, CJ needs to go out and knock somebody up this offseason, but that's part of maturation as a manager or anybody else. It's like, okay, sometimes people are going to be upset. We'll work through it and we'll get over it.
Yeah.
People's feelings get hurt, and then you massage the situation however you need to.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't be overly worried about people being upset with you. That's part of being a good parent or a good manager or however else.
I Googled Cardinals quarterback yelling at offensive linemen, and nothing's coming up. I was trying to cheat.
It was a long time ago.
I was
one of our listeners probably remembers it.
Well, a listener texted in, Peyton Manning and Jeff Saturday, ? No, Seth said it was on the Cardinals. And by the way, Peyton Manning came into the league pretty much allowed to yell at anybody he wanted to on that Colts team.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up Peyton Manning because there is also that dynamic. When I say that you don't need a certain specific personality type for any. That's the reason so many former Patriots coaches have failed.
Yep.
Because they're trying to imitate Belichick's personality. Instead of recognizing and understanding that, look, Belichick gets away with doing a lot of stuff probably the wrong way because he's so good at other things.
He's a genius.
Yeah, like one of the biggest mistakes you could ever make is trying to emulate every facet of a successful person because every successful person has flaws. So if you try to emulate their flaws while meanwhile having your own flaws, you're doubling down on flaws, and it's dumb. So when it comes to a team, a lot of it is what's the mix. You know, like, hey, Tony Dungy, maybe as a head coach, didn't have enough of an edge when he was in Tampa. And, certainly didn't. He was a defensive-minded head coach, and the offensive side of the ball wasn't the same. Tony Dungy goes to the Colts, and the balance in the organization is kind of like, man, Peyton Manning's a taskmaster, and not to mention a great quarterback. Tony Dungy operates the way he does. Those two personality types were probably a really, really good fit.
Yes.
So just like in a business, you got a CEO, you got a CFO, you got a
COO, CIO.
COO.
Yeah, COO.
So what I was thinking of is you need a COO,
Yeah.
the taskmaster, the guy that just flat out knows how to get things done.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the head coach, sometimes it's the offensive coordinator, sometimes it's the quarterback himself. But it's just right blend. So I do think, I know Clint said, hey, this can't be Nick Caley being this guy or that guy. I think I disagree with Clint. We're just playing a clip of Clint, but if we were to talk about it, I think that you can't. I disagree with thinking that each specific guy has to have a certain personality type. It's in any organization. It's that you do have to have those personality types on the team.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always have to be the quarterback. It doesn't always have to be the head coach. It's just there's got to be that mix and that dynamic that's right.
Yeah, you get a bunch of hotheads, and that's all you got. It's going to be a combustible mess. You get a bunch of guys that are too dialed back and accepting of things, and it's going to result in failure, just two different paths to failure.
Yeah, the head coach, I mean, sometimes the quarterback being more of a Joe Montana personality is a perfect blend with a coach that's more of a hard edge type of dude.
Yeah.
Favre wasn't like a dog cussing type of guy.
Yeah.
And Favre is a man who had no flaws whatsoever. But
none of them documented on Netflix at all. Yes.
I don't know. Like, is Pat Mahomes? I mean, Pat Mahomes gets upset and everything, but I don't look at Pat Mahomes as being quite the same type of guy as Peyton Manning or Tom Brady when it comes to their style.
Or Burrow, who we just heard in that clip right there.
Right, yeah. And it seems to be going pretty well for Pat Mahomes.
It is working,
the Super Bowl notwithstanding.
It is working, yeah. People are guessing at your Cardinals quarterback now. Was it Jake the Snake? Jake the Snake, I think,
it was
more,
not. No.
It was he's more likely
His
to go take.
style was not
he's more likely to go take bong rips with the offensive line after a game and yell.
You know me. I'm a guy that can't even read the stat sheet right, like in the previous segment.
Mm-hmm.
It probably wasn't the Cardinals. It was probably somebody else.
Well,
so I'm going to spend this afternoon trying to figure out who I'm talking about.
Someone is saying Josh Rosen, but it feels like you're talking about something
it was back
way
in the day.
Before Josh Rosen. Yeah.
Listen, youngster, but when I say back in the day, it's different than what you mean by back in the day.
Not 2018. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, you brought up Mahomes. Speaking of Mahomes, let's skip down to this, Ben. All right, so Mahomes, is Patrick Mahomes fat? There is a picture that has surfaced from his most recent vacation where he certainly doesn't look shredded. I will say that. But I don't think Patrick Mahomes has ever been thought to be a guy that gets it done by being this made on AI or in a lab tour de force physically. Like, he's just freaky. He's got a freaky arm, freaky football IQ, all those things. Kevin Keatsman is a former radio host in Kansas City who now does a podcast, who went on his podcast this week and got a lot of attention because he looked at that picture of Mahomes and said, Patrick Mahomes is fat.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door dashing fried chicken, which he loves, from that one place over in Leawood where he gets it all the time. It's time, dude. It's time.
All right.
Okay. This is this is why this is a clown take for multiple reasons. One, all right, let's look up Google shirtless Peyton Manning, shirtless Eli Manning to be certain, shirtless Tom Brady.
Combine Tom
earlier
Brady.
in his career. Yeah, well, not even combine Tom Brady. Like really until Tom Brady hit the TB12 later in his career.
Yep.
And he was still like his physique was nothing to look at. But really, the biggest one where I'm kind of surprised that anybody from Kansas City would say there's no working out. Like Mahomes does not have the physique. But he does a lot of like extra pretty cool stuff in terms of kind of training his body a certain way. He works out, but he doesn't have a six-pack. And guess what? Let's look at any various great pitchers or quarterbacks through the years and tell me how important it is to be chiseled as a quarterback.
Right.
It's an exception. It's not the rule. So. Because I did it. I was looking at Mahomes' dad bod pictures yesterday.
Yeah.
Brandy walked in. And it was, I'm looking at it and realistically thinking, okay, it's kind of, like, to call his body a dad body is really giving a lot of credit to actual dad bods.
Hell yes, it is. I'm looking at this. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like he said, you could mix in with the pool of my 60-year-old friends. I'm like, I would not want it like that. I would take that in a second.
So quarterback's a different position, and the standards aren't quite the same as other positions.
Right.
But let's think of another great example from guys that didn't have immaculate bodies. Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
Do you think he was all right? Like, is Keatsman going to say, like, look at him? He doesn't even look like anything like these other defensive backs.
Right.
Does he even work out?
Yeah.
Like, Sanders isn't impressive. If you look at photos of Deion Sanders in his uniform, you would never guess, based on just his physique, that he was one of the greatest defensive backs who ever lived.
You need to see the video with him, yes.
Yeah, so like I just say, I think Keitzman might spend too much time on TikTok or something. He's watching too many fitness influencers to think that the standard of an athletic quarterback body is somehow chiseled out of stone. It's not. So Mahomes has one of those. He's one of those guys. He walks kind of pigeon-toed or whatever.
Dude, yeah.
He's getting the job done. I'm not going to sit here and act like Pat Mahomes was. Pat Mahomes was not the issue with the Chiefs' offense this year.
No,
it was an offensive line.
Nobody's watching
was just hodgepodge together.
Yeah, well, they were down 40-6 at one point in the Super Bowl, and nobody's saying like, "Boy, Patrick Mahomes looks tired out there."
Right. That's the big question. Yeah, does Pat Mahomes look?
No,
it's a really bad take.
Yeah, it's a bad take that you'll hear tomorrow. That you'll hear tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Take-A-Mania. Yes.
I hate that I have to sit here and defend Pat Mahomes like this, but I do. Keitzman's almost like one of these people that need to like body shame actual celebrities or something, and they'll show pictures of him by the pool and say, "Look at how fat he is," and you're looking at him like, I don't know, is that fat?
Yeah.
He's not fat. He's not obese. He's got a layer of fat on his belly.
You know who?
Brett Favre at one point in his career gained weight because he's like, you know what, I leaned out and everything, and then I just felt like the hits hurt more.
Yeah.
I think Roethlisberger may have said something similar, which is that, I felt like I wanted to be a little bit more sleeker and athletic, but what you realize is those hits, this is one of the hardest things to explain to people, and I don't even put it on social media anymore because I hate getting mansplained about it. Like 5 to 10 pounds as an NFL player, you feel the difference. I could say that as a defensive lineman. The difference between 315 and 305 for me, as a big guy who was a fat foot, the typical defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Like the hits hurt more when you're 305 than when you're 315.
Wow, really?
So, as a quarterback,
that big a
it's a small. Yeah, that's why. Remember we were talking to Nick last year, Casario.
Yeah.
About Dameon Pierce, and Nick was making the point that, hey, Damien's just as strong as he was when he was at his previous body weight or whatever, and he's actually only however many pounds lighter. And I told Nick, I was like, man, it's just that ballast. The ballast matters. There's something about you don't get knocked quite, you don't give quite as much ground when you just got a few extra pounds of body weight. So even for the big guys, yeah, it does. Sometimes there's a difference between 335 and 330.
Yeah.
And some guys, it's just that perfect playing weight for Mahomes is probably right about where he was. But to act like he doesn't work out.
Right.
And you live in Kansas City, and you're going to tell me you've never seen any of the footage of him with his offseason workouts? That's just dumb.
Well, then he states it like it's fact too. That's like Mahomes has been spotted at Taco Bell or something like that. Like there's
there's a fried chicken place that he likes.
That he likes.
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. So
Dwight Howard loved Skittles.
Right.
Is that evidence all of a sudden that Dwight Howard wasn't in shape?
Yeah. So I guess this is the most attention that this Keatsman has gotten in a long time because he's been off the radio. He's got a podcast. That cut was from his podcast that he has. Which I guess he's now. I was watching Nick Wright talk about this on Le Batard's show. Nick hates this guy. Nick Wright hates Kevin Keatsman. They battled on Kansas City radio back before Nick got to Houston 15 years ago.
When Nick was coming up,
Nick
was a young radio host trying to beat Keatsman in the ratings.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so he hates him because I guess Keatsman was really disrespectful to him. There was a big story about Nick in one of the local magazines there in Kansas City, and they interviewed Keatsman, and Keatsman said something to the effect of, "He's the Jaguars, I'm the Patriots." Now this is back in 2012. So Nick went.
This is back when Radio Wars were still. Radio Wars have finally gone by the wayside because it's now like you're competing with media, everything else. So it's the Radio Wars don't hit. Back then, it was classic Radio Wars.
It was Radio Wars, and we're going to play Nick here in a second. We don't have this in the audio. I had to keep the audio tight because Nick went on for 4 minutes about how much he hates this guy. So I wanted to just take the best parts. But apparently, when Nick finally beat Keatsman in the ratings, he had a party to celebrate it, and he celebrated it at the restaurant that Keatsman owned at the time.
Or at the other radio station owned or whatever.
Well, he owned the radio station. Keatsman owned the radio station, and I think owned a restaurant that went with it. Yeah,
I was confused because he says later he owned the station, so I didn't know if he owned it at the time.
Yeah,
but whatever.
I know Keatsman. Well, anyways. Yeah, I went to a Jim Rome tour stop in 2003, and I think he owned the station back then. Anyways,
okay,
gotcha. So here is Nick on the Le Batard show. Expressing just how much he hates the guy that just gave the Mahomes is fat. And this is right after this big fat take had come out and been made public earlier this week.
He then, on a podcast that can't have 35 listeners, said this about Patrick Mahomes, and now for the first time in a decade, he's noteworthy, while I'm on, America's, one of America's premier platforms, which is to say, not to make it about me, but we know who won that battle. Sorry, Keats. That son of a bitch. I hated him so much. Oh, my goodness gracious. And people are like, oh, Nick, you're punching down. No. It will never feel like punching down. It's a bad dude who's bad for my city, and now people are like local Kansas City radio host. That guy, it's like calling someone a local. 30 years ago, they bought time overnight. Give me a break. You hit the trifecta of being a bad person, being dishonest, and the thing that's, worse than all those, totally and wholly untalented. I just never let it go.
That's petty. That's petty cast material.
Yeah.
Right
so what Nick is referencing there and saying he's not taking a shot at local radio hosts. He's saying no. Keatsman has a 1-hour show on local radio, and maybe. He might buy. Who knows? Maybe he pays. Buys the time for it. I don't know.
He might.
So I like it. I like the petty.
Oh yeah.
This is as petty as it gets out of Nick, and he's admitting that he's being petty and that he will never stop being petty towards it. This might have to go in the Petty Cast Hall of Fame.
We'll replay it next Tuesday for sure. That's what I love about Nick is, and he talked about this with Le Batard too. Nick is one way or the other. With Nick Wright, if you're on his bad side, you're on his bad side forever. If you're a friend, he's fiercely loyal to you. Through good and bad, he is fiercely loyal, but there's that's
like an Italian mother.
There's no in between. Nick is not neutral on anybody.
He's like an Italian mother that if some guy dumps her daughter, that guy is getting a hex put on him every night in front of a candle.
Yeah. Okay, now we're getting texts. Oh, Nick hates this guy. Keatsman is all right in my book. Oh, Nick really needs to tell us how he feels. Go, Nick. That's the next text. So, yeah, that is good. That's good. That little kerfuffle awful body type has given us Take-A-Mania material for tomorrow and Pettycast material for next week. It's been a good thing for the Payne and Pendergast show, I would say.
I wonder if we have to look, because there's probably a certain percentage of Kansas City people who actually agree with Keatsman. And especially because I know there's a lot of people in Kansas City that they're not super comfortable with him shotgunning beers and everything at the parades and all that. I get that. Like, I understand why people might be that way.
That's
but the part, like, trying to act like he's a chubby, fat mess of a dude.
Yeah, that's silly.
Because he doesn't have an Instagram bod. Yeah. I just can't get with that, man. I can't get with it.
What? Okay, you're right. There's a percentage of people that have an opinion on everything. How big a percentage? How big a percentage
in Kansas City?
How big a percentage do you think that is that have any sort of issue with the perception that Mahomes' conditioning is a lower priority for him?
I would say it's like 5%.
Gotta be low,
there's
really
always,
low.
There's
man.
always, there's always usually the contrarian percentage is about 10%. But given that it's Kansas City, and given that the dude has won 3 Super Bowls, I think it's probably around the 5%.
Well,
mark.
what if this was Jose Altuve? Jose Altuve is the Patrick Mahomes of Houston right now, right?
Yeah.
Like the linchpin for the only 2 championships we've had in any recent period here. What if Jose Altuve all of a sudden started looking fat and was, he was
a little chunkier early in his career.
Yeah.
Before he turned into what he is now.
Right.
Yeah, I don't. If somebody had that take that he's fat and out of shape or something.
Yeah. Look, if the same thing that's going on with Mahomes or the body type, sure. And he's getting older, or whatever the case may be. Like, what percentage of Astro fans would have any issue with Jose Altuve? Do you think?
I don't know. I guess it's dicier just because it's So if it's Altuve in his prime after the World Series victories and everything,
like is Altuve after the 2022 World Series or something?
Like 3% of people.
Yeah, like I think it's like he's on the Mount Rushmore of Houston. You won 2 championships. This is just I guess if Altuve's just gonna have kind of a dad bod and waddle around at second base.
You know what? People used to wonder, because JJ there would always be these shots of JJ breathing heavily. And because a lot of people would ask questions about this. And you would see it was like, hey, is JJ out of shape? Because you see him breathing real hard. And I would try to explain to people, like, dude, it does not matter. Watch distance runners, or even like somebody like marathon runners, or somebody who runs a 400 or something.
Yeah, those
people are in pretty damn good shape.
Yeah,
watch them at the end of a race,
no doubt.
Like, it doesn't matter what kind of shape you're in. If you're putting out max effort, that means that you've gotten to that level where you're operating at you're redlining it.
Pushing it. Yep.
Yeah. So the guys that redline it doesn't matter what kind of shape you're in. As a defensive lineman, it's full body martial arts there, and it's exhausting. So that JJ breathing hard wasn't an indication that he was out of shape. It was just an indication that he was working really, really, really hard in that moment. But there were still people that were like, I don't know, JJ's out of shape. So JJ, I bet at any given point, even if the Texans and or gotten beat in the Super Bowl, and JJ was breathing heavy in the Super Bowl, I think 10% of Houstonians would have been like, well, JJ's out of shape.
He's out of shape. You're probably right. That's a good point. Someone just texted, yo, fatty. Yeah, exactly. That comes from my Jamaica trip.
Who is the Houston athlete historically who played above his body type? And we had conversations about this, and James Harden is immediately one that's
James Harden is who I was going to say. Like, James Harden, if you were to just look at James Harden, especially compared to other NBA players, and you were to say, like, pick the guy out of the lineup here that's 8-time first-team All-NBA and MVP, James Harden would not be the guy I would pick.
And people never fully accepted that he was as fast getting to the rim as he was. Partly, I think, because people would talk about his step-back threes without acknowledging that, part of the reason he's so good at it is because he is so lethally fast to drive.
Turn the corner
drives.
quick,
and I think it's because he just doesn't look like Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
And then as things started to go south, then we got really obsessed with James Harden's body type.
Yeah.
Like, to where you forget about how effective he was when he looked exactly the same way he did. So I think James Harden might be the guy that was the closest to this.
I don't think anybody ever got upset about him and his body type because there was never a point where he was really ineffective.
Well, that last season.
No. I'm about to say somebody else.
Okay.
I'm leading into somebody else. Justin Verlander's productivity.
He's got a dad bod.
And the sheer force of nature that he was throwing a baseball for the Astros belied what he looked like physically. He looked like some dude who should have been shooting like a 72 at the Pendergast every weekend and excelling there, and he probably does, more so than a guy who could throw a baseball 100 miles an hour.
The whole thing about pitchers, I know, because a lot of people brought up, as Keatsman is criticizing Pat Mahomes' physique, a lot of people bring up the various CC Sabathias of the world and what have you. That's where I feel like there's way too many. The sports are different. It's easier to get away with being a fat pitcher, because there's very few fat, like genuinely fat quarterbacks.
Yep.
You know, there's very few. Jared Lorenzen's the all-time example, and obviously that wasn't a body type that worked out. So I don't like using pitchers as an example, but you're right, because there's so many of them that don't have great bodies. The Astros actually for a long time now have probably had the best physiques of like the most conditioned looking pitchers. That even because some people think that erroneously believe that Framber's kind of chunky.
That's who I was going to bring up. That's who I was.
He's freaking yoked.
Is he really? When
he's built, man.
Okay.
Yeah, you look at his physique. He's just thick.
Yeah,
he's just got broad shoulders and muscular trunk. Yeah.
Oh, Lance Berkman. There you go. Someone texted in Lance Berkman.
Yeah.
Berkman had kind of a chubby face. Yeah, he had a fat face.
His body. When you listen, it wasn't like he was chunky. He just had kind of like Matt Stafford, you know, had a chunkier face than the rest of his body.
Yeah, pre-Cali Matt Stafford. He's eating kale and things like that now. He's thinned out a little bit. Jerk. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. The NFL Network has begun dropping the top 100 players, like 2 or 3 per day. They're into the mid-80s now. No Texans yet. We got a former Texan yesterday, which elicited more audio that made me agitated with the Laramie Tunsil era here in Houston. You will hear it coming up next.
Don't be agitated when you're choosing a home builder.
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
One thing I know, people love weighing in on athletes that may or may not be fat and productive. Carlos Lee is getting a lot of love all of a sudden on the text page.
Oh yeah,
a lot of love. In light of the talk up in Kansas City that Patrick Mahomes may be fat this offseason, Seth posed the question to the audience: hey, who are the Houston athletes that we've seen over the last several years whose production may have belied their body type? You know, that they look a little like a recreational softball player, and yet he's hitting 30 home runs and getting 95 RBIs every year. This is amazing.
Yeah, baseball, you can't even bring baseball into it because baseball is just so – they've got so many awesomely non-athletic looking type guys or chubby guys or whatever. Carlos Lee, though, I think that when Carlos Lee – did he break his ankle or whatever? Remember he stepped in a hole on his ranch? And that was when you have a bad physique, but then you have a curious off-field incident – or what sounds like that's when people start to get agitated. It's a weird, they're not necessarily related, but they start to look at it almost, there's agitation amongst the townsfolk when it comes to
there were two big things with Carlos Lee, because my radio career started right at the beginning of the Carlos Lee era, and I think the two big things that bothered Astro fans the most with Carlos Lee, one, the team started to get worse at the same time they signed him. He was their big signing, and then 2 years later they're in a rebuild, maybe a little more than 2 years. They're in a rebuild a few years after that. One, the team wasn't as good. They just made the World Series. Two, Carlos Lee used to have this special dispensation where the team allowed him to leave spring training to come back here for the livestock show, because he had a ranch and he bought a lot of big cattle and things like that. So that bothered people. That was one of those things like, if we were better at baseball as a team, maybe it'd be okay. But we're winning lately, and we're back to winning 82 games a year.
He had a 1,000-acre ranch, which is just beautiful looking. I'm looking at it now.
He's a good player. Like, he was solid enough. If he was, the problem was he was maybe their best player during that era. If he's like your fifth best player, you're a pretty good baseball team. Carlos.
Sorry,
Lee.
I'm being jealous of his 1,000-acre ranch.
I know. That's
we've got 63 acres up in my wife's hometown, and frankly, it's the neighbors are too close. I need 1,000 acres. I got to get 1,000 acres somewhere in Texas.
I got to look at the overhead shot now to see exactly how.
Oh no, and it's hills. It's 63 acres of hills and everything. So
still too close.
The surface area ends up being like 63 acres of hills feels like 200 acres. It's not enough. I need a damn county. I see too many people.
You still have people walking over looking to borrow your lawn tools and things like that when you got 63
Well,
acres?
we were around family too.
Oh,
so that's
okay.
But even then, there's just too much. This is what I need. This is my simple desire someday.
Yeah.
I need to own 2,000 acres, which includes like my house at the top of a hill.
Yeah.
With like in a 12-foot fence around those 2,000 acres.
A lot of deterrence to get to you.
Yeah. The UPS driver up there was telling me about that he goes to, who has a scenario just like that. He says his driveway is a mile long, and it goes up this hill. And the guy lives it's some super retired old dude who builds himself a little 2-room cabin. He lives there with his dog. And the guy's loaded beyond belief. He gets these deliveries all the time, but lives very otherwise like kind of modestly. It's all agricultural hobby stuff and everything that he gets.
That's your dream.
And it sounds like heaven.
That's your dream. That's definitely your dream. All right, so NFL top 100 players starting to come out in dribs and drabs here. They're dropping like 2 or 3 new guys a day. They started last week. They're up into the mid-80s now. So they started 100 and they're counting down. And yesterday said, we've not seen a Texan yet. I'll tell you how many Texans I think are going to make this list in a second. But a former Texan dropped yesterday. 86th on the list, Laramie Tunsil. So this is voted on by his peers. The players vote on this. Laramie Tunsil, 86. So they do a 2 or 3 minute video on Laramie Tunsil. And it includes Joe Mixon at the beginning, some other offensive linemen around the league. These videos are all just fluff pieces about how amazing these players are, and rightfully so. That's what it's supposed to be. I have no problem with it. I find them enjoyable.
Yeah, and I've got no problem with his ranking here either.
Him
86. Being in the 200. Yeah, he's a good football player.
Good football player. He'll end up being like the 12th offensive lineman on this thing when it's all said and done. If you recall, C.J. Stroud said this about Laramie Tunsil after C.J.'s rookie year. I believe this was on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast.
This is on the Pivot.
Pivot podcast. Oh, yeah, this is on the Pivot podcast. C.J. said this about Larry.
Main dude, LT, like, LT, like, he a vet, like, he not doing nothing extra at practice, like, like.
Okay, not doing extra
practice. That's a vet. Yeah, that's CJ's understanding what a
so
vet
funny.
is. Not doing nothing extra at practice.
That's hysterical, yeah.
Yeah.
So as part of this Laramie Tunsil vignette, this 3-minute video, the very last person to speak in it was Will Anderson Jr., who had this to say about his now former teammate, Laramie Tunsil.
What about LT?
Double whistle. Oh, man. People always ask me, what was your welcome to the NFL moment? My welcome to the NFL moment was LT in practice. I was rushing against him one day, my rookie year, and, like, I've never had someone grab me right here and pull me down. Like, he, like, little boyed me. And I was like, yeah, everything they say about you is true, man. LT's just one of those guys where, like, he doesn't even have to do much. LT is a guy that, like, can just stay over to the side, and then come Sunday, he's not going to give up a pressure. He's not going to give up a sack. But it's just the way he prepares, the way he trains, everything like that. He's been doing it such a long time, and I think he's the best tackle in the league.
This year, Laramie Tunsil takes his top 100 talent to Washington.
Yeah, I had to play that last part because, like, he's so good. He's on another team now. He's in Washington, and he's good.
The part that got you was the stays to the side.
Stay to the side, man.
Yeah.
Yes, that's vet. That's basically Will Anderson's version of saying Laramie's a vet. He stays off to the side all week, and then boy, does he show up on Sundays.
He is an awesome pass protector. Like he's just technically so pure. He's fun to watch. He is like when it comes to pass protection, false starting. Those instances when he's not false starting, he's a martial artist. It's really cool to watch. But the part about Laramie Tunsil and how it all fit in last year, and the part that I didn't like was the false starts, the variety of false starts and pre-snap penalties that Laramie Tunsil would give you consistently year after year. He was consistently in the top 10 of total penalties in the NFL. Were selfish. Like him trying to time the snap to the point where that he's just trying to do the best to be sure that he's looking as good as he can in pass protection. That those false starts, and especially sometimes coming in very critical situations, ultimately it's selfish. And he never seemed to actually care about it. He was very fine with insinuating that it was the center's fault. Multiple different centers. And meanwhile, none of the other offensive linemen were having a hard time doing it, but Laramie Tunsil somehow had an issue with how the center was doing the snap count. Various other all-pro, like actual all-pro offensive tackles, like Trent Williams, those guys typically will get anywhere between 0 to 4 false starts in a year, where Laramie Tunsil could rack up double digits consistently.
Yep.
It's selfish. And when it comes to balancing out and building your team, and when your offense is not nearly as swarm-like as your defense, you got to start to make some of those decisions about, all right, well, this is one of our highest-paid guys, and man, the example he sets is makes a bunch of selfish penalties and doesn't like to practice.
Doesn't practice.
Yeah. It's hard to build the kind of culture you want.
Absolutely. I think I'm alongside Will Anderson, because these are the two guys, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, that were brought into this organization to be the faces of each side of the football for the next 12 years for this team on offense and defense. And I think so far so good. I think it's trending in a direction where this strategy is working for the Texans. But it's just there's a baffling part of it to me, particularly with those two guys who work so hard and love to practice, that it's just kind of sloughed off. Like Laramie's a vet. That's kind of funny. Will Anderson saying he stays off to the side. If not practicing is baked into your brand in some way, I got a little less respect for you as a player. You know, like if that's part of it, what are the first 3 things that you think of with Laramie Tunsil? You know what I mean? And it's good pass blocker. I would say not practicing. I don't get past 3 before I say doesn't really like to. I'm not sure what his top level love for football is. You know, like.
There's lots of people that are really good at stuff that don't necessarily like live and breathe it.
Yeah,
and the most curious thing to me though is the way that all these people will tweet out they'll tweet out his PFF, his Pro Football Focus pass protection grade, but they'll ignore all the other PFF grades. I don't like PFF grades. They're useful as a tool in some regards, but if you are going to live in that world where you're using PFF to say whether somebody is a good or bad player, why are you not also pointing out that his overall PFF grade puts him as the 22nd best offensive tackle in football?
Right. Tell me the whole story, man.
If you're going to live in that that world picking stats to show how awesome a player he is.
Thank you.
And acting as if like run blocking and penalties don't matter at all.
Yeah. I'll get to the 5 guys I think are going to make the top 100 from the Texans. I'll hit that real quickly coming into the next segment. We want you to put your thinking caps on, though. The Awful Announcing linked to a podcast yesterday that talked about the most overcovered sports stories of 2025. What are the Houston sports stories that thus far this year you feel have been overcovered, particularly on our show? Well, I'm willing to take this as
the ones that you're sick of us
feedback.
Hearing,
What do you?
You're sick of hearing us talk about this nonsense.
Yes. What are the most overcovered Houston sports stories so far this year? Text in 713-572-4610. We'll do that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 listeners.
and
ILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to the most overcovered stories, sports stories in Houston. We're getting some good ones on the text page. 713-572-4610. Just coming off of Laramie Tunsil being named the 86th best football player by his peers in the NFL Top 100. The NFL is releasing these over the next several days. I think ultimately, Seth, the Texans get 5 in. And you know I'm a bit of an NFL Top 100 nerd, so I kind of know the trends and things like that, how certain players will be viewed.
Steph Stradley disapproves of your affection for the
list.
The list.
Does she feel they're overcovered in 2025?
She feels that's overcovered.
Okay,
yes. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, this is a good
She
lead
takes
in
dead
there.
aim at people who get overly agitated about a Houston player's absence from one, and that's your you love that. It's not like you're faking or anything. You genuinely get agitated about this stuff.
I love lists. I love the NFL Top 100. I love awards. I love accolades.
Yeah.
It's very easy.
Human beings in general do. Steph Stradley is basically taking she's taking dead aim at human beings in general, and you happen to be, what are you?
A human being.
A human being.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Sorry, Steph.
So I think
I'm joking, Steph. We're having fun with it.
Of course. I think they're going to get 5. CJ was 20th last year on this thing after his rookie year, the 20th best player. I know he regressed in year 2. I don't think enough to where he's not going to be on the list. Like Tua, I think is already on the list. I'm like, okay, CJ is viewed as better than Tua Tagovailoa, I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and so I think that it'll be cool. It's going to be nice, and the audio that we get from the opposing players when they do those little 3-minute videos they do. Usually, you got some opponents talking about the plays he made, this or that. I'll enjoy that. It'll infuse me with hope and optimism.
That'll be fun. I think he's going to drop. I think he's going to be probably somewhere in the 60s or 70s. CJ, I'll go 71 if I'm making a hard prediction.
So you're setting the over under at 71. I'm going to take the over on that one.
Meaning
that he'll I guess over. I guess the under then, so like higher than 70.
It'd be like in the 60s or 50s. Is what you're saying? Yeah.
No. I mean he'll be lower ranked. So if we look at the list from 1 through 100, 72 is lower. So under 70.
So you're saying he's going to be 72 or higher? Like 70?
Yeah. All right, let's abandon this.
Okay, yeah. I think he's going to be right around 70 somewhere. I think Nico Collins makes the list. He's not made it before. I was shocked he didn't make it after his breakout season, but he didn't. I think he'll make it this year. I think even with the injury, I think the respect level for Nico Collins has gone way up. I think he'll be in the 60s somewhere. About there, he's not. I don't.
He's unranked last year.
Unranked.
That's interesting. Yeah. You know what? Okay, this is voted on by the players.
Yeah.
And I think the players tend to be way more. I want to say prisoners of the moment. That sounds like a negative, but they're basing it on recent experience.
Recency bias. Yeah. He didn't.
I think Nico's going to be higher on the list.
Okay. So
DJ, I'm going to say lower. Yep. Nico, I'm going to say higher.
Okay. Will Anderson Jr. I think is going to make his first appearance on this list. I think somewhere in the middle, like somewhere around 50 or 49, I think Will Anderson pops up.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I might go dead even. Do I get extra credit if it's right at 49?
Yeah, sure.
You put him at 49.
Put him at 49.
I'm going to say 49. Yeah.
49, okay. Daniil Hunter, I think, is going to be right after. As they count down, a little higher up the list. I have Daniil Hunter. I think he was 68th last year. I think he got more shine this year being on the Texans than he had up in Minnesota. It's more of a public team, and at least last year I think more of a public team. I know Minnesota's been around a long time, but Daniil Hunter did things I think on bigger stages last year.
You know what too is some of his most GIF-worthy plays were in primetime games.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The one against the Lions, especially, that was when he hit Penei Sewell with that spin. It was beautiful. It looked like ballet.
Yep.
And he had a really nice. He had an artistic one against the Cowboys too.
Yes.
So I think he's higher just based on that alone.
The sizzle reel.
More players would have had Daniil Hunter pop up on their social media last
Twitter
year, and they're reminded, like, oh yeah.
Yeah, and he's already in there. Like, he's 68th last year. I think he moves up. I think he's I'm going to say around 42. The last one is Derek Stingley Jr., who has yet to be ranked because this is the first time he's ever played a full season. I think if he had the same, his second year, I think if he had what he did in those 9 games, if he did that all year, he'd have made the list last year. But he only played 9 games. In 2024, he was the best cornerback.
Yeah, and I think with Derek Stingley, he's a cornerback's cornerback.
Yes.
So I think amongst the defensive backs who may have voted on this or the wide receivers, they look at Derek Stingley as, okay, man, this guy does everything technically right, and also he has ball skills. There's an admiration for Derek Stingley above and beyond just the actual production.
I say 19th for Derek Stingley. If C.J. Stroud can be 20th after his rookie year, then Derek Stingley can certainly be in the top 20 after a first-team All-Pro level cornerback at a premium position.
And the way he was playing at the end of 2023 after he was healthy was very similar to the way he played all this season. So it's been a season and a half of seeing some really good, pure cornerback play out of him.
That's a really good point. So I think they get those 5. I think they get those 5 in. Stroud, Nico, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and Derek Stingley.
Well, and you know what happened differently with Stingley this year compared to previous years is that they were having him track the best receiver.
Yeah.
So that's always remember the big debate with Richard Sherman was always like, all right, if he's, like, really, how good is he if you always park him on the left side of the field? So with Derek Stingley traveling with the best receiver way more frequently this year, I think that, and having done that at the end and in the playoffs of 2023, that gets a certain measure of it.
To your point, the highlight that is going to stick in people's brains when they fill out ballots for stuff like this, the pick at the end of the Dolphins game, which situationally was a massive play because it sealed the game, and it was in Tyreek Hill's hip pocket.
Yeah, and both of those picks he had in that game were on Tyreek Hill routes,
That's
too.
right.
So, and I think the first one was against Tyreek Hill. So, yeah, that's a big one.
Yep. All right, so you had found this yesterday on Awful Announcing, Seth. There's a podcast out there that did I haven't watched it. I bookmarked it. It was about national stories.
The most overcovered sports stories of 2025.
Yeah, and I think
nationally.
It felt like the genesis of it from all the the promo of the podcast that I saw is that Caitlin Clark is a big catalyst for this topic because people feel like she's that not just Caitlin Clark but all the hoopla surrounding her, good and bad.
That definitely, yeah, and I could see people getting, because we don't talk that much Caitlin Clark in here, but nationally it's all over ESPN all the time. So I think there's a lot of people that have just been bludgeoned over the head with WNBA talk.
Yeah,
that's also specifically Caitlin Clark talk, and they're probably sick of it.
So you and I were texting about this yesterday. When you texted that over to me, you the first one that popped into your head that maybe were stories that had been overcovered here. Especially maybe overcovered on our station or even our show. The first one you thought of with us was all the hand-wringing over C.J. Stroud's shoulder in OTAs.
I'm guilty of this. Yeah, I'm 100% guilty of this. And I don't apologize for it because there's still a level of concern that he had any issue whatsoever. And I'm actually a little bit more concerned now that it sounds like it was because he was training too hard in the weight room. I remember when Ryan Mallett tore his pec in the weight room the week after his first start. I do not want my quarterbacks having any kind of injuries in the weight room.
Yep.
You need a Tom Brady physique and nothing more, okay?
Okay,
yeah.
So that was the one you brought up. The one that I brought up in reply to you was Jose Altuve's move to left field. We beat that one up pretty good.
We beat it. We beat it about the head and shoulders for a long time. And even though I think it was right to do that, I think it was a big story. And it's borne out that, man, he's not that good in left field. He is not doing great in left field. But, yeah, I think people got sick of it.
Yeah.
Like at a certain point, especially during spring training, there's a certain point where people are like, all right, can we just see what it looks like when he gets out there?
Get to the season.
And it hasn't been, I think people had a vision of it being a continual disaster. Yeah. It pops up every few games.
Yep.
They're like, okay, maybe a different guy would have made that catch.
Maybe, yeah. So we got, you tweeted this out too. You got some replies. We're going to get to the replies. What I think is funny is that the other story that you had brought up that you and I have maybe overcovered, that we admit that people might be sick, that we've overcovered it, is one of the very first texts we got in response to one of the most overcovered. Someone texts in, definitely the Belichick and his 20-year-old concubine story.
Yes.
We admit
I thought of that.
Seth and I love that story. I don't know what to tell you. It's like one of our kids.
And it's fallen by the wayside. There's no new news.
No, and we
have the kibosh on it.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it in a few weeks, so it's not
I knew we were going to get a text about that.
Yeah,
or
we
several
did.
texts about that.
Yep.
Yeah, because every time you love it. I think you love it more than I do. But people, people get angry at you when you bring it up.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. Overcovered stories. Belichick.
Now that I've read Belichick's book, now I hate you for bringing it up.
Yeah,
I get why the book does it. I do get, having read the book, I understand where, I mean, like, he should have anticipated and expected that he's going to get those questions about Jordan Clarkson. But at the same time, it's like there's nothing about this book that would suggest he should be talking about Jordan Hudson to promote the book.
Right. Overcovered stories. These are text messages. We'll get to the replies to your tweet here in a second. Bill Belichick's relationship, number one. Okay, this is good feedback. I can take it. Number two, anything related to Stephon Diggs.
People get upset when we bring up all the stuff that's happened with the Patriots.
Yeah. And
I'm not going to apologize for that because these are, at the time, it's a big national news story, and it's not like so when Stephon Diggs was caught passing a baggie with pink crystals in it to a woman on a boat, that was a big national story for a few days.
Yeah.
And we talked about it well as a national story. If we were going to continue hammering it and like watching for like Stephon Diggs news out of New England or something, then I would. I reject that one.
Okay.
We'll talk about Stephon Diggs when it's appropriate. We've done very little Stephon Diggs discussion other than kind of the offseason strategy and how last year's offseason strategy is relevant to this one. We've been largely positive about the Stephon Diggs experience here. And so, no, I reject that one.
Yeah,
we did not overcover that one.
Yeah, we didn't overcover. You may not like Diggs as a topic, but I don't think Seth and I overcovered Steph. I don't think think you hate it as a topic, Texter, because we beaten it into the ground or anything like that.
Yeah.
There's a couple more here. Nick Kelly, all for good reasons, though.
So it's not necessarily overcovered, but there is I think people have a certain tolerance for offensive line talk.
Yeah.
And even though it's a very serious and real issue, from January through September, we just flat out don't know how it's going to look with a new offensive coordinator until they get out there. So we probably, I would confess to maybe sometimes we need to just back off on the O-line talk because it's not something that people really enjoy. Like, they don't need to hear O-line talk.
Yeah. The other one we got was Kevin Durant, but the person who said Kevin Durant, now that the trade came to fruition, I get it. That
was going to happen too, just because we don't typically talk a boatload of NBA.
Yeah.
So when the Kevin Durant stuff was going on, I think that some of our listeners, it wasn't just that we were talking about Kevin Durant, it was that we were just talking a lot more NBA free agency in general.
Yeah.
And a lot of people just don't have an appetite for that.
I can see
that. So
I
don't know, maybe somewhat overcovered, but it was also, it's a big
it's a huge
deal.
story.
Kevin Durant
man.
coming to the Rock.
It's a huge story. The other one. You guys also drove the Lance McCullers issues into the ground. I don't think we overcovered Lance McCullers. I know I had an opinion on Lance McCullers that people just didn't like, where I'm like, well, he's doing fine, and if this, then we get it. It's like getting a free agent. And I think people were mad that at least I know I was bringing it up in a way that I felt pretty positive that we were going to see Lance McCullers this year. Nobody wanted to hear that.
Yeah, that's you know what? Okay, so in overcovering it, maybe we were pinning our hopes too much on Lance McCullers,
or that we were even mentioning him. It got people. Remember every time we
him at all.
even mentioned him, and people.
You know what? I could see that where people are like, all right, you guys are acting like Lance McCullers is a big deal when I don't feel like he's a big deal.
Yep.
I'll accept that criticism.
I will too.
I don't know. Frankly, Sean, trying to listen with open ears here and everything feels like people are killing the messenger. There's a certain point where the news is what the news is, man, and the topics are what the topics are. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm listening.
Yeah, for sure. What did people say in reply to your text or your tweet?
Okay, let's see. Okay, now Steph Stradley had some replies that were just mostly about like sports radio in general.
Just topics, just like topics or benchmarks she doesn't like.
Yeah, talking about now she says talking about the offensive line issues like drunk guys at the end of a bar. The average discourse is trash. All right, I object to that. If anything, it's a little too nerdy when we talk about it.
Probably.
It's not like Sean and I are sitting here acting like, I don't care, you believe these guys. They're pros. They wouldn't have made it back in my day. I'll tell you what, my high school football coach, he wouldn't allow those false starts. Now I got to clean my mic cover.
I know, that was wet.
Steph, also, I feel like it's being leveled right at us. This is where she's leveling this at you.
Yeah.
Being legit mad about what some guy ranks something Houston Rushmores. That's the corniest discourse.
And Rushmore.
I don't know if we've ever done a Mount Rushmore.
We probably have at some point, but I don't think we don't do like a daily Mount Rushmore or anything. Like, here's the thing though, Steph, this is what I'll tell you. If we did a daily Mount Rushmore, the people that you're viewing as a level of IQ far beneath you would all listen to something like that. People like lists. Sorry.
Yeah.
They like the rank and file love their lists, and I am part of the rank and file.
Okay, Champ Slice gives good feedback.
Okay.
Positive and negative.
Yeah.
I like Champ Slice.
I do
Champ
too.
Slice says Tucker and Bregman being MVP candidates on a team other than the Astros.
Okay.
Have we leaned too much into the Bregman and Tucker Tucker watch?
I think we threatened to at the beginning of the season, and I would say we have not done that. We at the beginning of the season. Remember the first week. Remember when Tucker played in those 2 games over in Japan? And we were following the games, like we were following each at bat. I'm like, I can't wait to do this all year long, and we really haven't done that. I don't think.
A bunch of people said the draft and OTAs.
Okay, well, sorry.
OTAs is an interesting one. I'm always torn on OTAs because we always worry. You always got to be conscious of like, all right, am I getting too into the weeds and football nerdy about stuff?
Yeah.
That's a tough one. I could see the audience being very divided on that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people. We have a lot of listeners that want us to talk more about the Senior Bowl and all of that stuff. Like get into the really granular stuff. Yeah. I think the OTAs we do try to find a balance there, and I think there are a lot of people that are just like, come on, man, we're talking about practice. So I'll confess to maybe overcovering that. At least maybe like 50% of our listeners don't like that.
Yep, I think that's accurate.
We'll do a town meeting about this next year before OTAs.
Well, we do as a station. We do stuff,
and then we'll
like
talk
that.
about it for 2 days afterwards.
The town meeting, and we'll power rank the people who gave the best opinions at the town meeting.
This time next year, I want people to say that the coverage of the Sports Radio 610 town meeting about OTAs was over-discussed.
My Mount Rushmore of listeners at the town meeting to discuss OTAs was the following. Yes.
Okay, now the other one, is this overcovered? Again, I think this is just the news is what the news is.
Yeah.
Astros injuries / diagnosis / everything else. I got a lot of responses that the Astros injuries in general are
Sorry,
overcovered.
if they'll stop getting injured, we'll stop talking about injuries.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one, man. It's bad news, and we got to deliver it and discuss it. I don't know.
Okay, you made a key distinction. There's a difference between us covering something that is repeated bad news and over-covering something and beating a dead horse. I don't know how you can call the Astro injury situation anything remotely close to a dead horse, ironically, because the dead horse would be the ultimate injury. They'd be dead. But this is good. We
took a good, clean, and hard look at ourselves and realized that, no, we're not in the wrong on anything ever.
No. At the end of the day, our show, best in the world.
Best in the world.
Best in the world. All right.
Best in the greater Houston area.
That's right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Keep texting in. We'll read them. 713-572-4610. Seth and I actually talked about this the other day. Sorry if this is overcovering it, that we're going to do it a second time. First head coach fired. We did our scouting report.
This is one thing that NFL coaches themselves get super sensitive about.
Okay, well, sorry.
To which I always tell them, like, oh, you guys don't like us talking about you guys getting fired.
Yeah.
And yet you fire half of your players every single year. Like, sorry about it.
Right, right. Sit down. You know what? Sit down on your pile of cash and listen to this next segment.
You're fully guaranteed contract.
Like, what the hell? They don't like this. Oh, sorry.
$10
million.
Like that they're going to talk about me getting fired. Yeah. Hold on. I got to go fire 9 people.
Yeah. All right. Well, so buckle up, Buttercup. We're going to go through the odds on this thing coming up next. In the meantime, go get yourself some LASIK surgery.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You guys are texting in some good ones about overcovered stories and stories they feel like we, Payne and Pendergast, have overcovered. Yeah.
You asked for it.
Sure.
You know, yeah. Tell us which ones we overcover that we've talked about.
Someone sent in a good one, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean we're going to stop covering it, because Seth and I like these stories. I think other people do too. But Aaron Rodgers, we do hit Aaron Rodgers probably more than the average non-Pittsburgh, Green Bay, or New York show hits Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I think you've got a little bit more appetite for it than I do. I guess I don't. There's times where I don't like it when it's just pure soap opera stuff. I like it when it's either a little bit soap opera-y, but also combined with the football part of it. Where you, as a WWE fan, love the drama and what have you. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people that we'll try to be more conscious of, like, okay, is this Aaron Rodgers story actually worth talking about?
Yeah.
Sorry, Sean, that was a d-bag move by me.
What?
I didn't. Yes, I enjoy the Aaron Rodgers talk.
Oh no,
but sometimes
okay.
Sometimes it's maybe we'll try to lay off sometimes.
Yeah. No, I didn't take it any sort of way, man. I think you were spot on. It's all good.
Really should have. So,
But I've got issues with 5 other things you said in the 6 o'clock hour. Let me go through these right now.
Oh, yeah, Seth, you remember the time that you read the Guardian stats exactly wrong? Yeah.
Odyssey Rewind.
Remember that
feature.
really stupid thing you said? This is, for the listeners that weren't listening.
6 o'clock hour, yeah.
I had one of my biggest CTE moments in the 6 o'clock
fun.
hour. But the Astros medical staff said I'm fine.
Yeah,
so don't worry about it.
You're
We're
fine.
cool.
Yeah, so Seth is going to come in decapitated tomorrow. Yeah.
I got that potential big dementia payout, or that CTE payout from the NFL, but I only get it if I die with it. So that's the problem.
That's going to be tough for you to spend the money. That's for sure.
Some of the neurological benefits only. I can't remember which ones they are, ironically enough. But my favorite thing is when I get these updates on the NFL neurological benefits.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't read this document. I don't know. It's too long, and I can't make sense of it. I have no idea. Is this evidence that actually I do qualify for their neurological benefits, or what? I don't know.
Now that we're going down this road, and we're going to get to the first NFL head coach fired.
If you're suffering from dementia, follow these 19 steps to be sure you get your settlement.
Perfect audience for that.
I'll get right on that. Is that a robin in the yard?
Balloons. Okay, but this is important here. I promise we're gonna get to the first NFL head coach fire, but I feel like this is important. Usually about this time of year is when you go to the Cleveland Clinic for your annual NFL checkup, and I don't recall you going. Did you remember to go this year?
No, I did it during the Super Bowl. They had it set up. So I went.
That's right.
And I realized later my A1C was higher than it usually is, and I realized that I did this at the very end of a week in New Orleans. And so A1C measures your blood sugar over the course of a few months. But if you go hard to the hoop in the last week, it can feel less concerned afterwards. I'm like, I had 17 beignets for breakfast the day before.
Oh, man. If they did it in Las Vegas the year before where you and I had that cake machine right at the bottom of our elevator.
Cake vending machine.
The cake vending machine. So don't test my A1C, please. It's not indicative of how it's been. So the favorites to be fired first among NFL head coaches. Hey, NFL head coaches, gather around for this segment, you bunch of wusses. Let's take a listen and take a look here at who the favorites are to get fired as Ben Gary plays Game of Thrones in the background. By the way, D'Amico Ryan's 50-1, way down the list. I'll accept anybody's action at 50-1 right now that D'Amico Ryan's is the first head coach fired, let alone fired at all. He's not getting fired. Brian Daboll, Mike McDaniel and Shane Steichen are all at the top of this list, and they were 3 of the guys we discussed earlier this week when we were looking at hot seat scouting rankings. So
Brian Daboll, I kind of almost – I put him in the category that I did with Robert Saleh last year, where I don't know if Brian Daboll deserves to get fired because I don't know what he's really capable of if he were in a healthy organization. So Robert Saleh with the Jets last year, I predicted that he would be the first one fired, despite me really, I thought Robert Saleh was doing a better job than most people gave him credit for. But he was also in an organization that was just an absolute mess and disaster, and dealing with it. People were upset that at various given points, people were either upset that wasn't running the show with an iron fist, or he wasn't kowtowing to Aaron Rodgers enough.
Right.
Like, oh, he said something in a press conference that might upset Aaron Rodgers. So it was a mess. Brian Daboll, I kind of put in the same boat where it's been a mess with the quarterbacks the entire time he's been there. The GM, based on what I saw from Hard Knocks, seems to be the worst kind of GM and exactly the kind of guy that would be able to shift the blame from his dullard owner from himself over onto Brian Daboll.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think that Joe Shane, the GM, is totally going to make Brian Daboll the scapegoat at some point.
That is a Game of Thrones.
What's the latest?
Yeah, exactly, Mara. Yeah, that's
what's the latest on Daboll.
What's the latest?
On Daboll. The funny thing about odds like this, where first head coach fired, like the guys who are on the hot seat coming into the season are going to be at the top of a list like this because we know their job is in trouble. The interesting thing is, I went back and found the first head coach fired for the last 5 years. And other than Matt Rule in 2022, who was the favorite going into the year to get fired, and he had already had 2 seasons in Carolina at that point. Dave Tepper hadn't become a complete psychopath yet.
Yeah.
That one hit. He was the favorite. But the other 4 of the last 5 years, I don't. You predicted Robert Saleh last year, Seth. The odds makers had him at 20-1, which is fairly far down the list.
Saleh had put up a respectable record the previous season with 4 non-NFL quarterbacks
7 and
starting
10
for him.
He was 7 and 10.
Time. Yeah, it was I thought it was actually a pretty impressive feat.
The year before that, Frank Reich was the first guy fired, and he was 50-1 going into. Nobody thought Frank Reich was going to get fired 10 games into the season.
And that's when we started to hear the stories about Frank Reich having to have the weekly meetings with the owner and Tepper. Really, you started to get a picture of exactly how overbearing he was by NFL owners.
Yeah. So I'm kind of going backwards here. 2024 was Saleh, not expected. 2023, Reich, not expected. 2022, Matt Rule, expected. 2021, we should caveat, John Gruden resigned in week 6 of 2021 when the emails came out of all the, that had
that was a surprise.
Homophobic slurs. I guess if you want to say he was the first one, he was 10-1. That was a surprise. The first one to actually get fired, if we're going to be literal about this, they got fired, was Urban Meyer, who was 50-1 coming into the year. Urban Meyer, I actually was intrigued about him being a possibility for the Texans at one point. I'm not shocked it didn't work out with a college coach. I'm shocked it didn't work out 11 games into his first season.
You're shocked. I would have been surprised. I thought it was boom or bust from the get-go. I approved of the move. I kind of liked the boldness of the strategy.
Yeah.
But it was going to be – I figured it's either going to work out really well or it's going to be a disaster. I didn't think it could possibly be the disaster that it was.
No.
That Urban Meyer was just so completely inept as an NFL head coach.
2020, Bill O'Brien, first head coach fired – plus 1,100. He was 11-1, so he was fairly high up the list. Now, keep in mind, he was coming off of a season where they made it to the divisional round, but he was also coming into a season in which he had made a bunch of controversial moves.
And there had been a whole lot of smoke just about discord previously between him and Rick Smith and all that other. Rick Smith wasn't there anymore, but we would find out later that at one point he was actually hoping to get fired.
Yeah.
So I think the odds makers just they could sniff something in the air.
Yeah, 11-1 is not super long odds. It's not. He wasn't the favorite, but he wasn't super far down the list. I think if we look back at that season, Seth, forget about his time as the GM, forget about the Hopkins trade, all the weird contracts that he gave out both to existing Texans and in free agency, all of the GM things. If we go back and look, this was not a secret going into the season. The thing that we all pointed out was the first 4 games of the season was a gauntlet. They were opening in Kansas City on Thursday night, that Super Bowl champion hosting a team game. They then came home to play the Baltimore Ravens. They played the Chiefs and the Ravens in weeks 1 and 2 that season. That was Lamar coming off his MVP year, and they had beaten you in week 11 of the previous year 41-7. So you had Chiefs, you had Chiefs who had just come back on you in the postseason the year before. You had the Ravens who had smoked you 41-7 late in 2019. Then you go back to Pittsburgh, who was a playoff team the year before, and then you come home and play the Vikings, who were a good team at the time as well, and you start out the season 0-4.
And remember the day the schedule release came out.
Yeah,
it was set up from the get go because O'Brien had made some bold moves and decisions in the offseason.
Big time.
And it just felt like, okay, this is you got to prove it early on because they had made a lot of moves that were going to make it really difficult to operate in the future.
Yeah.
Like operating like they were all in. And I think that O'Brien, this is where having your GM and head coach be the same person, this is where you can get in trouble.
Yeah.
O'Brien made a bunch of moves where he knew he was going to get fired if it didn't work out, but then it's not his problem anymore.
Yeah.
That's why it's great to have a GM who's got a long-term focus. Head coaches are going to want to win this year, now, every time. You need to have somebody that throttles them back a little bit and says, listen, yeah, we'd love to be bold like this, but we got to think about the long-term perspective. And but the problem was that Bill O'Brien's GM was William O'Brien.
Yeah, that's funny. That's an interesting way. I'm looking as you say that. I'm like, yeah, he ran up a huge credit card tab, then didn't have to pay for it.
Right.
Ultimately, somebody has to pay for it. I would say the person who most paid for it was probably Nick Caserio. Because Nick had to spend 2 years digging out from Bill O'Brien's mess, and by the time you get to year 2 of anybody, people start to get impatient if there's failure. And there were people calling for Nick Caserio's head while he's still operating with no draft picks and a horrible cap situation.
Bill O'Brien had basically strip-mined an entire county, and then the new mayor comes in and he's charged with making it look like a garden in the next year or two. Right. So yeah, go ahead. Hey, this is kind of ugly over here.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's some toxic waste laying around. Yeah.
And people are trying to impeach him after the first year. I'm still cleaning up the toxic waste. What are we doing? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texter, when they were talking about Overcovered stories, said, y'all are doing great. Keep it up. I don't think the ones saying we overcover things are saying we're doing a bad job. I think the mere fact that they're listening indicates we're doing something right. I think we're giving them a forum to express their opinion on something is all.
You know, it also text in which stories you think we've undercovered. Because I keep seeing Mike Florio tell us we're doing a bad job in the sports media because we're not all hung up on this collusion thing. I just don't care.
I don't. Yeah.
Hey. We found red-hot evidence that the NFL is colluding. Oh, what's your red-hot evidence? A ruling that there wasn't collusion.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I guess, I'll get right on that. I'll be all disgruntled about this. I read the whole document.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably in the 1% of sports radio hosts who read the entire document, all 63 pages of it. And I was like, there's some kind of juicy stuff in here, but ultimately it wasn't enough to prove that there was collusion.
Seth not only read it, he trimmed it down for the benefit of his coworkers. Like you did the Lord's work.
Yeah, I sent you a Google Doc with highlighted everything. There were a few things that I'll do it in 30 seconds. The NFLPA had a few juicy tidbits that hinted that there may have been collusion, but ultimately it really wasn't enough of a smoking gun.
Yeah.
And there is a higher standard than there is in civil cases based on CBA language. So the arbitrator ultimately said the NFL may have looks like they encouraged owners to limit spending, but there was no agreement by owners. We don't find enough evidence that there was a clear agreement by owners to limit guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And it was actually, honestly, the NFLPA's case that they presented. The statistical evidence was just easily defeated. It was a bad case.
Florio's rooting for a mutiny amongst the players, like that the NFL players are gonna rail against the leadership of their union.
The juicier and relevant part of it is that the NFLPA signed an agreement with the NFL to not disclose this, and then they didn't. That's the part. The NFLPA is going to come out of this looking really bad.
Yeah,
really bad.
And that's
because they kept this information, the case ruling, from the player reps.
Yes.
And that's where it looks shady as hell.
That's what he's hoping.
So, but it looks shadier for the NFLPA than it does for the actual NFL owners.
100%. He's hoping for a civil war among the players and the players union. That's what he's looking for. All right, midseason report cards are out for the Astros. For MLB. The Astros got named they got a nice honor in these report cards. How have they fared against the other A and B students in this classroom we call Major League Baseball? We will tell you what grade the Astros got coming up next. Oh, men's tea clinic. Yeah.
Locations. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We'll get into the Astros report card. What's Michael Kay upset about, Seth?
Juan Soto was asked if he was upset about missing the All-Star game, and the first answer he gave was it was good. It looked like he acknowledged that there's a lot of great players and everything. And somebody asked if he was upset, and he said, what do you think? There's a lot of money left on the table. So whatever his bonus is.
I'm like, if every reporter in there isn't rolling their eyes right now at that.
So Michael Kay, who's making $47 million a year or so, give or take. And
Juan Soto, you mean?
Juan Soto, what did I say?
Michael Kay. If Michael Kay's making $47 million, I need to move.
He's probably making over $1 million, but still, So Michael Kay, who's the play-by-play for the Yankees and also a sports radio host there, he had great issue with this because of the tone deafness of the statement. I was kind of like, all right, is this one of those things where the transcript looks worse than the actual thing? No, he looked genuinely like that is the only thing that looked like he was genuinely upset.
I side with Michael.
He did leave whatever the bonus was on the table.
Yeah, I side with Michael Kay on this. Well, the one thing you know about people that have a ton of money, the one thing they want more of is more money. That's I'm not
very few extremely wealthy people who all of a sudden decide when they're still in their prime. That it's hard. Yeah,
I'm not angry with Soto over that. I'm just rolling. I'm rolling my eyes at it. I'm like, all right,
it is just have a smidgen of thinking about ears of the fans or whomever. Yeah.
Nope. Yeah. All right, get back to jogging to first base. Go along, move along. ESPN has their midseason MLB report cards, and the Astros, they don't have the highest grade in the report cards of all the teams. Well, some of these...
I would have been more offended 3 days ago.
Yeah, exactly. I had a segment, Seth, locked and loaded. We did the power ranking of the power rankings on Monday, and I'm like, we were mad at the ones that didn't have the Astros number 1. 2 of them had them at 1, 2 of them had it at 2. The Athletic comes out later in the day on Monday and had the Astros at 5, and I was ready to come in hopping, or on Tuesday, I was ready to come in hopping mad on Wednesday about the Astros being at 5, and I'm like, well... It's probably are closer to 5 than they are 1. I deleted that segment. I deleted it. So ESPN has the Tigers as an A+. That's cool. They have the best record in the American League. The Astros are next at A. This is all of Major League Baseball. This is a hard grader, whoever did these grades. This is David Schoenfeld. I don't want to take his class. 30 students in the class, 1 A+, 1 A. And then it drops to A- for the Cubs. But the Astros were named, though, while they didn't get the best grade, he said, and he knows that this is going to make people angry, that his team of the first half has got to be the Houston Astros. They lost their 2 best players from last season in Bregman and Tucker, and their best hitter has been injured all year, Yordan Alvarez, and they're playing their best baseball since they won the 2022 World Series. Now, that was 2 days ago. That was 2 days ago.
And, he mentioned that he heard somebody refer to them as the other day. Who was it?
It was Joel Sherman from the New York Post. Yeah.
The zombie Astros is about right. And they got a bunch of guys walking around. You're like, hey, I thought that guy was dead.
Well,
I thought Zach Short. Didn't I read his obituary somewhere a while back? Oh, no. He's out there in clutch moments against the Dodgers.
Cooper Hummel, yeah.
Taylor now Trammell. He's a late stage zombie.
Yeah.
Or he's his head is hanging off by a thread and he's still walking, but you got
barely. Well, and this was written before they lost Jake Myers. And who knows how long Jake Myers is going to be out for now that he re-aggravated. At the very least, he has re-aggravated the calf injury.
Can I tell you something about this list that made me a little bit sad?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm torn because I'm really impressed with what Espada has done with all of this. And yet the Tigers were the one team above the Astros in this report card, and a lot of it is because AJ Hinch has done a masterful job with that roster. I mean, their series against the Astros last year, Hinch managed his butt off. The approach they had versus the Astros pitchers and everything, like they did. Yeah, I'm the first to kind of think like, managerial moves are kind of overrated sometimes. But like when it comes to lineups on a day-by-day basis and everything, but when it comes to the playoffs and what strategy you're using, he's done a great job with that baseball team.
He's done an amazing job. Look, he didn't get fired from here because he was a dope. He got fired because of the sign stealing scandal. So he
didn't smash enough monitors.
He didn't smash. Yeah, he made mistakes in not stopping it for sure. But in terms of the chess game, like AJ, people should have left Greinke in Game 7 of 2019.
So like Garrett Cole pitch, etc.
Should have put Garrett Cole in there. Blah blah blah. I know we're going to get those texts. AJ Hinch was an excellent manager when he was here. He's an excellent manager in Detroit. This is one of those things. Like I could see like Cleveland, the Browns fans feeling a certain kind of way that they get Belichick for 4 years. They make the playoffs once, but that's it. Then he goes to New England, and all of a sudden he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know? So I get that, with Hinch, I get a little nostalgic and think of what it would have looked like if Hinch and Luno had stayed here. If they'd stuck around. Obviously, the team still has experienced a ton of success.
What would Luno have done with the way they handle injuries and whatnot, perhaps? How would it be different?
Would something have been done about it, right?
At the same time, though, something should make you feel better about the organization, because I know we're all kind of hot and bothered about the medical situations right now. They graded, looks like these power rankings were done, or these grades were done on an actual curve, because it goes from A+ right down to F, and there's a couple of Fs. But one of the ones sitting there down in the bottom in the F-ville is the Atlanta Braves. And, it just, from losing to the Braves in the World Series, you can see how quickly and how far people can plummet. The fact that the Astros have been able to not have to rebuild or reset completely and stay exactly where they are right now, second team in the AL, that's impressive unto itself.
That's a great point. The Astros lose Springer and Correa and Verlander and Bregman and Tuck Porker. The Braves lose, I'm just going to highlight the biggest names because I don't follow them day to day. They lose Freddie Freeman. They lose Max Fried. They're an F. They probably lost a few other guys too. So that's good. And the Astros.
Nationals got a D.
Yeah, right.
So you look at, let's have a little fun. Let's look at the teams that it may have defeated the Astros at some point during their golden era and check in on them now. The Nationals are down at a D.
And the Nationals went from World Series champion into that realm very quickly. The Strasburg's career ended. They lose Rendon in free agency, and then they're, and Scherzer and all that other stuff going on. Of the teams that graded a B- or better in this, there's about maybe a dozen or so teams that graded a B- or better in this thing. The Astros are a combined 30-20 against those teams this year. So those aren't necessarily the 12 or 10 or 12 best teams, because as Seth points out, it's graded on a curve. Like the Angels have a B- and the Yankees have a C. The Yankees are a better team than the Angels,
So at the beginning of this week, we were talking about how well the Astros had done versus teams. Winning teams, they were the best in the league against winning teams. Against division leaders, they've been incredible. They nearly swept the entire all of the NL East division winners in the course of 2 weeks. But we're sitting here on the heels of a 0-3 series versus the Guardians, who grade a D.
Were they a D on there?
In this ranking.
Yeah.
I don't know, this page keeps, is it bailing on you right now?
No, I've got it open. I've got it open. I could see.
My computer's falling apart, Sean.
Mine's up right now over at the Apple Store. I bought a new iPad this weekend.
So are you done with your laptop?
Well, no, I can't because there's stuff on my laptop that for whatever reason it didn't load up to the cloud, like documents and pictures and some of that stuff. So I'm gonna pay. It needs a new battery. I say it died. It needs a new battery. It's like $150. So I'm gonna pay the $150, and it's basically just this adjunct computer that has a bunch of stuff on it that for whatever reason doesn't upload to iCloud. So yeah, that's my world. Anyways, I love my new iPad though. Love my new iPad. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Into the 9 o'clock hour, we go, all right, top 10 safeties in the NFL are out on ESPN.com. The execs, the coaches, the scouts weighing in. There is some very interesting Texans stuff in this top 10 safeties list that we will get to coming up next.
We're 2 weeks away from
Flex.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And there's a positive Seth Payne text. I'll read it. Overcovered. We were talking earlier in the show about stories that have been overcovered in 2025. Here in Houston, but particularly on Payne and Pendergast, overcovered J.J. Watt, Andre Johnson, Arian Foster, and just about anything former Texan related. Only relevant former Texan to me is Seth Payne.
I'm on the Mount Rushmore of relevant former.
Oh, that's middle screen. I didn't even look at the number.
Count.
That's middle screen.
Doesn't count. No, the funniest thing about that, like obviously he's joking, but there is, when you don't have a championship in your organization, the appetite for discussion about former greats of the franchise is definitely different than once you win that championship.
No doubt.
You brought up a great, what we were talking about during the break, and Bijani and Bagwell, it took on a different aura after the Astros finally won a championship, to where all of a sudden it almost gives like a stamp of authenticity on everything.
Yes.
Even if it happened decades before.
Yeah.
And I would think about like, Leroy Selman maybe back in the day for the Bucks.
Yeah.
Like awesome defense Bucks in their expansion years and everything.
Yeah.
But I feel like just the coverage I've seen of him after the Bucks won their first Super Bowl in the early 2000s, like it's different.
It changes.
So yeah, JJ and Andre will get more. I think like genuine interest and like a different type of admiration once the Texans win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, they're both going to have. Like Bagwell and Biggio, they're both going to be Hall of Famers too. That helps raise the bar. But yeah, it needs to be a championship organization with that stamp of authenticity. I think is a good way to put it, Seth. And it affects all generations of the organization.
We were talking about things that maybe we've talked about too much in 2025. I would admit to talking too much about JJ potentially coming back.
Yeah,
last
back when
year
that was
and the
a
year
thing.
before.
Yep.
We probably beat that over the head a little too much. JJ wasn't helping because he was fueling the fire. With these mysterious statements and whatnot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and people were talking about it too. I don't super apologize for that one. I do wonder when JJ goes on McAfee, we play a lot of that audio, but I feel like we keep it confined to the stuff where he's talking about current Texans stuff.
It's more, JJ has turned into a really good commentator.
Yes.
And I think I'm really excited. For those of you who didn't know, he's going to be doing color commentary this year. And I thought he did a great job in the Christmas Day game.
Mm-hmm.
I think JJ is going to be the right blend of kind of explaining things, but also telling the player side of things and everything. So I'm excited to watch him in those.
I'm too. And he's on the second team for CBS. The first team is obviously Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. Ian Eagle is the number 2 play-by-his partner is going to be. I say that to say, and we talked about this before on the show, but in case this is new to you that JJ's doing this, I think he's going to wind up doing a few Texan games, at least a couple of Texan games this year. I think the Texans are they have games that you look at their schedule. I think they're the type of team that's going to be playing in a lot of games that are maybe not the marquee game, but they're pretty high up the board. The days of every game being Spiro Ditas is gone. Like that's not how they may get one of those games, but not all the games.
I miss you, Steve Tasker.
Yeah. Andrew Catalan, don't leave. So ESPN.
Steve Tasker, his son played at Cornell, so that was my one opportunity to talk Cornell football with somebody in the media. Was when Steve Tasker was in town every other week for a Texans game. Yeah,
not happening anymore. Not happening. So ESPN is rolling out their top 10 lists at each position, one position per day over 11 days. They've done the running backs. Joe Mixon came in at number 9. They did the defensive tackles. The Texans had nobody on that list. They do top 10. They do a few honorable mentions, and then they do the also receiving votes. Texans didn't have anybody in any of those categories at D tackle. Not a huge surprise, and I don't say that with any disgust or anything. Like that's the journeyman position for them. Edge rushers, they knocked it out of the park. They had Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter both make the top 10. Will was 8, Danielle was 9. Today is safety, Seth. So I think when you and I did our predictions on this a few days ago as to which positions would we see some Houston Texans, I think you and I both said that C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I could see him being honorable mention on. I could see him getting some votes. And by the way, 7 scouts and coaches vote on this. They put in their top 10 at each position. That's how this is tabulated here. So that was our prediction, I think, was CJ GJ in the honorable mention category.
Right. I mean, he's such a ball hawk.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, he has this mysterious track record of just being on.
Changing teams every year.
Is it 4 different teams in 5 different states?
Yeah, something
whatever
like
it is
that. Yeah.
at this point. Yeah. He seems to have a shelf life. We don't know.
It's 4 different teams in 5 different states.
He will be. He's overly aggressive at times. He takes chances. But man, he comes down with the football very, very frequently.
Yep.
So where does C.J. Gardner-Johnson, by the tone of what you're saying, it sounds like he didn't make the top 10?
He didn't make the top 10, but he did make – now, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not the only thing that intrigues me about the Texans on this list.
Mm-hmm.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, as we predicted, and we'll tell you who the top ones were in just a second, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson made honorable mention, and there's 5 honorable mentions. There's a top 10 and then 5 honorable mentions. Kalen Bullock, honorable – not just also receiving votes. Kalen Bullock – honorable mention. Here's what they say about both the Texan players. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, quote, this is from an NFC scout, takes chances, very instinctive, not the biggest dude or the fastest, but has a knack for the ball. The personality can rub guys the wrong way. He has no filter, will say what's on his mind at all times.
Yes,
but he
truth teller.
Oh, dude, this is great for us. This is outstanding. But he loves the loves the game and is very smart. So that's the scouting. I can't wait for this. So excited.
I wonder if if he's a truth teller, sometimes that's where you get a shelf life. Do you know when to tell the truth or when sometimes to bite your tongue? I don't know.
But Seth, I'll point out, remember he stayed away from OTAs because he realized he might be a little too honest with everybody. At least that's what he said.
Well, because he felt like he was coming in and everybody felt good about themselves. But it sounded like the way you were saying it was like, boy, everybody's really happy and everything. And the way I interpreted what he was saying was, these guys don't realize that they haven't accomplished anything yet. So I'm going to stay away for a little bit because I'm coming off the high of winning the Super Bowl. We'll see.
Yep.
That's the great. Brutal honesty is awesome, but even if you're somebody who's brutally honest, and I say this to some of you, you very bold young 21-year-olds out there, not every truth needs to be spoken all the time.
That's right.
There's a time and a place.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's best to just bide your time and then tell the truth when it's appropriate or in a certain way.
Exactly.
Just because something is true doesn't mean that it needs to be said in that moment.
That's right. And I know about the First Amendment and everything else. I know.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. No, listen, the government, the jackbooted thugs aren't going to come after you for saying it. It doesn't mean that it's the right thing to say.
Jackbooted and ham-handed are my 2 favorite adjectives out there. I love both of those adjectives. Jackbooted. Kalen Bullock. Here's what they're saying about Kalen Bullock, Seth. AFC executive says, quote, I really think he's going to be a star. NFL coordinator says major ball skills, needs to improve his tackling.
Yeah, I'll take that. The major ball skills in the range. You know what? I think he's got the range to get there, but he had a lot of opportunities for interceptions where he didn't come down with the ball.
Yeah.
So I think the jugs machine needs to be his best friend for one. But when it comes to the tackling, it's not just the actual physical act of tackling. For him as a safety, a lot of times it's taking the right angles.
Yeah.
And a lot of the things that he struggled with last year as a rookie and got better at as the season went on was kind of just anticipating, seeing the whole picture in front of you, diagnosing where your danger area is, and then getting there with the right angle.
Yeah.
Some of those long touchdown receptions could have at least been stopped at the 5 or stopped at the 10 if Kalen had taken a better angle.
Yep.
But he got better at it, and he was very, when him and Kamari Lassiter came in, you knew the scouting report was Kalen Bullock is raw, Kamari Lassiter is polished. And that's what it looked like at the beginning of the season. Kalen did a good job of polishing himself up a little bit. He's got to continue on that path. But yeah, and some of it with the tackling, you do wonder a little bit of, okay, yes, he can improve at it, but he's never going to be an Earl Thomas.
Yeah.
He's not, his body size and type and everything is not going to be a ferociously physical style of play.
Dude, the talent, the shift for this organization in recognizing talent in the 3rd round of the NFL draft has been one of the more underplayed shifts over the last, say, 10 years. Rick Smith could not find anything in the 3rd round. Like, he couldn't find his ass from his elbow in the 3rd round. He had great in the 1st round, outstanding anything in the first real high. Rick Smith.
It's not easy to be good in the first round.
And he was very good. He was good at finding guys in the 20s and in the teens. I give him credit for that. Third round was abysmal. With Nick Caserio in the third round, they have found Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Christian Harris, and Kalen Bullock. And the reason I couch it as talent recognition is I know what people are going to say. Well, Tank's hurt and Christian Harris is hurt. I get it, and that's a problem. They need to be healthy. But they undoubtedly found Christian Harris maybe a little less evident than Tank. Tank, independent of the injuries, was a star-level player when he was on the field. Tank was excellent. Kalen Bullock, third-round pick. That makes me excited about Jalen Knoll. He was their third round. Jalen Knoll and Jalen Smith, they took both those guys in the third round this year,
Yeah, Tank, it's interesting. I was talking to I sent a clip to Clint because I wanted to ask him about something that CJ did on a play. And there was one, I kind of started off because there was a play where Tank was wide open and CJ checked the ball down. But I could tell something was a little bit off. And this was from the Patriots game last year. And Clint said something like, I don't know what Tank is doing there. I've never seen that route before.
Yeah.
Like he feels like there's a little bit of a holdover from the air raid. So I think the way I took it was that CJ didn't see him because Tank was not where he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And some of that goes back to, making that adjustment in your second year, you got to refine everything that much more. And the real big tragedy last year was it was in that Chiefs game where all of a sudden, look at this. There's a short game working and everything. And Tank was on his way to having the best game of his year.
He caught a touchdown, deep ball on the play he got hurt on.
And held onto the ball.
I know, that was amazing.
Held onto the ball.
That was incredible.
That was so impressive that he held onto the ball as his knee is getting destroyed.
Yeah.
Like he was going through some sophomore challenge type stuff same way a lot of young receivers do. But he was still somebody who had to be accounted for and was like an obvious threat.
Also receiving votes in the safety category, as we just mentioned, C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock, honorable mention. I'll tell you who the top ones were in a second, but I'm hitting the Texan stuff here. Also receiving votes, former Texan Justin Reed, who's now with the Saints, and Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie, I mean, I don't know what we're listing. I don't know what he's listed as on the roster for the Texans, if it's safety or a corner. I just know the stuff the Texans have him doing are not safety things these days. But
he's a nickel linebacker who plays in the slot as well. He's a nickelbacker, star, or whatever you want to call it.
So he got some votes. There's 6-7 other guys getting votes. So whatever the league views Petrie as, the executives, coaches, and scouts, at least in this position grouping, he's among the top 20 to 22 of those guys, which I guess feels good given they just gave him a decent amount of money this offseason.
Justin Reed, I keep getting confused too because he goes back to the Saints and he's from Louisiana, and it mirrors so much of like Tyrann Mathieu going back to former Texan who goes back to Louisiana.
Yeah.
Obviously, much more of a tie with Tyrann Mathieu because of college and everything.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I feel good about the safety position right now, I feel like Justin Reed is one of the biggest casualties from the Jack Easterby era.
Yeah.
I think Justin Reed is a good, solid dude and a very good and solid player, and just flat out got sick of the nonsense, and it wasn't going to work out. And it's a shame. But that's not going to make you or break you or anything.
No.
But I'm glad that he made that.
It worked out for him, and I think the Texans are in a good place right now. So, the one that hurts the worst for me on this list, the number one safety, according to all these voters, could have been a Houston Texan, Kyle Hamilton, Baltimore Ravens. He was part of that whole sequence of events that involved the Kenyon Green pick right there in the middle of the.
But ironically enough, at the very least, we did get C.J. Gardner-Johnson out of that draft.
That's true.
So there you go.
Kenyon Green trade. Yeah, that's a good point. Kyle Hamilton, number one. Brian Branch, number two. Boy, the spreads on the voting at safety. A lot of these votes, the guys that are number one, their highest ranking is one. Like the highest voter put him at one, and the lowest puts him at like 3. Safety, Kyle Hamilton, highest ranking 1, lowest ranking 9. Brian Branch of the Lions, highest ranking 1, lowest ranking not even on the top 10 for some of these guys. Xavier McKinney of the Packers is number 3, highest ranking 1, lowest ranking 10. Jesse Bates of the Atlanta Falcons, highest ranking 2, lowest ranking not ranked. And then you got Kirby Joseph. And these guys all have spreads like this. James, Antoine Winfield, 7. Budda Baker still kicking it at 29 here. He's number 8 on the list. Minka Fitzpatrick, who just got traded last week, back to the Dolphins. He's number 9 on the list. And then Julian Love. Go Irish.
I think some
10.
of these guys, for one, like Minka Fitzpatrick, I think the past performance weighs in more heavily than more recent performance on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't do a whole hell of a lot last year.
No.
The one where I had to fact check myself is when all of a sudden you look up and you realize, oh, Derwin James has actually been healthy for 4 years now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that
and
way.
he's one of those guys that in your mind you're like, oh yeah, he used to be awesome, but that got injured a bunch. You're like, no, he's been pretty healthy. He wasn't himself in 2023. Maybe it was injury related, but he played. But like last year, he looked more like classic Derwin James, just in time to play the Texans
in the playoffs.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. All right, let's shift back to the Astros. The big story last night was not their loss to the Guardians. We hated it, but it was not the big story. The big story, Jake Myers injured running onto the field before the game even started while coming back from a calf injury. We'll hear from Joe Espada on what made him think it was a good idea to trot Jake out there last night. And then we'll also hear from Jake himself, who did media last night, asked if this one feels worse than the calf strain that you suffered several days ago. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow, you stepped up in a and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Astros lose last night in a game that felt a whole lot like the first month of the season, where it's like you look up and the only redeeming quality the game has is it's going to be over by like 9:15. Like, all right, well, at least this game's not going to be a long game, but
the one positive thing I would say is that Brandon Walter, after giving up a couple of home runs, was a monster. He was a machine.
Yep.
Retired 17 straight batters, didn't allow anything else. But everything got off to a horrible
yeah,
start.
they got a bad lineup right now. It's not a good lineup, and it's not their fault. They got a lot of injuries, but that part I can't get angry about, except the fact that the reason that they've got all these holes in the lineup is because of all the injuries. And injuries are going to happen in sports. I get all that. But the weird things that happen with the Astros and injuries are not things that I'm aware of with other Major League Baseball clubs having this much, not only the sheer quantity of them, but all the issues with bringing guys back to play, where there just seems like the word setback has become a fixture in our vocabulary as an Astros fan. And now last night, I mean, that's where we are. This is a season where Jake Myers is an incredibly valuable player for this baseball team right now. I am a card-carrying Jake Myers critic the last 3 or 4 years. He is essential for this team right now because he's still, when he's playing very well. But he had a calf injury a few days ago. They kept him out for a couple of games. They decided to bring him back last night. Here was Joe Espada after the game. Yes. Oh, and by the way, Jake Myers hurt himself running out before the first inning to go play center field.
Right.
Done.
He felt great during warm-ups and everything, and then just gets hurt. He's on the ground, has to be assisted off the field.
Yep.
It was ugly. The start was delayed because of that. And then again, Brandon did it. Walter did it greatly. Right after Jake Myers gets off the field and they start the game, Brandon Walter gives up 2 home runs. It just felt like everything was falling apart.
It was a bad 10 or 12 minutes, no question. Here's Joe Espada. What gave you assurance on Myers that it was a good idea to have him play last night?
Well, we did a lot of tests before we decided to run him in the lineup, and we felt comfortable and strongly about putting him in there. And then before he takes the field, on his way to his position, just tighten up on him.
Yeah, tighten up on him. Was there imaging done on the calf?
No. We didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how the muscle and stuff is in there, and it's just some tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
See,
Go ahead.
The ludicrousness of having Joe Espada answer questions about ultrasounds and MRIs.
Well, but also honestly, with Joe Espada saying it and kind of just brushing off the notion that they would get an MRI when Yordan Alvarez, no break was revealed, eventually showed with an MRI. Jeremy Payne, the x-rays didn't show a break. MRI eventually reveals it. Jake Myers, or Kyle Tucker, going back to last year, no break. This is eventually revealed. The hesitancy to use magnetic resonance imaging is annoying me. To not be hyper vigilant about this stuff.
You're 100% right. When I listen to Joe, it's Joe Espada saying, answering, no, we didn't. We did this ultrasound thing. That should have been the end of the answer. When he starts explaining what an ultrasound is, I'm like, this guy's out over his skis. They need to have some medical people answer some of these questions. There's too many important injuries and too many setbacks with injured players with this team for the organization not to have to at least answer a few questions, even if the answers are vanilla. To have to answer these, I don't ever recall anything remotely like this, and the only people out there in front talking about it are people whose expertise are changing pitchers in a baseball game and scouting guys in the Dominican Republic. Those are the ones answering medical questions for a team that has a bleep ton of medical questions right now.
As Adam Spillane had pointed out, that James Click, back in the day, back when he was the general manager of the Astros, had said, hey, we think we probably rushed Jake Myers back from his injury too soon.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, it was Jake Myers.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, James Click. We're going to do a study about it. We're going to try to figure out what's going on. James Click gets fired, and as far as we know, No general manager since, including Jim Creighton himself when he was general manager, has said that they've really dove into this and tried to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up Crane. I said this earlier in the show, and I'll say it again. Like it's, I have been probably aired more to the cautious side of just completely pointing the finger at the medical staff because I'm not a doctor. I don't know any of this stuff. I just know now, in the silliness of a guy who was out for a couple of days with a calf, severely pulling his calf again, running out there. Like something went wrong with an organization that just has had something go wrong with too many guys now. There's just too many guys, too many important guys too. Any pitcher is really important. Yordan Alvarez, really important. Misdiagnosing and continuing to lead us all around by the nose on this Kyle Tucker injury last year was just silly. And then to sort of at the 11th hour say, oh yeah, it was broken the whole time, just looks like a clown show. That's why I think at this point it is on Jim Crane. Like, it's not on Dana Brown. It's on Jim Crane. You have an area of your organization, the medical, whatever we're calling it, medical, that is failing right now in some way, and it's affecting the on-field. It's affecting the most important thing, which is winning baseball games. And I can tell you, I feel like if this were going on in a normal business with Jim Crane, that some department was failing the rest of the company this badly, there'd be heads rolling right now over this.
It feels like it's like the Astros are a guy who keeps bringing his car back to the same auto shop every time, and he goes into, hey, we need to, hey, can you change the oil? Oh, sure. Turns out, by the way, we found an issue with the fuel injection. It's going to cost you $3,000. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm up here. 3 months later, like, oh, yeah, I think, it needs a tune-up. Like, no, turns out you actually need a major engine overhaul.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it. Like, how many times are you going to keep going back to that auto shop?
Yes.
When they are, like, after a while, a pattern emerges that, no, this is not an auto shop that can be trusted.
Those mechanics are not.
Jake Myers has not driven right since the first time you worked on him.
Right. Well, it's a disturbing pattern, and not that the Astros are a team that dips into free agency a ton, but it would be something, if I were an agent and I was advising a client on whether or not to sign with the Astros, this would certainly be something that would show up on my evaluation as compared to other teams right now. Right?
I'll
Wouldn't
tell
it?
you one thing. You know what's interesting is I don't recall hearing the Astros side of this, but when Carlos Correa was a free agent and all of a sudden the mysterious lower leg anomaly kept getting teams to bail out on him, I would love to think that, the Astros knew about that, and that's one of the reasons. But I'm not. No, I don't suspect that they did know a damn thing about it. The fact that they offered him anything at all, when other teams weren't, I don't know. I don't know. Somebody forward me a report of the Astros actually knowing about that anomaly in his lower leg.
I haven't even thought about that. That's a really, really good point. Let's hear from Jake Myers. Jake, what did you do before the game last night? What kind of workout did you have before the game?
Bunch of sprinting, like a good amount of sprinting, good dynamic warm up, cuts in and out. Felt good doing all that. Good, 20, 25-minute workout. Hit, I went through the day like any other day. So, trying to get more information tomorrow.
Okay. No MRI was
that part, at least. When you only got it coming back from a muscle injury or anything until he feels really, really good. If this had happened in isolation and there wasn't a boatload of previous examples, I really wouldn't have thought much of it.
Nope.
I would have thought that's why it kind of stinks. But now we're in a situation where, man, anytime anybody has a setback, it's here we go again.
Yeah.
We're all like, as a fan base, we're like shelter dogs.
Yes.
Just waiting for you.
In the corner. It's totally, man. It's bad.
Don't pet me. Don't pet me. Something bad's about to happen.
The teeth. I was watching a video yesterday of people trying to feed vegetables to dogs, and have you ever seen that video?
Yeah, those are funny.
They're flashing their teeth.
They get so angry.
They're even so mad. That's what I picture Astro fans right now. Jake Myers. Okay, this was the money shot here. This was the video that was making its rounds after the game. Was when Jake Myers was asked if this calf strain feels worse than the first one that he had. This is what you need to envision. After Jake Myers says, you need to envision him like looking and staring off camera as if like he's in a hostage video or something and he's wondering what he should say. Like he's getting interrogated. Here is Jake Myers being asked, does this one feel worse?
This feel worse than it did a few days ago?
Definitely into that.
You can go, man. You're going, man.
That's
okay. It was a little mumbly.
Who said you're a grown man? Was that the guy he was asking, or was that the?
Oh, I
thought he said you're a grown man.
I think that was the staff. I had to be the staffer, right? Who he was asking.
I'd love it if it was Brian McTaggart.
That would be great. Or
Come
Chandler.
on, you're a grown
Chandler
man.
would be even better. Chandler, because Chandler's so appropriately so. Chandler shows in his writing. He's angry about this medical stuff too. That would have been great if it was Chandler Rome saying you're a grown man.
We got to go back and watch the video. Any of our listeners that know Morse code, tell us if he was blinking the word torture with his eyes as he was saying it. That did sound like a hostage video.
Yeah. My favorite part was he's just stringing it out long enough. He's just hoping everybody will walk away.
That would have been awesome. Yeah, if Chandler were there and we're like, you're a grown man. Don't look at him. Look at me. Answer the question.
Right here. He's doing the thing where he's pointing at the eyes like this. Yeah.
I wonder if Chandler, because a lot of people would get on Chandler for just, they would feel like he was just beating the medical issue up too much. I feel like that's probably shifted over towards like, oh, Chandler had a point all these years that he's been going on about this man.
Yeah.
Chandler was the one man brave enough to tell the truth about a situation.
We asked the audience earlier in the show because we were talking about a podcast that talked about the most overcovered stories in sports. So we localized it for Houston and more specifically this show. We appreciate all the feedback. You asked for more undercovered stuff. I'll hit these quickly, Seth, and we hit more of them in the last segment. This is an interesting one. I think you guys should cover more. We don't do a ton on this show.
I'll tell you honestly, the reason for that is that what we've learned, and it's worth maybe an experiment this year to figure it out, but in the past, usually what happens is if you start talking about UT, Aggies turn the station. If you start talking about the Aggies, LSU and Texas just doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
So it's it's hard for us to find that common ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's just every city is different when it comes to sports talk. You go around the country and some places college basketball is huge.
Yeah.
Other places college football is the deal. In the Northeast, baseball is way bigger, whether the team is good or bad. In Houston, it's largely when the baseball team's good, it's really good to talk about, and vice versa. But yeah, for whatever reason in the past, when we've tried to lean more into college football, it just seems to really segment the audience.
It's very parochial. There's no question.
Yeah.
There's no question.
And we're in a town where the amount of Aggies and the amount of the UT Longhorns, it's split right. Like you're having your audience.
Yeah.
Like Aggies just, in general, Aggies just have, and now, you know what? We haven't really experimented with it since Texas has been in the SEC.
In the SEC, yeah.
That's probably the big, so that's probably the big difference there.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll take that. We're taking all of it under advisement.
And then we'll also tell you as a peek behind the curtain as far as like the rating system in general is really bad at figuring stuff out like this. The radio ratings. But now we do have more. We've got more streaming data.
Yeah, we got data
that gives a more real time picture of it. So we'll run an experiment during the football
one
season.
particularly creepy text covered the topic of Jared Goff's wife. I think I'm in love, boys. Is what that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's
Did
very.
he get
attractive.
married, or is she new, or what? What's
No,
the deal?
he's been with her for a little while. She's very attractive. Go figure. NFL quarterback who makes $53 million a year has attractive wife. Alert the media. Start the presses. Seth's Googling her right now. I can tell.
Oh yes, she's very pretty.
Yeah, she's good.
Okay.
Yeah, she's good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we already have the first very positive development for the Houston Texans early in the regular season this year with a big matchup at NRG Stadium. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. But first, the other big fortunate thing.
Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth and I were just talking off the air. I was really hoping, and we're going to get to the Texans topic, I was really hoping that Isaac Paredes was replacing Alex Bregman in the American League All-Star team just because he replaced Bregman here. But I guess at least by name, by process, he's technically replacing Jose Ramirez on the AL All-Star team.
And it started because I was talking about how I was annoyed that in the press release and in the first blurb I read about Paredes being an All-Star, and I would include on the broadcast last night too, they mention it, and I'm like, okay, but why? Like, why is he an All-Star?
You had to go looking for it.
And I almost feel like people are like they don't want to detract from the honor by pointing out that he's a replacement.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, it is what it is.
It's
Just tell me,
information.
why am I having to search for this?
Yeah,
and I got annoyed.
That's a really good. I hadn't thought about. I found myself searching for it, but I hadn't thought about why. And that's why you're you. That is good. Like the why of the whole thing. I'm like, I guess I'll go search for it. And Seth is more like, why are they making me do this?
Why are they? Yeah, like and that all started.
I'm just a dope who goes and does it. Yeah.
Conversation we were having about advice. I like sometimes when people ask me about getting into sports media or something. Yeah. I struggle still to kind of tell people like. My biggest advice is be interesting. Just be an interesting person. And okay, well, how do I go about doing that? The one thing I discovered long ago is like the best way to be interesting is to be interested in things. Yeah. Like because think about some of the best teachers or professors you ever had who might have not really had good speaking skills or social skills or anything else because they're so passionate about chemistry that chemistry becomes interesting to you. That if you can cultivate a passion in something, you'll be interesting to somebody. Just by being passionate about it.
Get out and do things, man. Like if you go out and do things, you're inherently going to come across some interesting stuff. You know.
Barrett Sports Media once asked me to write something. They asked a bunch of people to write advice for young people and everything. They're getting into sports radio, and I basically said like stop being such a nerd. Go out and go get drunk. Get in a fight, get in an unhealthy relationship with a hot but tragically flawed woman or something. Yeah. Just stop being a nerd that's just sitting around consuming box scores all day. And they didn't print my stuff. I framed
that's
it.
Good advice.
I framed it better than that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you got a satchel full of stories, man, in your back pocket.
And I don't mean nerd in a way that like no, it's great to be a nerd. It's great to be a nerd and socially, but just be a passionate nerd about it.
Passionate nerd. You don't have to break the law or anything like that, but go and have a good time, man. This was a positive development for the Texans yesterday, Seth. Tristan Wirfs, tackle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is going to miss the early part of the regular season with knee issues. He had one of those. The way I read it is he had one of those kind of cleanup procedures that it feels like a lot of NFL guys get in the offseason that kind of fly under the radar.
Got a couple gremlins in the knee or something.
Exactly. A couple gremlins in the knee. And while they were in there, they found some other stuff that was a little more than gremlins in the knee. And so it's not anything.
So it turned out it was his twin brother that died in the womb. Yeah.
it was right on top of
a tiny little
it was an embryo.
Or calcified embryo of a little fetus in there.
There's a zygote on top of his meniscus. And so that's going to keep him out for at least 2 to 4 weeks. So
I feel weird getting rid of it. I feel like they should. If I were a surgeon and I found a calcified zygote of your dead twin in your knee, I'd have to be like, all right, we can't do this right now. We got to ask him. We're gonna have to wake him up and ask him if he wants us to remove it.
They handed it to him, and then he said, "What is this?" And they said, "Luther Wirfs." That's what we named him. How do you know it's a him? Look right there.
Create a pendant of him and carry him around with me.
Trust me, I had him wearing it around his neck by the time it's all over. Yeah. So, anyways, this is for a team that has the 8th and rushers in the NFL, according to 70 executives, coaches, and scouts. This is great news on week 2. They play the Bucs in week 2. Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are going to eat. Going to eat in that game. Yeah.
The Bucs are a good team to look at, too, because Tristan Wirfs is one of their name brand offensive linemen. But I like pointing to the Bucs as a team that outperformed as an offensive line what they look like on paper.
Yeah.
There's so much about it they can go into where, man, the cohesiveness of the unit matters a lot more than any of the individual stars. So you look at the Texans' offensive line, obviously, last year. Okay, well, Laramie Tunsil's Laramie Tunsil. He's one bona fide brand name guy. But you can still be a good offensive line if you just have everybody doing the same thing in unison and at the right moments. And they were doing none of that last year. So the Texans' offensive line can get a lot better this year without Laramie Tunsil, just by being a better group in total. Unlikely that they'll be as good in pass protection at left tackle. Maybe they do. Maybe we end up getting, maybe Ariante Ursary is Rookie of the Year or something. But as a group, they can be a lot better than last year.
Tristan Wirf's likely replacement, Charlie Heck.
That's right. Yeah, somebody had mentioned. Yes.
Former Houston Texan and soon-to-be former neighbor of mine. He's still bumping around the building a little bit here during the downtime between OTAs or between minicamp and training camp. I ran into him a couple of weeks ago before we went on vacation.
Is his wife from around here?
No, they're college sweethearts. They're both from North Carolina, or they both went to North Carolina. Charlie's from everywhere because his dad was a coach. He's the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line coach right now.
I hope his lease expires at the end of July, so he's not going to have to try to negotiate something.
Yeah,
that's a pain in the butt.
It is,
Yeah.
and he's not making that Laramie Tunsil money either. He's got kind of that 1 year at a time money going on.
You live in a pretty nice building, though, man.
Yeah,
I'm always kind of jealous when I go to your building.
It's not bad.
Like, ooh, this is like living like a fancy, like an Instagram influencer or something.
It's like living in a hotel. It is.
You're just out there with your Pat Mahomes bod by the pool, drinking and doing,
I am him. I yell, I am him. Yeah. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Maybe look at
the biggest thing. When it comes to the O-line matchups, the moment where my sphincter tightened up a little bit yesterday was when we were going over the top 10 defensive tackle list, and I realized that of the top 10 defensive tackles on that list, the Texans are going to face them a total of like 8 total games because of Jeffrey Simmons is on. They're going to face Jeffrey Simmons twice. The interior offensive line, which we're all going to have our eyeballs on, they face some studs this year.
Big time. Of the top 10 defensive tackles, the Texans face 15 of them this year. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. It face all of them. So that's crazy. Let's see here. Topics. We're getting the overcovered and undercovered topics.
Yeah, so we did earlier the topics that we have overcovered and the topics that you guys wish we would cover more.
Yes.
We're trying to do a little self-diagnosis.
Self-diagnosis. Make sure we're giving the people. Well, I think people seem to be pretty happy with the with the balance on the show. The undercovering of Jared Goff's wife is pretty funny. It's more about the overcovering of stories. The undercovered stories we're not hearing about. The overcovered ones, people are like Aaron Rodgers, Belichick, and Jordan Hudson is the one you and I have gotten the most of, I think, of all those.
Yeah. That's and I think that's I can understand why. That's that's fair.
Yeah.
Now the thing is though. Usually when we go into that stuff, we talk about it when it's a hot news story, and we don't. It's not like we spend the whole show on it.
No, one segment.
Well, my favorite text was the people that said that we overcovered the Houston Food Bank last week.
Oh yeah. Y'all overcovered the Houston Food Bank last Friday.
You know what? They put that together. Reginald and Show put that together, and we're hoping to raise a few. I think they had set a goal of $3,000, and ended up being over $22,000 by the end of the day. So we had to be sure we do an acknowledge me to those two next week.
Absolutely.
Because we forgot to do them in an acknowledge me this week.
We didn't do it on Monday. We'll do it next Monday. Yeah, I think the total was just under 24,000 on the big cardboard check. Yeah. And then I think there's another few thousand kind of sitting in abeyance for some other lunches that might get auctioned off here.
How much did the dinner with you and me end up going for?
Well, here's the thing. It went, so this is what I was told. Ours went for $2,000, which was good. It tied with In the Loop for the most for the dinner. It was a dinner for a listener and a +1 to go with me and you to Churrasco's. But apparently there was another listener who kind of left the radio for the day, was hoping to kind of hear what the bidding on our lunch was because they wanted to outbid whoever it was. And by the time they checked back in, the bidding had closed. So I believe this particular listener is offering money if we will do a second one, me and you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we could end up upping it up to 20, to another couple $1,000.
Another few $1,000 is what I heard.
And you and I get to go to Churrasco's twice.
Or is it, it may be Churrasco's. I don't know if the Churrasco's is aware of this
Churrasco's
yet.
has to agree to it also.
Yeah. So I think there's still some moving parts, but as long as you and I are willing participants, we'll find a place to go eat.
Yeah, the Churrasco's is gracious enough to give me quite a few free meals, and every single time I think they regret it. Because I'm like, well, I just won't eat for 3 days beforehand.
What?
They're like, and they'll throw me up some of that Peruvian specialty drink as well.
That's on them.
Bring me a pitcher.
That's on them for having the former defensive tackle as their endorser, all right?
No, they like it.
I know.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. John Lopez. Luke Morrow is here again, rocking his Dunder Mifflin tee.
Yes.
Like to see it. Fellas, how you doing?
Good.
What do you guys feel is the most overcovered story, not nationally, but here in Houston, like on our station, like
where we just beat it to death.
We beat it like a dead horse kind of thing. What do you think?
Beat it.
I know I'm hijacking you with this.
No.
question
I'm sure there's an answer. I want to make sure and come up with something good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a good one. You guys talking about?
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah.
Belichick and his girlfriend.
That's the one that the listeners are telling, specifically me and Seth, that they think that we cover that one a little too much. But we just love that story so much.
It is a good one.
It's a love story is what it is.
It is a love story.
I was multitasking. Sorry, did you say for Houston or nationally?
Well,
Houston.
Houston,
for Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, it can be a national story that we talk about in Houston.
Too. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Honestly, I would have said I thought we were doing too much of like the Durant stuff months ago because I actually didn't think it was going to happen.
We got some of that. That's a good answer. We got some of that on the text page, but it was almost like because the trade ended up happening, we got forgiven for beating it into the ground.
Vindicated.
Yeah. Those were not empty calories. No. Those were not empty calories.
Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the week before it happened, didn't I give it? I gave it an over 50% chance that Durant was.
You were as that journey went on, you were more positive than most that something was going to happen with it.
Yeah, and I was really second-guessing myself because a lot of people were like, Seth, come on, what the hell are you talking about? They're not going to do this, they're not going to do that. But
yeah, they ended up doing it.
I got lucky. I'm not going to give myself a pat on the back for it or anything.
Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. I know you guys have a question of the day.
We absolutely have a question of the day. What's something that you've had to do that you were completely unqualified for? And it's based on Joe Espada having to be a doctor.
Okay, well, rodeo.
Yeah, Espada having to answer for
radio hosting when they gave me my first job. How's that? I've never done radio.
Completely unqualified.
I'll tell you honestly, when the Super Bowl was here, man, it was a bonanza for me financially because there's so many all these come and everything, and they just want somebody that's affiliated with the NFL somehow to either host the event or be here or whatever. So I was just like, I was working like a 90-hour week going around to do stuff at a Sam's Club and doing this and everything. I want to say I made like $20,000 that year.
That's awesome.
During Super Bowl week? Oh, my God.
And
wish I'd played football.
Here's the thing, though. One of the biggest it was a lot of money. I can't remember how much it was. Somebody asked, could I MC Patriots pep rally before the Super Bowl? And I'm like, well, for how much? Oh, yep, I'll do that.
Oh, totally. That's me, man.
I get to this Patriots pep rally, and it was right before the Super Bowl, that day of. The hours leading up to the Super Bowl was in the convention center, and I get in there, and it was huge. It was huge. And I get up there, and all of a sudden, I'm in that position of like, hey, I'm supposed to get the crowd going. But there was something in me that like, I just can't. Yeah. I can't drum up like this
for the
level.
Patriots.
Like, like what am I gonna do? Yeah. And they introduced me, and I could see everybody out in the crowd looking around like, what the hell is this? Like, who the hell is this guy? Yeah. Do you know how many former Patriots live in the Houston area that would have been better than me for this? But I leaned into it, and I went hard, and it fell flat. Like it was every little thing I tried to do to get the crowd going or anything. It was like drunken, polite golf claps and everything.
Let me hear you.
And it was like a 3-hour event, man. It was rough. Ted was there just signing autographs. Ted Johnson.
Why wasn't he doing it?
I know. That's what I was like. Ted, I at some point, I was like, I'm going to give Ted half my fee if he'll just take over. For me. And he said, sorry, man, I got to go. I got to go do something. I'm like, all right. I did. I was like, I'll give you half my fee if you can just stand here next to me while I do some of this stuff.
Hey, guys, Teddy J here.
Yeah, well, I can tell. By the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Well, I can tell you, having done a show with Ted for 5 years, a pivot like that for Ted in that moment, not happening.
Yeah.
Ted is a guy like, hand me my agenda at the beginning of the day, and we're not straying from this agenda.
Yeah.
And it could have been any amount of money, Seth. You could have given him your whole fee, and he'd have been like, no.
I was about, I'll give you anything. What do you want me to do?
Get me off this stage.
Full Chris Rock and what was that movie? Anyway, go ahead.
Mine probably was when I was back before radio. Let me be clear. I was very unqualified for radio when I first got into radio. I was not a classically, and still am not a classically trained radio person. But in my previous life, when I was in sales, I was vice president of sales for my company. They fired the vice president of marketing. So I had to be in charge of sales and marketing until they found a new VP of marketing, and marketing's not my thing. Man. Like I'm creative, but not like that. Creative like to go execute initiatives out there in the marketplace. I'm creative in coming up with a segment comparing comparing firing coaches to Game of Thrones or something like that. So I hated that. I don't have a marketing degree. Marketing was something I didn't pay a lot of attention to, go close deals, that kind of thing, and it sucked because one, I wasn't good at it. I don't know how great. I don't think I was that great a VP of sales, if I'm being honest. I was really good salesperson and like sales manager. Strategy's not my thing, man. It's just strategy. So but I was really bad at VP of marketing. There was not a lot of marketing going on at the time.
I think you guys would get a kick out of this one. It's been probably 20 years now, 18, 20 years. Yeah. But I had to deliver a eulogy for someone I didn't know.
There's no Wikipedia.
I was asked to speak at an Aggie muster, which is kind of a traditional, all the people that died, they have an event, and I was the speaker.
Yeah.
And one of the people they were going to recognize was this former general, like this World War II general, but he died like 3 or 4 days before the event. He was going to be at the event. So they said, hey, can you say a few words about General blah, blah, blah? And I went, sure.
Sure, if you hand me the words that I need to say.
I was like, well, he was a general.
Yeah.
He was a good dude. He was.
How'd you do that?
I muddled my way through it, just like, served in World War II, blah, blah, blah. But, I had to deliver a eulogy for someone I didn't know.
Oh, you should have made up some great war stories about him, like stuff that just, like rescued 10 people.
Maybe.
Yeah, you might have.
Maybe he did. I don't know.
Wow. Well, that'll be good. You got a good one?
If you didn't offend anybody?
I didn't. I muddled through. I muddled through because I don't think a lot of people, maybe some, really knew him either. Yeah. But I was like, General was, he was a general. He was. Do
you have family there?
I don't know.
Okay.
But there were some people that kind of looking around like, this guy doesn't know who he is.
You said it,
yeah. How old was he when he died?
Well, it was 20, so I'm guessing 80-ish.
He was in his 80s. Yeah, so a lot of people who might have been able to do that weren't around anymore.
Yeah,
wow, what an honor. That's big. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We've already eaten into 3 minutes of your show. I'm anxious to listen to this at 10:40. I want to hear what Luke has done that he's completely unqualified for when that segment rolls around.
Next 4 hours.
Not true. All right, Luke Morrow is in for Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a renewed interest in marketing to you.
Yes.
Not going to happen, as John McClane would say. All right, we are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Luke Morrow, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
Yes, sir. Happy
this is
Thursday.
This music.
Hey, how about this? How about this?
I like that.
You got to listen to the real song.
Yeah.
I do?
I'm going to sing you the real song. This instrumental.
Yeah.
It's a rap song.
Yeah.
Send it to me.
They used this in the Charlie's Angels movie like 25 years ago, and Sam Rockwell has this really cool dance scene to it. Anyways, it made me like, this is the coolest bad guy ever. He comes sliding into this song. Go find it on YouTube. It's a great clip. He's drinking Coke out of a straw, the soda, and I thought, that's pretty cool. I'm going to start doing that. It's a great song. And a great way to start the day, which, last night didn't go so well. The Astros embarrassed themselves, and then the game started, and they get swept by the Guardians on top of it as well.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
And then the game started.
What he said.
Honestly, I didn't even get to the TV yet. I was doing house, and Figgy texts us and say, Jake Myers is already injured. And I looked at my phone like, what? Did they even start the game?
Dude, I cut the game on and started doing some stuff around the house, and I look up at the TV. All I hear is, oh, no. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, what are the trainers doing out there already?
Yeah.
I'm like, the game ain't even start yet.
He didn't even barely run.
No. We talk a lot about the Astros medical staff and the embarrassing moments and the seemingly misdiagnosis, but this is the pinnacle of what seems to be just embarrassment for this medical team and seems to be a lack of knowing what they're doing. The fact that Jake Meyers returns to the lineup last night and as he heads out to center field seems to injure himself even worse than before and has to come out of the game before the first pitch is even thrown.
Well, here's where I am with this. It's not a punchline anymore with these guys. That ended last night. It's not a running joke. It's not like, what are the Astros going to say now about this injury or that injury? Because obviously some have been very, very serious injuries, but it's kind of been like a punchline for people watching this team, for fans, for people like us that are covering this team and talking about this team. It's a big problem. It's a very big problem, and I frankly just got angry. I mean, we've messed around with what the Astros are and how they they hide things and talk in code and it's forearm soreness and it's he's starting to hit off a tee and is throwing off flat ground. And then that Luis Garcia is in his 26th month. Mm-hmm. His 26th month of recovery and rehab from Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
More than 2 years.
Mm-hmm. It's
not funny anymore, guys. That's where I am. It's a big problem, and it's a problem that can affect this team short-term and long-term.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, the Jordan setbacks, Garcia, you could point to McCullers. We'll see about Pena. I mean, that doesn't look so bad, but it's the fact that they first came out and said nothing's broken, and then 2 days later it's like, well, actually, there's a fracture. He's going on the IL. Now we'll see about Jake Meyers. And it's not something new. I mean, even Jake Meyers is actually the perfect player for this because we had the whole situation back in, 2022 when they said that, maybe they rushed him back and they were going to review some things at that time, James Click, and then, then they had some changes. So I don't think they ever had that internal review on how they handle players coming back from injuries. And it's only gotten worse since then to the point now where we've reached this apex of it seems like Jake shouldn't have been out there, maybe rushed him out too soon, just like Jordan probably shouldn't have been swinging a bat both times when he had the setbacks, just like maybe
Kyle Tucker,
sure, McCuller, Javier, any of these guys. Why do these injuries take so much longer? It is ridiculous, and it is so head-scratching that an organization seemingly runs so well everywhere else just has this blind spot where they almost like willingly ignore to address this issue where everyone else we see, like, this is a real problem. You have to do something, and I don't know why or how, like, Jim Crane is not flipping over a table or ripping his hair out. Like, what is going on here? And trying to do something to improve this and address the issue because it seems definition of sanity. We're just doing the same thing over and over again. We're getting the same results where these guys just get further injured or the returns are pushed back. It's not only embarrassing, but it's costing them games too.
Well, let's put it very bluntly because sometimes it just has to be put bluntly. The Houston Astros, the way they evaluate injuries, the way they rehab players, the way they return them to play, it's a joke. It's a joke. Mm-hmm. They are a Major League Baseball laughingstock for how they conduct themselves when it comes to injuries.
Yeah.
Period. Paragraph. They are a joke. And that's something that, as you said, it has to change. But here's the question. Will it? Will it change?
Haven't seen any reason to believe so. You would think it would have changed by now.
Mm-hmm.
It is a joke. It is a laughing stock. You would expect something like this from, the team formerly known as the Oakland A's.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I don't know, pick another team that, the White Sox, right? That's like always in dysfunction, doesn't know what they're doing. The Astros do everything else so well, and yet for some reason, we keep having these embarrassing moments where they're just not addressing or handling these injuries correctly. And I've said this before, it's one thing if it's like, all due respect, like Zach Short or Mauricio Dubon even, something like that. But if these are, Jake Meyers is having the best, he's leading center fielders in batting average right now. He's having his best year. Finally was going to get back out there. Obviously, we know about Jordan. Pena's having a career year. He goes down with this injury, and not that it was their fault that he had the rib injury, but we'll see how they handle his return if you have faith that they'll be able to do that. And it's just the fact of the matter of not only the amount of injuries to how you're handling it. You got to be really careful with Jordan, with your starting center fielder, and man, you just scratch your head like, how does this keep happening? To the point last night where he can't even make it through a pitch. He obviously shouldn't have been out. He goes jogging out to center field, and it was so bad that he had to be helped off. Couldn't even make it to the dugout.
He couldn't walk.
No.
He had to go to the tunnel.
Yeah, he couldn't walk.
In fact,
it's a joke.
It is. Let's hear from Jake Myers himself. We got a lot of audio on this topic, as you could imagine. Joe Espada addressed it. They talked to Jake Myers, and props to Jake Myers, even the Astros, for making him available. I was surprised by that. And I know some people have pointed to, like, it can't be that serious if he's talking to the media after the game. I appreciate that optimism, and I hope it's true. I mean, just yesterday, kind of tongue-in-cheek, we were saying, calf injuries lead to these Achilles injuries. Yeah. And then you see him go down like that in center, and I thought, oh, my gosh, it happened to him too.
Yeah.
But here was Jake Myers. Figgy, just the first Jake Myers cut where he was talking about what it was like beforehand in order for him to get ready for this game and be back in the lineup.
Absolutely. Yeah. I felt good. Prepared for the game like any other day. Yeah.
I know it's not the cleanest audio, but that's Jake in the clubhouse talking to the media after the game. As he said, it felt like, any other game. Here's the second Jake Myers cut on what exactly he did to get ready for the game yesterday.
I mean, a bunch of sprinting, like a good amount of sprinting, good, dynamic warm-up, cuts in and out. Felt good doing all that. Good, 25-minute workout. Hit, went through the day like any other day. So, trying to get more information tomorrow.
20 to 25-minute workout. Everything seemed good. Here's the clip, the last one we have that is certainly the most telling. Jake was asked if this injury feels worse than the one he suffered Sunday, a question he didn't really want to answer.
Does this feel worse than a few days ago?
I have to answer that. That's all I got. So.
All right, so this is where
he looked over to the PR
staff.
staff.
According to reporters there, he looked at the PR staff, got whatever signal or sign or nod or whatever, and decided not to.
Had the throat slash.
Yeah, and decided not to answer it. And that's where it is most frustrating if you're an Astros fan. We don't even know what the process is for getting a player back on the field. We don't know if the player has a bigger say than other places, because we all know at some point players are always going to say, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. And it's up to the organization, the medical staff, et cetera, to take that decision out of their hands. So we don't even know if this was mostly his call, Espada, Dana Brown, medical staff, doctors, athletic trainers, whatever it was. We don't even know. And he said, do I have to answer that? Well, you answered it by asking that question.
Yep.
And it's not even, to me, it's not even funny anymore. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, this is something, I mentioned short term and long term. Well, in the short term, it may not be that big a deal in the grand scheme. They're still comfortably in first place and all that. But they just got swept by the Guardians. That's 3 in a row at home. Oof. Where you've gotten, you've made a lot of hay. Now, long term, this is where it gets really dicey. With the way they're handling injuries and the way the injuries continue to be kind of unpredictable, and you certainly can't believe anything they say in terms of where the progress is on these players. This is a team that cannot compete in the postseason. They can't. Not with these guys they're running out there. They just can't compete in the postseason.
No, certainly not.
Yeah,
they need Myers, Pena, Alvarez. They need all these guys back. Some of that pitching staff. Yeah, it's forgive the comparison, but it's almost like that news anchor we were talking about the other day with who was drunk on air, and it's it's like any people. I've known people in my life that unfortunately have had substance problems. Like, it's funny at first because they get drunk and they make a fool of themselves, and then you realize, actually, this is a really serious problem.
Yeah.
And it's same with the Astros, where it's funny to joke around the last couple of years and talk about how embarrassing this medical staff is, and can you believe they botched this situation? But we have reached that point where, it's not funny anymore. It's a serious issue that you just can't fathom how this continues to occur. Someone on the text line said, can the media request to speak with the Astros head medical staff?
They have.
Yeah, and Chandler Rome had this in his article, which was really good. The Astros refused to make any member of their medical staff available sports collective bargaining agreement. However, the Pirates, Twins, Reds, and A's, amongst others, are teams that apparently have found a loophole because they make their head athletic trainers available in informal and formal settings. So they can make them available. The Astros are choosing not to, hiding behind this supposed clause that we're not allowed to, even though other teams do it.
Yeah, and that's part of the joke. You're hiding behind. Remember, Dusty used to say HIPAA, which was not true. You can share stuff. And by the way, these athletic trainers and doctors and medical personnel, they look foolish.
Yes.
They look. How many setbacks can you have before you just throw up your hands and say, I really wish I could explain this, when other teams have their staffs doing it, and you're not. Jordan had a setback, huge. Kyle Tucker back in the day last year had a setback. This was another setback. We've talked about it repeatedly. These guys look bad. The organization looks bad, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better anytime soon.
For sure. Yeah, it's crazy. 346 says, why do you let it bother you so much? It is what it is. It shouldn't be this way.
It is what it is.
Well, that
talk about bothering you.
That illustrates my point. When you say it is what it is, you're just saying nothing.
Yes.
You're saying nothing. It is what it is. Let me put it this way. No team in baseball has had more players on the IL this year than the Houston Astros. Is that it is what it is? No, that's the worst in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
No team in baseball, and this is not scientific, but we certainly know it from our experiences, has had more players seemingly on track. I mean, this is not it is what it is. That's a cop-out. That's an absolute cop-out. Now, what can happen here? Well, the MLBPA, the Players Association, they can step in if a player says that he feels misled by the team. I don't know if that's going to happen. The MLB, and Figgy and I were talking about this, the MLB can step in and ask for some clarity on these things if it has reason to believe that something egregious has happened. I don't know if it would be. That's a pretty high bar, I think. For the Astros might say, hey, it was just a series of coincidences or whatever. And the medical staff and the athletic training staff, they've been neutered. They have been neutered completely by the organization. One man has the power to change this. That's Jim Crane.
Mm-hmm.
The only guy that can change this, the only guy that can, and you mentioned it briefly, James Click wanted to look into this and their, what do they call it, return to play procedures.
Yeah.
He intimated that he wanted to look at it. Then he got fired. And to our knowledge, they have never looked into it, evaluated it, whatever. That falls on the desk of one person, and that's Jim Crane. He's the only one that can fix this. And he hasn't, to date, he hasn't done anything to date.
Yeah, I'm with you. I've shifted my opinion to that in the last couple of weeks or months of this year. Where before I thought, like, okay, the GM, Click, obviously was going to do something. But yeah, absolutely. And Sean's done a good job in the past of totaling up the amount of money that they have wasted on guys missing time. I think he did since COVID.
Yeah,
and which was over $100 million. I forget the exact figure, and it's even higher now because guys, obviously, Jordan's missing more time. Payne. But just the fact alone that you're just throwing this money away as an owner, like even if it wasn't affecting the teams, yes, the Astros are still winning a lot of games. But if I'm the owner, I'm like, what do we do? I'm wasting money paying these guys to be on the sideline, and we're causing them to miss even more time, therefore causing me to spend even more money on nothing. That's what I don't understand. He's obviously a guy who cares. He's not some sort of owner that, who was it? The guy that owned the Marlins, who didn't, he lived elsewhere, didn't care. It was just kind of investment. He wanted to put his art up around the stadium. Jeff Loria, I think. They're invested here, which is why it's so vexing that this is not being taken care of at any point of the last 4 years, really, 5 years, really going back to COVID. That's why Verlander went and did his thing elsewhere, his rehab. Jake Myers, the latest one with the injury before a pitch was even thrown last night. It's absurd what's going on with the Astros. Oh, by the way, they also got swept by the Guardians. You can text the show 713-572-4610. It's not all doom and gloom. Let me try to give you some hope if you're an Astros fan, some good news for the next couple of days as Christian Walker is supposed to make his return tomorrow. And this break might be exactly what he needed, and his return might be exactly what the Astros needed. We'll talk about it next. It's in the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
You and I have been sitting here, and we're not the only
hope. Every SALArmyEDS.org.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Thursday. Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
Yeah.
You speak for yourself on that Happy Thursday stuff.
Yeah, it's fair. I'm putting that on Wednesday. Wednesday was not so good last night with the Jake Myers news, the Astros getting swept. But I'm trying to turn the page somewhat as much as I can and have a good Thursday. At least the Astros, they're off and able to recoup and recover a little bit today. Text line already fired up. You can text the show 713-572-4610. A lot of big reactions to the Jake Myers news last night, and we'll see what the outcome is. If it's something more severe, if it requires an IL stint, certainly didn't look good. He needed help off the field. Didn't want to answer the question afterwards about if it was worse than it was to begin with on Sunday. So doesn't feel good right now and might have to replace another guy on this roster. Text from the 832 said, yes, the injuries are embarrassing, but also embarrassing as we keep running out. Bring some damn people up from Sugarland. Problem is, it's almost like leaving the crazy girlfriend to date her equally crazy sister. Like you're just replacing one thing with kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's true. Zach Short, 0 for 8 with 6 strikeouts the last 2 nights. Cooper Hummel, 0 for 8 with 7 strikeouts the last 2 nights. These guys can't even put the ball in play right now.
I think the tough part about Zach Short was he was batting. They had to put him second.
Yeah, it's true.
That was the part that was tough, man, because he already turned the lineup card in.
Yep.
So with him replacing Jake Myers, I'm like, man, Zach Short batting second.
Yeah, I kind of felt bad for him because that was a tough spot, and I also kind of felt bad for Corona, who they showed warming up in the dugout. He thought he was going to go in, and like, nah, we're going to go with Zach Short.
We're good with Zach Short.
Yeah, poor guy, but I appreciate him being ready to go for the team.
And one more thing, and I know we're going to be hitting this several times over the course of the day, but one text that came in said, did you ever think that it was just they have more injuries this year? What has changed with the medical staff? It's not about the injuries. It's really not about the injuries. Yes, 14 players have been on the IL, and that's the most in Major League Baseball. It's about the rehab. It's about the setbacks. It's about the long timelines that get longer and longer and longer. It's about misinformation, whether deliberately or not deliberately or whatever. It's not the injuries. It's how they're handling them coming back and getting them right.
Yeah, the injuries are bad luck.
Yeah.
I would look at that as bad luck. Got somebody like, let's say last year with Kyle Tucker, where they say, oh, it's just a bruise. He'll be out for a couple weeks.
Right.
And then it turns into a couple months. It's just like, wait a minute, did y'all miss something? And then the same thing with Jordan, where just a sore hand. And then now it's like, oh, it was a broke hand, or it was a broken bone in there. So that's where you kind of start questioning a little bit. It's not the injuries.
No, it's not the injury. And you mentioned, just real quick, Kyle Tucker and Jordan, Figgy. Let's be very clear about this. They either chose not to tell us what the injury was, or they didn't find the injury with a broken bone. Either way, it's a reflection on their medical staff or their procedures. Like there are no other options. When they say it was this, and then it ends up being a broken bone, you either hid that or you didn't diagnose it.
Yeah.
Those are the options.
Yeah, it seemed like it's more of a misdiagnosed though, because if they were really trying to hide it, they wouldn't have said, "Oh, Kyle Tucker he's just gonna miss a few weeks."
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah. That at that point, you got to go full with D'Amico Ryan saying, "I'm not sure."
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'll let y'all know when I get an update. Just keep it vague.
I've always said that Dana Brown seems to be a glass half full type of guy. He seems to be a very positive guy, but it comes back to bite them so often. Where, again, as I referenced that, you say, Pena, he could be back before the All-Star break. It might just be the 10 days. I don't think so. And now here we are. We're asking questions like, where's Jeremy Pena? Now he on the radio yesterday. Like, hey, you said Pena might be back. And just keep expectations low so it doesn't seem so disappointing. But I'm with you guys 100%. It's not the injuries. It's how how they handle the injuries, so much so that the former GM acknowledged as much before he got fired for other things. But this was known by at least somebody in that organization that we got to do a better job on this part of getting these guys back. Yeah. And since then, they haven't seemed to address it. It's easy to play armchair doctor, but I do know, like, my better half works in the medical field, and she's a lot smarter than I am, and I was running over all this stuff with her last night, and she's like, yeah, this doesn't really sound right. This doesn't make sense. So I don't know. I know it's easy for us to sit here and criticize these guys, but it just doesn't – the math isn't mathing. It's not adding up. Yeah. And it leads to Zach Short, Cooper Hummel in the lineup. And then I was looking, hoping, for some reinforcements. Chas McCormick right now, 0 for 12 on his rehab with 8 strikeouts. Yeah. So maybe take a little longer down there. But I will come with some positivity on this Thursday, and that's Christian Walker's return to the lineup when the Astros get back tomorrow. Seems like, as we discussed, could be bad timing. He seemed to have finally found his groove the last 2 weeks. Now you take 3 days off. But then I was reminded of Alex Bregman when he had his paternity leave in 2022, and it got me thinking. So I did some research, and granted, it's hard to find data on this, players returning from paternity leave in Major League Baseball, but I did have numbers going back from 2021, 2022, and maybe this will cheer you up about Christian Walker's return. Couple things. First, since 2011, in their first game back after paternity leave, have homered in that first game 14% of the time, which is a lot higher than the normal. In 2021, players returning from the paternity list hit 350 with an 1192 OPS in the first game back after their return in 2021. 2022, 24% of players, a quarter, homered in their first game back after the paternity leave. And then Alex Bregman in 2022, he was batting .242.
I remember this.
Took some time off for his first child, came back, hit .290 the rest of the season. And it might sound anecdotal, but then I also found this article on MLB.com where they asked players about this. This was from a couple years ago. And they asked Trey Turner of the Phillies, and they asked his teammate Bryce Harper, and they acknowledged that there does seem to be something different. Trey Turner says, you have 3 days of craziness, just having a child being born, and then you get thrown back into the game. You're like, oh, what's going on? And it's kind of just reacting and playing baseball. And you think, we have a child at home who's 3 days old. You're worried about him. Is he okay? That it makes baseball feel so much smaller. And I always say that about golf, that I think you have your best golf game when you're distracted and you have other things going on, as opposed to when you're overthinking every golf shot. So I know some of the numbers are anecdotal. Jonah Heim was also interviewed from the Rangers and said something similar, that, like your mind's everywhere. You're not thinking about it. You're just going out there and playing. And so my point being, for Christian Walker, who I know he was in a groove before this leave, but hasn't been having a great year, maybe this is the best thing for him, where you're thinking about your firstborn child, you come back, you're just playing baseball, and he can stop this bigger contract, trying to help out the middle of the lineup. Guys are injured. I'm pressing. I'm trying to fill a void. Just go out there, swing the bat, and get things going.
I'm trying to put myself there, and not as a major league player, but having had children.
Yeah.
There's also a weight off your shoulders. Like right in the final days before your child is born, you're like, is it going to be healthy? Is it going to be is she going to be healthy? Is everything going to be good? And then you finally have the baby, all is good, and it's just like, you're just kind of relieved, that everything is kind of the way you hoped for, and you can just kind of go play. I think there might be something to that. There might be. And here's the other part of it. Just in terms of what this team needs, just some flexibility, whether it's a good Christian Walker or not, just to have some flexibility without having to play Caratini at first base and maybe put some other players in different positions and have that, because we were just talking about Short and Hummel and all that stuff. Just having that other proven commodity on the field is going to be good.
For sure. And you can remove one of those AAA bats out of the lineup. Because now it seems like one's probably going to have to replace Jake Myers. So I guess it's kind of a wash in that regard. But this could be what gets Christian Walker really going for the rest of the season, a la Alex Bregman in 2022. 281 says the Yankees released DJ LeMahieu. The Astros have to sign him right. I'm done with DJ. He had that great first year at the Yankees, got a big contract. He hasn't been the same yet. He's been really bad the last couple of years. The Yankees are paying him $22 million to go away. I think that tells you all you need to know about the type of player DJ has been lately. I guess he's better than Zach Short, but he's not great. And then I love this text from the 936 because of the Astros injury issue. That's how I'm going to take it, and not some sort of like sexist joke. But he says Christian Walker on maternity leave next, 60-day IL. So, yeah. But no, he'll be back tomorrow and certainly should be in the lineup for the Astros. Hey, time for the question of the day. What is something you've had to do that you were completely unqualified for? We asked this because, well, Joe Espada's had to play doctor lately, including last night, trying to do his best and answer these medical questions about his players. He's certainly not qualified. What is something you've had to do that you weren't qualified for either? Text the show 713-572-4610, and we'll get to those answers next. It's in the loop.
All right, let's talk about
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day. What is something you've had to do that you were completely unqualified for? Based off of Joe Espada trying to play doctor last night and really throughout his tenure here as Astros manager, last night trying to answer questions about this Jake Myers injury. Text the show 713-572-4610 and let us know what's something you've had to do that you were completely unqualified for.
Yeah, I got a few here, but let's hear from Joe Espada. And by the way, this in itself is kind of a subtopic because he was asked about imaging versus MRI, et cetera. So he had to play doctor.
No, we didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how the muscle and stuff is in there, and it's just some tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
Is that your expert opinion? I feel bad for him. Like they had to ask him about the imaging and why they. And by the way, why would you not do an MRI, especially after the things we've talked about with Kyle Tucker, and an MRI might have revealed something with Yordan Alvarez and MRI. Maybe they did, and they, like I said, they were just concealing it. But it was silly.
Yeah, it was. I know they have actual professionals and medical people on staff, of course, but it's almost like these TV shows like Scrubs and ER where they hire consultants to make sure it's really realistic and these actors know what they're talking about as they read the lines. And again, I know the Astros actually have medical people, but it almost feels like they should bring in a consultant for Joe Espada and Dana Brown and be like, okay, here's what you're supposed to say. Here's what this is. Here's how that works.
They need to bring somebody in for Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Because I guess the medical staff's not getting it done. Yeah, Grey's Anatomy, don't bring anyone in from 911 or any of these other ridiculous
Bring
shows.
somebody in from the pit.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. And make Espada sound qualified. Yeah. But that brings us to the question of the day. What's something you've had to do that you were completely unqualified for?
So early in my newspaper career, as you guys know, I've been a writer my whole life. I'm a writer. But the guy laying out the sports section at the San Antonio Express-News when I was working there was called in sick. So they asked me if I could, and I was just less than a month in.
Oh, boy.
They said, can you lay out the front page of sports? Sure.
Oh, man.
Absolutely I can. Because I wasn't writing that day. Dude, it looked, the next day, I should have saved it because it would be funny to look at now, but I was humiliated. It looked like a middle schooler laid out. Like there was space between the lettering on the headlines. Like one headline didn't finish like it was supposed to be. You have, this is kind of behind the curtain here, but you have a certain amount of space that you have to lay out the headline in, and I made the headline too big, so it didn't finish. It was like, whatever, Figgy Fig is about to, and then nothing.
That's called the tease.
Right. And then the lines between, they were all crooked and everything else.
Oh, boy.
And so I never laid out, interestingly, I never laid out a sports section again after that.
Or did they ask you again?
They never asked.
They never asked again.
They never asked again either. Completely unqualified.
Yeah.
Completely unqualified.
That's how you do it, though. That's what I used to do whenever, like, my parents would have me do things. I would, vacuum or something. I wouldn't do a great job, so they'd be like, all right, we're just not going to ask.
No, my problem was I was actually trying.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was just awful at it. I was just so bad at it.
Yeah. I would say for me, there's quite a few things. Working in baseball, you have to wear many hats. So, like, I was the head of graphic design at one point, which I had never done. I was like, okay, I guess I'll teach myself. And then they're like, hey, we need this done. Can you do it? And I'm like, oh, okay. And I did get pretty good at it just because you have to do it every day, using Photoshop and all that stuff and making all the different printed material. But, yeah, a lot of things in my career, I've been the head prior experience. I'm like, okay, I'll figure it out. But I guess I would say kind of like speaking engagements, almost like what Seth was saying before, where around Houston and such, to this very day, I'll MC events for people, for companies. I'll do speaking engagements, and I'm a sports guy. This is all I know: sports and music and entertainment. But I work for some of these companies that are like important businesses, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on here, what your company does, like what I'm talking about. But I'm going to fake my way through it, and thanks for paying me to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that came to my mind, it actually happened on this station. So it was at one point, and you remember this, John, it was one point where I think people was getting sick and all that stuff. And the outdoor show was sick. Like the producer was sick. Captain Mickey was sick. So it was no show. So who did they come for to hey, do this show? Me.
You did the fishing show.
Yeah. You remember how it sounded?
Yes, I do.
I actually have it right here. This is how I started off the outdoor show, filling in for Captain Mickey, 4 in the morning.
This is the Sports Radio 610 Outdoor Show with Captain Mickey Eastman. Captain Mickey has been guiding the Texas Gulf Coast waters for over 30 years and has won numerous national and local tournaments. Now, here's your host, Captain Mickey.
What's going down in H-Town? This is man Figgy Fig. Holding it down on a Thursday. Good morning. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Hope you guys are doing great
this
awesome. Morning. And yes, this is not Captain Midday. A little bit under the weather, but you got
yeah. So how
I had to do that. This was Thursday.
How many decades have you been guiding on the Texas Gulf Coast?
Not one. not 1 second. Not 1 second. But it's funny because after a while, I was just sitting there like, hey, I haven't been fishing since I was like 3 years old. I have no idea what I'm doing. Anybody want to take me fishing? Hit me up. So this is some of the rest of it when I was like going into a break and I was just filibustering a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, it's the best of the outdoor show on Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Saturday. Good morning. I hope you guys are great. Hopefully I'm getting the weekend started, and I'm still waiting on the invite for somebody to take me fishing. That's the other thing too, man. I wonder, what do I wear? Do I need to go out and buy a fishing shirt? I probably shouldn't be saying this on a fishing show, but I'm not really a fan of the fishing shirt.
Oh no.
John Lopez wears a fishing shirt almost every day.
Yes, I'm wearing one now.
I never could get into it, man. I see a lot of younger people rocking them as I was just over here
just
like
talking.
Yeah.
You nailed it though. I thought that was pretty good.
The thing is, I was trying to do what Luke do whenever he got a vacuum and just do a bad job.
Yeah.
Man, I went to their page. They have a Facebook page called the Morning Sickos. And I'm like, man, they probably destroying me right now.
Yeah.
They were just like, I don't know who this is on the air right now, but he's doing a pretty good job.
Hire that man.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, man, my plan has failed.
Hire that.
From Thursday to Sunday.
Oh, dang.
That was tough,
I
man.
love the energy for 4 a.m. And Kick Rocks on YouTube said, I was actually listening right at 4 a.m. when you were doing that. He said, half asleep, your intro woke me up.
Yeah.
So that was great energy.
I think
for 4 a.m.
I might have knocked some people in the water off the boat.
4 in the morning. Hey, what's up? It's Figgy Fig.
What's going down there?
Yeah, that's good.
I'm sure the old man was like,
oh, what's going
fell
on?
right in the pond.
The other one I mentioned earlier, I had to deliver it, and I really felt bad after. I muddled through it, and I got it done. But I had to deliver a eulogy for someone that I didn't know. I only knew his name.
Oh, boy.
Because I was at Aggie Muster, which is a traditional thing every April 21st, I believe. You kind of honor all the Aggies that have died that previous year, and somebody says here for them, a relative or a friend or whatever, when their name is called. And one of the guys that was going to be there with me was a general from World War II, and he ended up passing away like 4 days before muster. So they came up to me and said, hey, can you say a few words about General so-and-so? And I was like, sure. And it was the worst eulogy ever.
Oh, man.
Well, General, he was a hero. He did some great things in World War II, and I just pray that none of his actual relatives were there. I'm sure there were some people that knew him. But I just muddled through that thing, man.
That has to be the worst, situation to find yourself in when it comes to public speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of a scenario I would want to be in less than that of all things. Because, of course, I mean...
It's the guy's life.
Yeah, right. It's a very serious thing.
It wasn't the funeral, but still.
Yeah, and plus you don't want to offend anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's brutal. Nowadays, at least, you could try to, try to throw it in Chat GPT, hope they give you something.
Right, this was 20 years ago.
Yeah, right. You just had to fake it off the top of your head. Brutal. What's something you are very unqualified for or have had to do in the past that you were very unqualified for? 713-572-4610. They call it the Peter Principle, where eventually everyone gets elevated to a point that you're not qualified for. So I think we all have a story we can share. We've all done something in the past that you're like, Probably shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
979 says, run a construction company.
Well, that would be problematic. Tell me what building. Tell me what building.
Yeah.
And Rob on the YouTube said he was working valet one day, and they came down and asked if he could go bartend. Sure.
Oh, man.
Somebody asked for
I'll be getting everybody drunk.
Can I have a Manhattan? What's in that exactly?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yes, sure thing. And then I turn around and Google it on my phone. How to make a Manhattan?
How do you make a Manhattan?
Yeah, I could not be a bartender. I could not fake my way through that.
One thing I had to do, this was when I was working at a high school, right before I moved here, but I was working at a high school, and they asked me to be a line judge for the volleyball game.
Oh,
for the women's volleyball game. I'm like, all right. They paid me like $100. So mind you, I'm dressed up because I work at a school.
Yeah.
So I got to wear some, dress pants and a dress shirt. So I'm on a sideline right there, just line, just to see if a ball hit the line.
Don't screw up.
Yep, and I got to hit out. I got to hit my arm out if it's out, and then up if it's in, and all this other stuff. Man, I was so nervous, and my wife actually she did it too one time. And she kind of screwed up a little bit because she did something. I think she did out, and then the team started screaming at her, and then she was just like, "Oh, in!" Man, and then the other team,
then the other team gets all ticked off.
Yeah,
you
man.
gotta stick to your guns.
I'll never forget those volleyball coaches coming at her like, "Wait, you're about to be out."
You said out.
How did it go for you?
It went good for me. It wasn't a lot of action. It was a couple. It was a couple points where the ball went out, and I had to, but it was cool. But I was nervous as hell, man. I ain't trying to throw nothing off.
Were you the one? Were you on the little step stool?
I wasn't on the. No, I was just on the side.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I would not have did that one.
Have you ever had to umpire?
Yes, I did a lot of umpiring.
I've had to step in as an umpire in Little League. This is Little League, but still.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure, man.
It is.
Like
it is.
Calling the balls and strikes.
Yeah.
I was like, strike? I was kind of like, I was just
You're like Naked Gun.
Yeah, Naked Gun. I was like, strike?
A buddy of mine had to step in and be a referee for a girls' basketball team. I want to say it was like middle school. And so he was just letting them play. I'm like, man, that girl just carried. She traveled, doubled, all this other stuff. And he was just like, yep, just letting them play.
That's funny you say that because when I umpired, I think I only did it once. Like somebody couldn't do it. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I got the equipment. I was very generous with the swing the bats.
Oh, yeah. You got to get in and out.
Get in and out. Swing the bat. It was 5 inches out. Strike.
Yeah, no, these girls was going at it to the point. I'm like, did they used to play like that when I was in middle school? Because I felt like it was a little more organized.
Yeah.
But they were I was just like, travel. She picked the ball up twice, travel, foul. And they were just letting them play. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I would do the same. That was always my summer jobs or even winter jobs, high school and college. I umpired baseball, refereed basketball in town, and refereed football as well. And yeah, it isn't. Obviously, as we all know, some parents are crazy. It can get intense out there.
Basketball I could do, because I've been in basketball, pretty much my whole adult life. I could do that. But that baseball game, I was like, sure, that's right. Sure.
Yeah, that's right. No 4-pitch walks exist in this game. All right, we're swinging the bat. Get your bat off the shoulder.
Yeah.
Keep sending those in. I'm trying to read some of them now here before we go to break. But keep sending in something you've had to do in life that you were just completely unqualified for. 713
Captain Figgy.
Captain Figgy.
There was one really good text that I couldn't read on air, but essentially if people said, like, what's the best – I'll clean it up. People ask Figgy, what's the best place to go fishing? And you say, in the water.
But in the water, duh.
Yeah, right. But he had some language in there, too. It was a good text. Keep sending those in. 713-572-4610. What's something you've had to fake your way through that you were unqualified for? When we come back, it's time to go around the NFL. It's in the loop.
Sports Radio.
evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you so bad?
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. And you can text the show, 713-572-4610. We'll go around the NFL in a moment, but we asked last segment for the question of the day, what's something you've had to do in life that you were unqualified for? I did like a couple that came in during the commercial break. Someone said they worked for a grocery store. They moved them from sacking to appetizer, and that's where they cut lunch meat and cheese, but also the fish. This texter had never cleaned or filleted a fish in their life, and so when they had to do it for the first time, they said they completely destroyed it, and the lady, when they handed it to her, was horrified when she got her first Frankenstein fillet of her red snapper.
I can tell you that's hard to do. You do have to learn how to fillet a fish. I'm sure that looked just brutal.
Yeah.
And, of course, 713 says becoming a dad to 2 daughters. Mm-hmm. Yes. You have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah, that's a good one. Another one said I was a right fielder on my baseball team. We had a coach fill in. He asked me what position I played. I said second base. And then he said, boy, that ball comes to you quick. Yeah, a little different than right field when you're at second base. You can keep texting those in, 713-572-4610. What's something you've had to do in life that you were completely unqualified for after Joe Espada again had to play doctor last night, the Jay Myers injury. We'll get back to the Myers injury later on. But let's go around the NFL. As the NFLPA is going to appeal the arbiter's collusion ruling in the NFL. This became a story. Pablo Torre and Mike Florio have really been pushing this about collusion in the NFL. I know Seth has done a lot of work on this for the morning show. He's read the whole document. He sent out even like a Cliff Notes version to people around here too. But the NFLPA now going to appeal. Just, I'm sure you guys have talked about it before, but what are your thoughts on this whole situation?
Well, my thoughts are pretty straightforward. If you ask me, is there collusion in the NFL? Absolutely yes. 100%. But we went through actually some of Seth's stuff and some of the other reports and stories about the so-called evidence, for lack of a better term, that was put into this document. None of it was really that strong in terms of that looks like collusion. It was like very vague, I'll put it this way. My heart would tell me there's collusion, but if I read those documents and saw those papers, I would say I can't. The old Judge John. I can't call that collusion based on what I'm looking at.
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
I think certainly there's some shady stuff going on behind closed doors in the NFL, but this case was not strong enough.
Yeah.
And there is no. They thought they had the smoking gun.
There
Florio.
was none.
Yeah, there isn't. It's just it's not there. Again, I'm sure it's happening, but it hasn't been uncovered yet, and they haven't uncovered it here.
Yeah.
So I don't think anything's going to change or come from this whole
behind closed doors, man. So I'm sure it probably was off the record type stuff.
Yeah.
But not anything you can prove and say, yep,
like
they
the
did
emails and stuff. I saw some of the emails. Like that's a little fishy, but it's not like, oh, that's collusion.
Yeah, nah, you gotta dig up some phone calls and all that, some voice messages.
I also don't know like the exact definition or the laws or anything, but just because like people are upset with the Sean contract and then they want to keep contracts down, I don't consider it collusion. Like specifically collusion, I consider it almost like good business. Like to me, it has to be a plan where all the owners talk to one another and say, like, we're not paying more than this no matter what, or we're not going to sign this guy
or even one
no
owner.
matter what. Sure, yeah.
Even one owner. Like I think one of the examples that was there was, I forget who it was, but either way, said, well, I don't like this.
Yes.
Well, just because you don't like it doesn't mean you're colluding to not do it yourself.
Collusion would be getting.
I am not going to do this.
Hey, don't sign that player to this.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, let's take a stand. Let's not give in, owners.
Yeah.
Right, I'm with you guys. I think there's a big difference there. Hey, yesterday we talked about Tristan Wirfs going to be out for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to start the season. And, of course, the Texans play the Buccaneers in Week 2. It's the home opener here in Houston. It's going to be I imagine a rowdy crowd, fun night, and the Buccaneers are going to be missing their best offensive lineman. Well, to add on to the story, the Bucs are going to have to replace that guy with our old friend Charlie Heck, who of course spent 4 years here and now is this is his first year with the Bucs, right? He'll be probably be the fill-in.
Charlie Heck, Figgy.
Revenge game.
Revenge. He was a 4th-round pick. I thought early on he might have shown a couple of things, but he was never good. He was a B.O.B. guy, and the reason I put this in here is because that's a game that was kind of a toss-up if you look at it. That's a good squad. Obviously, they've got a good quarterback, and the Texans' ends are just going to feast on Charlie Heck and obviously just in general.
Yeah. So it's a good opportunity there early in the season, and then for Texans fans, you could take out some frustration and hopefully get to see Heck turned into a turnstile out there, and the Texans blow by him. We did talk yesterday. ESPN put out that list. Texans were the only team with 2 top 10 pass rushers in the league. We know how good that pass rush should be and most likely will be. So, yeah, look out Charlie Heck to start the season, too. It's good you get them early in the year because not only is Tristan unavailable, but then also you haven't had a ton of time to adapt if you're the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun home opener regardless for the Texans. How about this story? Second NFL player to get scammed out of big money this week. The Minnesota Vikings linebacker Dallas Turner got scammed, but when you hear the details, I mean, I feel bad for him, but I also don't feel bad for him because of the stupidity. Now, he is 23 years old. He's only been in the league for 2 years. Here's the quick details, and this was reported by the Star Tribune, the paper there in Minnesota. Now, Jonathan Grenard has denied this. He has spoken out on Twitter for his teammate and said, I don't know where you got these details. This is not true, but it's been printed in Creighton up there. Anyways, as it goes, he got a phone call from his bank, from a banker at J.P. Morgan Chase called Turner and claimed someone was attempting to impersonate Turner at a Chase Bank branch in Arizona and presented 2 copies of ID to execute a wire transfer. So that's the setup. Turner says, oh, no, well, what am I supposed to do? They tell him, transfer your money to 2 separate businesses to prevent this attempted theft. The 2 businesses were Island Food Truck LLC and then CNLFL LLC. Transfer $120,000 to each of these 2, and then the people trying to get your money in Arizona won't be able to get it, and it's going to be safe. So Turner went to 2 separate Chase Bank branches and transferred $120,000 at each bank to one of these companies. It wasn't until he was talking to a family member that they told him, I think you got scammed.
Yeah.
And then he contacted, I think, the FBI or whatever, but scammed out of $240,000. But, man, this is the type of scam I worry about, my grandmother falling for, not some NFL player handing away $250,000.
My thing, though, I get what you're saying, and they prey on elderly and, very susceptible people and the stories. But anyone can get scammed, man.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, anyone can get. They're so good at it. We were talking a couple of weeks ago. I kind of was down that rabbit hole because something popped up on my laptop that looked very suspicious. Called the number, and then after a while, I realized, okay, I know what's going on here. I got out. It wasn't what I thought it was. Anyway, no need to share the details. It was just basically about my bank account as well. It can happen, and when you're 23. It's like the very naive or the very naive because you're older. And,
it's true.
And I just feel horrible about this, and I could absolutely see it happen no matter your age.
That's fair. The scams are, especially now with technology, I mean, it's getting worse and worse than ever before, trickier and trickier.
Yeah.
They have recovered, they said in the story, this really helps, they've recovered $2,500 so far. It's it was $240,000.
That's the thing.
And that's the problem with a lot of these, especially even when people get caught for Ponzi schemes or anything. You never get that money back. They always say they're going to pay you back, and it's a ton of money that they have to pay, and they're going to garner their wages. But when it's $240,000, this case might be a little different. But yeah, it's hard to track that down. Especially this was in February, so I imagine they've moved the money, they spent the money, whatever. It's been 5 months, and they don't have that money to pay you back.
No, it's gone. Lesson learned, but a very expensive lesson.
Yeah.
And literally anyone who's listening to us, anyone out there, don't think, oh boy, what a sucker. I think it can happen. They're so good at it,
They are. I don't know if I'd fall for this one, but there are certainly scams out there that can get me. There's some good ones. And last thing, Eli Manning originally said he was interested in purchasing a portion of the Giants. The Giants said in February that they were going to put up to 10% on the market. Eli said originally he would like to do it, but now he has come out and said, it's actually too expensive for me. We've talked about this before, even with the Lakers sale. I mean, just how crazy the value of these franchises are, that even Eli's like, 10%. I can't. I guess the question would be, which Texan, and maybe it's an obvious answer, which Texan would you like to, if ever a Texan were to buy in as an owner of the Texans moving forward, who would you like it to be?
You said it might be obvious, so I'm guessing you're thinking J.J. Watt.
Yeah, J.J. or Andre Johnson.
But I don't know about that. I mean, J.J. could do it. Hell, he owns a part of a soccer club right now or a big part of the soccer club in England. So he could do it. I just don't feel like this is something that Eli Manning has more money than J.J. Watt, I got to believe. Or in the same neighborhood.
Certainly. Probably more, yeah.
In the same, with all the Manning productions and all that stuff. I think this is reflective of where ownership is going in general. It's going to be consortiums. It's going to be investing groups, et cetera. I don't think individuals very rarely have the money to invest in especially in the NFL.
For sure. I'm with you. That's why, like, when A-Rod he had to get a group together. Right? It's always a group. Brady got a small portion there of the Raiders, but, like, Magic Johnson's part of a group. It's never one guy. LeBron's part of a group. It's never just one athlete. So you have to get some other big money people together to be able to buy your portion. Eli was asked about it on CNBC Sport. He said it's valued at $10 billion, the Giants, which would put them right there with the Lakers. That was the largest sale. So that's why he said 1% of $10 billion. I don't have it. But yeah, so that's the story there of the Giants. So $10 billion. If the Giants were to ever sell, they could match the Lakers, evidently, it seems, for the biggest sale of a sports team.
$10 billion sounds about right.
Yeah,
that does. Market, that team.
It's true. That's going around the NFL, some of the things happening in the league in the last 24 hours. Speaking of the NFL, when we come back, let's talk about some NFL futures bets for the 2025 season, including some bets specifically for the Houston Texans that you might want to fire off on right now. This is based off of a CBS list and then a list of our own as well. We'll do it next. It's in the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner.
Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. You can always join the conversation on the text line, 713-572-4610. Getting ready. We're gearing up for the NFL season. Training camp begins in less than 2 weeks. Forward to it. And CBS Sports put out a list of some future bets for the NFL that maybe you should make. We also, John put together a list of some Texans as well, some bets to make for the upcoming year. So let's get excited for 2025. Let's look ahead and try to predict some things for the Texans in the NFL season.
Yeah, the way the CBS put it, 10 NFL futures bets you have to make right now. Wow.
I'm listening.
Yeah, you're a dare.
Right now, before camp?
Right now, make these bets, and the value is there, and they expect this to happen. Here's one. I want to just see where you fall on this, if you would make this right now. And then I got some Texans ones that I came up with that I feel pretty strongly about. Well, relatively strongly about. Bijan Robinson to lead the NFL in rushing is plus 1,100.
Ooh, interesting.
Not Saquon, not Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson.
I would, for those odds, I would throw a couple bucks on it, but I don't think, he wouldn't be my pick. But sure, at those odds, maybe I'd take a shot. But if you're asking me who's going to lead the league in rushing, honestly, I don't think I would have even thought of him when trying to come up with the answer.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't have either. Did you realize he was third?
Oh, wow. I did not realize.
He was third with 1,456 yards.
Dang. I didn't know that. All right, so that's pretty good value then at plus 1,100 for the guy that finished third. I think Saquon will take a step back this year after the playoff run and all the carries and everything. Yeah. So, maybe. You know what? That's
a little bit hesitant until you mentioned that part.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, how is they offense?
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure who was running the show there and all that. But now I'm like, maybe that ain't far-fetched. 1,456
yards.
Dang.
I saw that and I was like, at first I was like you. I was like, nah. And then I went, really? Really?
Man, hey, I play fantasy football. I gamble. I have Sunday ticket. I try to. I don't know how I missed that. He had a great year.
You're not alone. This one I would jump all over. Miami Dolphins under 6.5 wins.
Oh, 6.5 is. I am down on the Dolphins. I've been down on the Dolphins. 6.5 though is a low number, and you get the Jets twice. You get the Patriots twice. Maybe I would take the over. If we're talking under, certainly 8.5, maybe 7.5. I don't know. 6. Do they go 6-11 or worse? I might lay off, but I am low on the Dolphins this year.
They're going to face the Ravens, the Bills, the Commanders. And according to CBS, there's likely only one game after their bye week that they'll be favored in, and that's the Saints.
Oh, wow.
Damn. Yeah, it seemed like they had a weird offseason too, where I felt like McDaniel was on the hot seat.
Very much so.
Yeah, you starting to hear a lot of chatter coming out their locker room and all that stuff. So
yeah,
it would surprise me.
This one I would not. That one I was a little intrigued in. Certainly, the Bijani one as well. This one I would stay away from, but I'm going to say it because it's on their list. The Bengals to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Plus 130.
Plus 130. Now, it's not good enough down. I am worried about the defense again, which was their problem last year, but that offense was so good. I love Joe Burrow. I can't. No, I wouldn't spend money on that. I trust Burrow, and after missing it last year, I think they could get back this year.
Yeah, I'm with you. Mike Evans over 925 yards.
You gotta, right? It almost feels like a lock every year. 1,000 yards. I gotta do it.
Yeah, and the other thing is, even though he only had 1,004 yards last year, he didn't play in every game.
Yeah,
and I feel like if they get close, they're gonna make sure. They're going to make sure to get him the ball to get the 1,000.
If I remember correctly, I think that's what they did last year.
Yeah,
it was like the fourth quarter of a game out of hand, and they were still throwing the football, even though I think they had a big lead or something. Yeah, no, you got to bet that every year.
New England Patriots to make the playoffs.
Okay, so.
Plus 148.
Oh, I thought it'd be better odds.
Yeah.
148. I have a screenshot in my phone I'd have to find, but I'm actually higher on the Patriots this year because, I think Vrabel always overachieves. I do like Drake May. But also, the screenshot I have shows that I think it's, if I remember correctly, the team that has the weakest schedule in the AFC has won at least 8 games every year, something like that. And the Patriots are that team this year. It's something along those lines. The data points to the Patriots having a winning season this year based off of history. So because of that, I actually do think the Patriots have a pretty good year. I thought those would be a lot better odds, but yeah, I'll take a shot that they make the playoffs.
Their argument was they added Stephon Diggs. They have the number 4 overall pick, Will Campbell, Drake May, as you mentioned. Day 2 picks, Travion Henderson. They're high on him as well. And the second easiest schedule in the entire NFL.
Okay, yeah. And I think easiest in the AFC, which is the metric I referenced, that the teams that have the easiest schedule in the AFC have had like a winning season, whatever. It's like 20 straight years or something.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. San Francisco 49ers to win the NFC West. It feels like the Rams.
Yeah.
And there's people kind of down, on some of the moves, losing Debo and all that.
I know.
I still got a lot.
I do think the Niners will be better this year. I think Robert Saleh is a big help. Their special teams were bad last year, and they spent a lot of resources on their special teams this offseason to address that. I think they'll be better. Will they be good enough to win the division?
Yeah.
I would say yes, because last year they dealt with injuries. They had a down year. And if you go back and look, Shanahan had that. They had a run, if I'm remembering correctly, they had like a run to the Super Bowl or AFC title game. Then they had injuries, and they had a bad year where they won like 6 games. And then they came back the next year and I think made the Super Bowl. Point being, Shanahan usually bounces back from a bad year. So I'd take my chances. I would bet on the Niners. Why not? Take a shot. They win the division.
I think I might as well. The next one, I wouldn't do it because it's based on if he stays healthy, and I don't think he'll stay healthy. Dak Prescott to throw for 4,000 yards. When he's healthy, he's a 4,000-yard passer.
Yeah.
My thing is, I don't think he's going to stay healthy.
It's a fair concern. I wouldn't bet it. I also don't trust Schottenheimer running the offense for the first time instead of Mike McCarthy. So I'm going to say no. Looking back, to your point, when the last 3 seasons he's been healthy. But yeah, I'll bet against the health.
Yeah. And then the Denver Broncos over 9.5 wins.
No, I'm fading the Broncos. Last year, I think, was a lot of luck, for lack of a better term. They had an easy schedule. Now people are familiar with Bo Nix, with this team. I thought last year was pretty flukish the way they won some of those games. I did not think they were a very good playoff team. I also don't like Sean Payton, to be fair, so I'm biased. But no, I think the Commanders take a step back this year. I think the Broncos are another team that regrets to the mean.
I'd stay away from it, but they do state a pretty strong argument on that. They've added Evan Ingram. They got J.K. Dobbins. Their defense has not gone anywhere, and they allowed the second fewest yards per play of any team in the NFL. So that's those NFL futures bets. So it got me thinking, as I am wont to do. All right, let's talk about some Texans props here.
Yeah,
and these are the ones that I came up with. I looked up the odds, and some of them are pretty dang good. Nick Chubb, NFL Comeback Player of the Year.
Ooh,
plus 5,500.
5,500?
Yes.
I'll take a shot just for those odds.
Yes.
I've referenced this before, and I wish I had the list in front of me, but there is a good track record of guys who suffer injuries and then they shortly after go to new teams and they really take off. I mean, Saquon Barkley is an example who had an injury with the Giants, went to the Eagles, was really good. Adrian Peterson in the past. I'm trying to think of other examples. Jamal Lewis, I think, was one. But there is, last 20 years, there's about a half a dozen running backs who had serious injuries, then they got healthy, switch, had big years. So for that
price?
For that price, I'll take it.
Me as well. How about this one? And I had to look up these. If the Texans win, it's going to be largely because of their defense. But if they win big, the quarterback's going to get a lot of love. C.J. Stroud MVP.
Oh,
plus 1,500.
I can't do it. I like C.J. Stroud. I'm a C.J. Stroud guy, but I don't think he'll be in the MVP conversation.
If they win 12 games, 13 games.
I know, but I think it's going to be carried by the defense.
Yeah, and plus, I don't think they're going to look at it like this, but I kind of think about Buffalo. I think about Baltimore, Kansas City. It just seemed like they get so much love because of their quarterbacks and carrying the team, especially a team like Baltimore. So I don't know if he'll have a year like those teams would.
I call this the new girl in class factor.
Yeah. I like that.
Anytime she transfers from another school, all the boys in the room go, hey now.
It's true.
Is he going to be the new girl in class? No more Josh Allen, no more Lamar Jackson. We've had enough of Patrick Mahomes. If they win 12 or 13 games, a lot of them people voting for this are going to say, hey, how about that C.J. Stroud vote?
I'm with you 100% on that. Yeah, I was going to say the door is open for somebody new instead of Josh, Lamar, Mahomes. Maybe it's Joe Burrow, who hasn't won one yet, had a great year last year. Yeah, the door is open. I'll grant you that, but I just don't think Stroud. I think he will have to be an MVP.
Got a few more for you here. Most interceptions, Derek Stingley.
I'd take a shot. Do you have the odds on that?
Plus 2,500.
Sure. Yeah, I would take a shot on that. No problem.
My thing is I think people are just going to avoid him.
That's fair.
I think they're just going to avoid him. He's got that reputation already. I would stay away from that one, but he's also he's so good closing on the ball. The closer, remember that? And making the plays on the ball. I think he's got a shot, but I would stay away.
Do you think he's going to lead the team in interceptions? Because I feel like Kalen Bullock.
It may be Bullock.
Might be the guy.
It might be. Especially with the C.J. Gardner-Johnson back there now. And
he's a ball hawk.
Yeah, and he's able to do more freelance, so to speak.
Last year, the leader had 9 interceptions for the record.
And what did Stingley have, 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess, I don't know. Do you expect him to double that output this year? I guess that's a lot to ask.
Texans lead the league in sacks. Plus 1,200. Now, that's not just the two ends.
Right.
That's the league in sacks.
Yeah, I would take a shot on that, too.
I would, too.
For sure. I think it's worthwhile at plus 1,200. Throw a few bucks on that with those 2 pass rushers. I would take a shot.
I would do that one as well. This is the interesting one, and what's interesting to me is the odds are relatively low on this. Texans reach the AFC Championship game plus 900.
Okay, so at plus 900, again, you can always tickle me where I itch. I'll take a shot. But
are you going to really believe that?
No, that was going to be my point. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they've closed the gap between the Ravens and the Chiefs, and those are the teams you have to get by, and they've never been there before, like you said. No, I don't think it would happen, but for those odds, I'll throw some pizza money on it.
Here's the thing. If you believe that C.J. Stroud could win MVP if they get to 12 or 13 wins, then you got to believe they'll be at home. They'll have a good chance to get to an AFC Championship game, maybe a first-round bye. So if you bet C.J. Stroud MVP, I feel like you have to bet reach AFC Championship.
I like that. I can be a hedge better, but I also think it's a good move when you tie some things together. That if you think this is going to happen, well, then this is probably going to happen too, so you might as well bet on those things as well. I do like that thought. One other one that I'll throw in, because Bucky Brooks put together an article for NFL.com where he picked long shots for each awards, and for his Defensive Player of the Year, his bet was Will Anderson Jr. at plus 1,300.
Ooh, that's a good number.
He even says Will Anderson Jr. might exceed 20 sacks this year, Bucky Brooks wrote in his write-up.
That is a lot. This just in.
Yeah. He had 11, he had 11 sacks last year in 14 games, Will Anderson Jr. Bucky said, he might exceed 20 this year. Take him at plus 1,300. That's another one I probably would. If you actually go back and look, most Defensive Player of the Years have actually, funny enough, been in their fourth season. But Khalil Mack won it in his third year about a decade ago. J.J. Watt won it in his second year. So there has been a precedent of guys, that young that take the step up to be able to be the best player. And obviously, he's been so good in his first 2 years. But that went to the mix. Bucky Brooks had plus 1,300. Will Anderson Jr. to be Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
So there you go. If you like some of those, run to your
heard it here
sportsbook.
first.
Yeah, with 10% finder's fee. For you if those bets hit. And if they lose, you didn't hear it here. Someone else told you to do that. Coming up, what's poppin'? We'll let you know, including some changes to the All-Star game, both in terms of Houston Astros, but also what they're actually going to do for the All-Star game. We'll let you know about that next. It's in the Loop.
We're too. Biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig as we get to What's Poppin' here on In the Loop. You can always join the conversation as well, 713-572-4610. Heading into the final series in baseball before the All-Star break next week. All-Star game Tuesday night in Atlanta. Couple updates with this All-Star game. First off, we're going to have the ABS system in the All-Star game, so they're not it's going to be like spring training. It's not like they're going to use it for every pitch, but you have the ability to challenge any pitch, as I understand it. Do you like the addition for the All-Star game of the ABS system?
I love it. One of the more frustrating and fascinating things, really this year more than ever, you've seen it. Such and such umpire missed 38% of his calls or whatever. You see people post it. Like, it's bad. There were a couple last night where, like, it's so obvious, that the ball was outside or hit the strike zone or whatever. You should be able, it changes at bats. We have the technology, as they said back in the $6 million days, $6 million man days. We have the technology. Use it. We're watching tennis as we're broadcasting here. They have it in real time. The NFL is going to use it some, or at least experiment with it some. Why would you not use the ABS system?
Yeah, I agree. They tried it as like a trial in spring training. I think it went well. And so I think this is another one, floating one of those trial balloons in front of the crowd. There should be a lot of eyes and showing them this and then seeing what the reaction is. It's funny, though, that I think the fans are more accepting of it than the players. The players have been pushing back on this for some reason. They seem to prefer the umps. I know Max Scherzer has been very outspoken about it, about being against this, the use of this moving forward. I don't know why. I would think as a player, especially as a pitcher, you'd be so frustrated with some of these umpires. You'd want to use the technology to make sure you got the calls right. But the players seem to be the ones that don't like this, more so than fans.
Yes, I've seen those same stories. But is it the majority of players?
Yeah, I know. That's fair.
Because I think a lot of players that have a good eye would want it, and a lot of players do have a good eye. And if it just misses by an inch, they can review and get the call right. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a majority or not. I haven't seen any polls or surveys or anything like that. But I will say, if you have it, why not use it?
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, for the All-Star game, do you think it looks a little like awkward or lame that in an exhibition game, if somebody does challenge a call?
Yeah, maybe. Hey, they want to get theirs too.
Yeah.
They want to get theirs.
So who get to challenge it? The player?
Pitcher, catcher, or man? No, pitcher, catcher, and one other can challenge it.
The batters can.
Yeah, pitcher, catcher, and batter.
They just tap their helmet.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't even have to say anything. Tap the helmet, and they'll challenge it.
Are they going to do it like in tennis where they start clapping? They just look at the replay real quick.
Yeah.
Then, it was a strike. Yeah.
It is kind of awkward because what they've done in the past is like they put it up on the video board, like showing it for all out, and it's like the big reveal.
Review that.
I love the tennis do that, man.
Yeah.
And they keep it moving quick. It's like 5 seconds.
Quick. It's easy.
Yep.
Yeah. I kind of hope, and maybe I'm just a nerd or whatever. I kind of hope you just go to every pitch.
I know.
Every pitch.
Get that.
And we're probably heading down that road.
Yeah, I think eventually.
Yeah.
But this is just another way to float it out there, have some feelers, see what people think in an All-Star game, the players and the fans. Speaking of the All-Star game, so the Astros get an addition, but then also kind of a subtraction. Hunter Brown's going to pitch Sunday, so he's going to be unavailable for the All-Star game. I don't think he's even going to make the trip to Atlanta is what they said. Pena obviously is not going to play. Kind of stinks for those guys that they can't play in their first All-Star games. But you understand why Pena's injured. Hunter Brown's going to be pitching Sunday. You don't want him to come back on Tuesday and pitch. But the Astros did get Isaac Paredes added, and here was the video the Astros put out of Joe Espada telling the clubhouse, I believe yesterday before the game, the news that the Astros have another All-Star.
We knew this guy was a good player, but I did not know not only he's a great player, but he's an incredible human being. It was easy to welcome him to our family because who he is, how genuine he is, how his humility, his love for the game, the way he plays the game. This guy is an incredible person. I'm Honored to coach him every single day, and he's arguably one of the best third basemen in this game, on both sides of the ball. No doubt. All spot.
Astros social media team does a good job with stuff like this. Remember they did the
Cam Smith?
Cam Smith.
Yeah, bringing his mom and his parents.
They do a really good job with that. So they do a good job on some things. We'll get to the other things that we'll get to the other things that they don't necessarily do a good job on.
That's what makes it frustrating is they do everything else so well except for this one big thing that we'll circle back to later. But hey, good for him. And that trade, obviously you hate to lose Kyle Tucker, but man, you have an all-star in Paredes in his first year. Cam Smith looks really good. Nice to see it. We were talking about just yesterday about getting him to the All-Star game, and now he'll be included, so that's good to see. Hey, over in the NBA, Devin Booker, this is ridiculous. I had to make sure this was the correct Shams account when I saw this on Twitter, because I still don't fully understand how all these contracts work in the NBA, but Devin Booker got a 2-year, $145 million extension, which equals out to, $72.5 million per season for guys that don't even play 82 games anymore. He's going to make over $1 million per game played. This is, I know the money's there. Get your money while you can, but this just seems so ridiculous.
It's really crazy, especially when you think about somebody like LeBron. I know LeBron is 41 years old, but he's making like 56. So you got somebody making way more than him like that?
Well, the entirety of his deal is going to be now 5 years, $316 million.
Gosh.
For Devin Booker, who, look, great player, all-star, 5, or something like that. But he was $316 million for 5 years. Again, I'm with you. Get your money. It's not about Devin Booker, but I'd be ticked off if I were a Suns fan.
See, the thing is, Devin, he's getting his money for sure, but I guarantee you in the next year or two, he's going to request a trade.
Well, he better. And Suns fans got to hate this.
Yeah, he's getting his money, but he's also going to dictate where he goes next. So, because anybody else would have just not signed the extension and waited to free agency, but the smart move is to get your money because I could just request a trade and go wherever I want. I just go to Miami or New York or whatever and still be paid.
Yeah, I would hate this. I'm a Suns fan.
They're going nowhere.
No, agreed.
Yeah, they're going nowhere.
I think Matt Ishbia has been a lousy owner since taking over that team. And he's kind of, Steve Cohen, I guess, is a little bit of an exception with the Mets, though he's had some ups and downs. But we've seen these really rich guys take over these teams, be hands-on, spend a lot of money, and be disasters. David Tepper, obviously, with the Panthers. I mean, that's been a joke. And Ishbia, the Suns are kind of turning into that as well, where he keeps hiring people just because they went to Michigan State, and he went to Michigan State. And now this, the whole Durant thing obviously didn't work out. Yeah, the Suns are they're not in a great spot, and I don't think Matt Ishbia is going to really produce a winner there either.
And they ain't going to help the team either.
No,
that contract ain't helping.
They're going nowhere.
Yeah, they was pretty much going nowhere.
What does it accomplish?
With him?
Other than, hey, congratulations, Devin Booker, but what does it accomplish?
Yeah. I wouldn't like it. Easy money. Hey, Rory McIlroy, apparently not a fan of the Metroplex. He took a shot at the future PGA Championship in Frisco. Here's how it sounded.
I think it's the same thing. If venues in golf matter to you, it maybe puts a little bit more pressure on you. So, I'd love to win an Open at Portrush, absolutely. I'd love to win an Open at St. Andrews. I'd love to win a U.S. Open at Pebble Beach. I'd love to win a PGA at PGA Frisco. But no. But it's like there's venues in the game that just mean a little bit more. Frisco might get there one day. Who knows?
Damn, that was definition of a drive-by there. Clearly, he does not like the PGA going to Frisco, which. Frisco, I didn't even know Frisco was going to have the PGA Championship.
Yeah, me either. This is news to me.
I just love a good drive-by like that. Got St. Andrews, sure. Pebble Beach, of course. Frisco.
It'll get there one day. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, Rory not holding back. And I think there's probably a lot of people around here that might agree. Hey, speaking of golf, there was a fight. I've been meaning to get to this the last couple of days. There's this fight on the golf course that has made the rounds. It's gone viral. I know other people have talked about it on this station. We've gotten texts about it. When are you going to talk about this fight on the golf course? So I do want to bring it up, and I guess it was in Canada, and a dude just got absolutely destroyed by what turned out to be a former NHL player, Nick Tarnasky, who was an enforcer in the NHL. So not only one of the guys that would get physical and fight guys, and certainly he fought this dude on the golf course. Go find the video if you haven't seen it already. It's brutal. It's ridiculous. It's just such a mismatch. He manhandles this guy. But my question in all of this is the whole argument was over trying to play through. I believe the guy, the other guy, the non-NHL player, was the one that wanted to play through, and Nick wasn't going to allow him. I'm not even going to ask if it's worth fighting over, but when you're on the golf course, like what's your etiquette? What are your thoughts on that idea of letting somebody, if you're going too slow, letting somebody play through?
I always let them play through, especially if that's like a twosome or a threesome and we're in a foursome. I want to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
And if our group is slow and we're hacks and all that other stuff and the group behind us is strong, absolutely let them play through. Well, how is that like? Is it? I guess some people consider it like less, I don't know, macho if you're not as good or something. Dude, I want to have fun. And of course, the best part of the video is just bang. Just yelling bang.
Yeah, like
yelling bang on every punt.
Like the old Batman TV show.
Did you see it, Figgy?
Yeah, I saw it.
Bang.
Dude, his own, like, sound effects as he's beating up the guy. I've never seen that before. That is just salt in the wounds. Beating the crap out of somebody and saying bang every time you every time you deliver a blow. Go find the video. It's an absurd video.
The guy was wasted.
Yeah, it was. On the fact that he's a former NHL player. Speaking of fights, I also saw this one this morning. There was a fight on a plane recently. And what happened was a female lawyer was trying to cut the line to get off the flight before everyone else. And it turned into a whole fight. So while we're on the subject of etiquette leading to fights, is it worth fighting over on a plane that person that tries to get up and cut everybody to get off the plane first?
Those are the worst people.
Agreed.
Those are the absolute worst people. I don't know if I would fight over it, but I might mention a couple lines here and there. Here's the other thing about the people getting up early and trying to get up to the front. How much time do they really save?
Yeah.
I know it.
Like, how much does it really help them?
Yeah, I never understood that. And I come across people like that a lot, where I'm sitting there and somebody, excuse me, can I go? Because I got to, my ride is, one day somebody said, my ride is waiting on me, so I got to.
Well, my ride is too.
I'm like, okay, so we just hanging out at the airport. You the only one with a ride that's waiting to pick you up.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, go ahead. I ain't about to argue with nobody on the plane. And this lady got right in the middle. And got stuck.
Yeah. How much does it really save you?
Yeah. So I'm like, I caught up with her once I got off.
Yeah, exactly.
So it saves. It's kind of like driving in traffic on the highway.
Yeah.
And you just trying to keep maneuvering, and you ain't getting nowhere, man. You just wasting everybody's time.
I love when you see that car come by, zipping all over the place. Then you get to the next light, you're right next to him.
Yeah, you catch up right to him. I'm like, damn, this car.
And you're right next to him.
Yeah, I'm with you. Last thing here on What's Poppin'. Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens, Livy Dunn, the famous girlfriend of Paul Skeens, they were denied their quote-unquote dream home. It was Babe Ruth's former apartment in Manhattan. $1.5 million. Livy said that she was willing to, or she was going to pay in cash. And apparently the building denied the application. They said, no, we're not interested in you purchasing this place or moving in here.
What do you got against Livy Dunn, man? That would have been cool. It was Babe Ruth's former apartment. This is just a bunch of old people that didn't want the crazy youngins showing up, right?
And you said this, and you said this is Paul Skeens' girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay, I wonder, do they have something against maybe Pittsburgh or the Pirates or something like that?
Nah, what do you think?
They're like, come to the Mets or Yankees first, and then we'll let you know.
Are they just a diehard Yankees or Mets fan or something?
I think it's just like we have a certain type of people we'd rather have here. Because she's she's obviously very famous gymnast from LSU, does a lot of other stuff, millions of followers, and Skeens obviously. Like, what do you have against her, man? Why do you want her not to get?
Yeah, it'd be one thing if she wasn't famous. Yeah, you kind of want somebody famous there,
right?
But I feel like she kind of fit the apartment a little bit.
You would think,
yeah.
Yeah, my guess was probably older people, and either didn't want the attention or thought like, oh, this young rich girl's moving in, like she's going to not be a good tenant. She's going to be
We don't need
wild,
your kind.
Yeah, wild lifestyle. We're an older crowd. We want to keep it quiet. That'd be my only thought. I don't know. Scalco, comedian, has a joke about how his father always tries to pay in cash thinking it's going to be cheaper. Like even when he goes to, say, Best Buy, and they're like, the TV's $200. And like, yeah, but I'm paying in cash. Like, yeah, it's still $200. But I do love that Livy Dunn mentioned that. Like, it's different here, especially with that amount of money. But it just reminded me of that when she's like, I was even going to pay in cash, which, by the way, just dropping down like $1.5 million
I know,
in cash.
how about that?
Yeah.
That's a baller move right
Yeah,
there.
that is a big-time baller move.
Just to correct myself, I guess the hockey player was the one trying to play through. The guys were drunk and not teeing off, and that's why he got upset. Like, just let me go by you guys.
Either way.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, 832 says, I've never not let someone play through. That would be ridiculous.
Yes, have fun. You're there for fun.
And I love another 832 says he was hitting him with the Mike Breen. With the bang. So yeah, some good texts coming in about those fights. And then I always love the random text. I don't know if this relates to anything we just talked about, but someone said at 18, I defended myself in court for a paraphernalia charge and won. Congratulations.
Those are the best. That's the best feeling. I want a traffic ticket once.
That must have been from the question of the day.
Oh, yeah.
That was from the question.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. I was going to say, we always get these texts that come in that seem like they do not relate to anything.
They're listening on the app.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, hey, good for you. Maybe you were qualified after all.
Yeah.
That's what's popping. Coming up, ESPN's been doing these top 10 lists each day for a position group in the NFL. And today they put out their top 10 safeties, which actually means, in their case, more good news for the Texans. We'll get to it next. It's in the loop.
Listeners, wow, you stepped up in a
who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
ESPN put out their top 10 safeties in the league this year, which means more good news for the Texans. We'll get to that here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. I didn't even want to turn on the mic and start talking. I was enjoying a little Billy Idol.
We could have kept playing it, man.
Yeah. I love that guitar to open up the song.
The ones and twos, as you say.
That's right. It's a great song. Yeah. And my favorite rom-com I'd probably say is Wedding Singer, if that counts.
That's big time in here.
They use this song a lot in that, so it takes place in the 80s. One time I was doing a show, I don't think my program director liked it. I think we played what's that song? Jefferson Airplane, the song they have about Alice in Wonderland. It's a short song.
Go Ask Alice.
Yeah, that song. Yeah. It's a short song. I don't even think it's 3 minutes. Anyways, back from commercial, and I love that song really much, really a lot. So we just let it play, and I just sat there for like 3 minutes. We listened to the whole song, and fortunately, I don't think anyone's listening because no one said anything to me. All right, good. Anyways, you can always join the conversation 713-572-4610. We'll get to that list from ESPN, but in case you're just tuning in for the day, you've been busy this morning, whatever it might be, maybe you missed the news or the Astros last night. The big story of the day. It's not even the fact that the Astros got swept by the Guardians last night. First time they've been swept since the first week of the season, just the second sweeping for the Astros this year. That's not even the main story. The big story from last night's the fact that not only did they suffer another injury, but it happened before the game even started. Jake Myers tried to make his return to the lineup, and as he went out to center field, apparently he suffered what I guess we could label as a setback. Had to come out of the game immediately, was helped off the field by a trainer, couldn't even go to the dugout. He went off the field on the through the gate in the right field corner. And we'll see what this means for Jake Myers moving forward. But in the here and now, I mean, it's just the latest example of the Astros botching an injury situation and embarrassing themselves with a player's recovery.
Yeah, and I'm not even kidding anymore, because it's been kind of a punchline, a running joke. What are the Astros saying about an injury now? I said it earlier, and I kind of want to ask you guys something about this as well. It's not a joke anymore. It's not funny anymore. It's an embarrassment, the way they handle injuries and rehab and return players, et cetera. They're a laughingstock around the league, in terms of, inside the game and outside the game, commentators and fans and such. But let me ask you both this. Is there anything that could lead the Astros to actually changing the way they do things with these injuries?
I mean, if we haven't seen it yet, it would be hard to find something.
I think there might be one thing.
Okay.
Something for this year? Because I think for sure next year they're probably going to make some type of change.
They've said that before.
I'm kind of curious. Is it crazy to make like a big change in the middle of the season like this?
Well, no, I'm talking about just, you can make that kind of change, like not just transparency, but how you control and decide when a player is back. The process, why not an MRI? I mean, you're a very lucrative club. Why could you not have an MRI on this calf? What was keeping you? The one thing I think might change this is it comes back to money. Everything comes back to money.
Of course.
Methodist hospital system. Have you guys caught up and seen the more and more jokes, the more and more snide comments about Jordan on the Methodist billboards and the Methodist hospital system, comments? And I could do a search right now, but I won't. I've seen, hey man, no thank you. Whenever we're talking, whenever you see these posts and stuff, the Methodist hospital system partner of the Astros for a long time. I think decades. They look bad.
Yeah.
They look bad. They could pick up the phone, whoever the CEO, CFO, whatever, and get with Jim Crane, because the only one that can really change things is Jim Crane, and say, man, what are we doing here? Our name is on this team. Our name has been associated with this team for decades. We look awful. That the only thing that could change would be the Methodist hospital system, CEO, whomever, president, whatever, putting a little pressure on the Astros to change the way they do things.
I think that's fair. I mean, this is a partnership that's seemingly not working. I mean, it's embarrassing both sides. They might be doing everything right behind the scenes, like from a medical standpoint, for all we know. I know it's hard to believe, maybe, in this hypothetical world. But still, publicly, both entities here are getting embarrassed. They're becoming that punchline. Not only the Astros, we talk about the Astros and focus on the Astros because that's what we do. We're a sports station. But yes, to your point, even Houston Methodists, they're being put through the ringer by Astros fans or people here in Houston that see this and think, like, what are they doing? How incompetent are they that they can't figure this stuff out? So that's a fair point that I hadn't thought about previously, that this is a partnership, and right now it's not looking good for either side, so maybe the pressure has to come from outside the organization for Jim Crane to finally do something, because if you haven't done it yet, which I still don't understand, I don't know what else it's going to take at this point. It's costing you money. It's even costing you games. I know they're in first place. They have a 6.5 game lead, so it doesn't seem as big of a deal, but it's costing you. It just costs you this series, these injuries. Now you have the Jake Myers. The previous GM acknowledged it, wanted to look into it, then got fired for other issues. Something needs to change. And if it hasn't happened yet, if he hasn't reached that breaking point, maybe it is a sponsor or a partner reaching out and saying something needs to be done differently because you're making us look bad. We're making each other look bad. We got to change something.
I mean, put yourself in the big boss's shoes of Methodist hospital system. All right? Let's just go back to Kyle Tucker. Forget for a moment Jake Myers. Go back to Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez. One of two things happened. And neither one is a good reflection on the Methodist hospital system, much less the athletic training staff, the medical staff, and all the doctors who diagnose athletes in the Astros organization. One of two things happened with both of those players, Yordan and Kyle Tucker. Either you failed to diagnose fractures correctly, or you failed to reveal those fractures. Both of those things make Methodists look awful. You either failed to diagnose them, which, okay, how can that happen? Twice with Yordan and Tucker, or you didn't reveal it. And you kicked the can down the road, and ultimately both those guys had to be out for extended periods of time. If I'm the CEO of Methodist, I call Jim Crane and say, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, and it's getting loud. Like we were talking about the Kyle Tucker thing at the time, but now with the Yordan Alvarez thing, that's at an all-time high now. And by the way, those commercials play all the time.
Yeah.
And I just roll my eyes like, what? Like he right now.
You're not alone.
And he got the award.
Do a search on Twitter.
The hand surgeon got honored.
Yeah.
I want to say it might have been the same. It was one of them days he got honored with an award for it. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it was that weekend series. I think the news came out, on Friday, and then they honored him on Sunday, something like that. Yeah, bad optics, bad timing there. That was almost like just rubbing it in Astro fans' faces, who were very annoyed with the Alvarez news. And then, now they're honoring the hand doctor.
Yeah.
We heard from Jake Myers earlier. Let's hear a little bit from Joe Espada on this whole thing with Jake Myers. Again, Myers had missed 2.5 days, tried to get back out there last night, couldn't even make it to the opening pitch, was injured running out to center field. Here was Espada. Figgy, let's use a cut 3 here from Espada on what gave them the assurance that Myers could even play last night.
Well, we did a lot of tests before we decided to run him in the lineup, and we felt comfortable and strongly about putting him in there. And then before he takes the field, on his way to his position, just tying up on him.
And then this one, too, Espada, cut number 4, on if they had any imaging done on Myers prior to him getting back out there last night.
No. We didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how the muscle and stuff is in there, and it's just some tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
So an ultrasound, right? To see, and they saw some tightness in
Ultrasound doctor. You know who else isn't?
Yeah.
Joe Espada.
That's right.
So he said, I ain't think we needed it.
I feel bad for Joe. I'm not blaming him. They put him in this position. They put him in this spot.
Yeah, no, this isn't. None of these injuries are on him.
Yeah.
Or the delayed returns or anything around Espada.
But you get what I'm saying, right? I mean, like I did just a cursory search there while we were playing the audio on like there are so many snide comments now making the rounds on social media about the Astros and the Methodist and all that. That's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take.
I know. I might, if I'm Methodist, I might start by pulling those said commercials we referenced because I think you might quietly want to be the partner of the Astros right now. And like Figgy said, it's when I'm watching the game and you see Jordan like the smile, and it's embarrassing. It's like, of all people to have and always to play those commercials, just like throwing it in your face of what's really happening.
Those billboards, you see Jordan up there, and I forget what the tagline is, but it's like, I forget exactly what it was, but it's like, ooh, it's a cringe.
Yeah. 281 says maybe this is what leads to change. Jake Myers was a public setback as the game was starting. Maybe the embarrassment will finally do it.
Yeah.
Maybe. I know this was the worst of all. Trying to make his return, and he can't even make it to the first pitch, and everyone's watching it. It becomes this big story here in the last 18 hours. Take this with a big grain of salt, but I did Google the calf strain recovery time, and AI Overview told me that a grade 1, a mild strain, the recovery is 2 to 4 weeks. And then grades 3, so on and so forth, would be more of a severe strain. So, I mean, those were the terms they were using. Who knows how severe it was for Jake Myers, but a calf strain, if AI Overview, again, take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
We're not doctors here. AI Overview is just grabbing information from the internet. But if it's saying the minimum is 2 to 4 weeks, and for Jake Myers it was 2.5 days, it does tie back to this whole conversation with Jordan of, kind of rushing these guys back too soon or missing something along the way, not realizing how severe the injury is, and therefore rushing them back too soon. And it leads to these setbacks and guys missing more time, and pitchers taking 2 years for Tommy John, and McCullers out for 3 years, and Jordan with multiple setbacks, and Kyle Tucker misses half a year for a quote-unquote shin bruise.
Yeah.
This is just the latest example of seemingly either missing something or rushing people back through, misdiagnosis.
And some of that falls, and again, I'm sure these are fine people that wish they could explain themselves, but they're not allowed. The athletic training staff, going out there. We heard the audio earlier, like I did some sprinting, I did this and that. The athletic training staff has to say go or no go. And by the way, it's been a bad week all around for the athletic training staff. Colton Gordon took a liner to the forehead and stayed in the game. Then this with Jake Myers jogging out to the outfield, and this happens. I mean, the athletic training staff has to be saying, what is their say here? Or do they allow the players to have a bigger say, and the player says, I'm good, well, we'll trust you then? No, at some point you got to take that decision out of their hand.
Yeah. Hell, Jake Myers didn't even want to answer the question.
Right, yeah, and he looked at the PR staff.
Yeah, to look at the PR staff. So it seemed kind of fishy.
Someone brought up a good point in the text line earlier when we were talking about this for the first time, and they did say, how was Jake Myers not prepared already by the PR staff, knowing that they're probably going to ask you, about this injury. Instead, when the question comes up, he then looks at the PR staff, and like you said earlier, Figgy, they're probably like, no, don't say anything.
The throat slam.
They probably did a little throat slash.
Don't do that.
They must have probably didn't have any idea that we were talking about this.
Oh, they had to have, right?
Because I would have just been like, nope, no media availability for you, buddy. I would have
Credit to him for being there.
Yeah, no, that's good for us.
Yeah.
But knowing everything going on, I would have been like, you know what, just sit this one out, man. Like, this is a family situation going on.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. Maybe a former player, whether still active or not, can shed some light on this at some point. But somebody's got to do something because it's a joke now.
It is. They should have done something long ago, but if this isn't the breaking point, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
And nothing's going to change if there's no change that comes from this whole fiasco last night with Jake Myers. By the way, I appreciate Patrick Creighton, who you can hear on Area 45 at night, texting that the song I was referencing earlier is White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane.
Oh, White Rabbit, that's right.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I always say this all the time. You put a microphone in front of people and you just forget things. I love that song, but for the life of me, I couldn't tell you in that moment what the name of it was. It's only 2 minutes, 31 seconds, so not bad. But, yeah. let that play with the show. I guess that's a sort of a confession. When we come back, we have some confessions to make. It's that time each and every day. Get some stuff off our chest. Lunchtime confessions coming up next on In the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner.
armyeds.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I have a relatively not so serious confession, but I'm going to give you the old 2-for-1 here as we get started on confessions right here. The serious one, a lot of times, you're sort of scrolling during breaks to make sure there's no breaking news, whatever. And I've just been looking at these images from these images, obviously from the hill country and the flood relief and the rescue and all that. I saw one. There's been amazing images, that are staggering to look at. But I saw one just a second ago. A Ford F-150 truck. All right? We all know what a Ford F-150 truck looks like. On its side, underneath gravel, all you could see was the two wheels. So the flood waters were so strong and the moving of the gravel and stuff from the river bottom was so much that it not only submerged it submerged it under the riverbed. There's a Ford F-150 truck submerged under rock on the riverbed from the flooding that they have to dig out. Dang. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, absolutely an incredible thing. And it just blew me away. And by the way, obviously Odyssey and Sports Radio 610 is going to be very much involved as best we can in all these things in terms of relief and aid, etc. A bunch of organizations are setting up donation drives. I would personally highly recommend our friend Jesse Watt from the Mix 96.5 team tomorrow, 5 p.m. to midnight, Flood Relief Friday at the No Label Brewing Company in Old Town Katy. There's going to be $1 from every beer sold is going to go directly to flood relief. There's a lot of other places you can help. If you can't get out there, you can text FLOOD to 20357. And we'll have some more information for you. Obviously, we all want to be involved and do what we can to help that along.
For sure, yeah. Great. That's a great thing tomorrow night. And great to see the folks here spring into action so quickly to try to do something, right? Try to contribute however you can. And as John mentioned, $1 from each beer tomorrow night will go towards that relief. So get out there if you can. Kick off your weekend and try to help out in the process. Have some beer and try to help out those folks, because it really is. The more details that keep coming out, it's such a tragedy. I was talking with my family about it yesterday. They live far away, but they were following along with it. It's a terrible story, and every little bit helps.
Yeah, so get out there. No Label Brewing in Old Katy. Now my not so serious one.
These are my confessions.
Figgy, how many times have you seen Luke without a ball cap on?
I think never. I might have saw him without a ball cap maybe pre-show where he just kind of take it off and might be working, but during the show I never seen him without a hat.
There's this old saying that and some people may not even be familiar with it, but if you have a 24 diamond in a paper bag, then nobody knows that you have a diamond. You can say you have a diamond. Nobody will believe you because it's in a paper bag. Have you seen the locks on this dude?
That's right.
Why are you do the old shakeout like you did this morning when you walked into the studio? Yeah. He did the old slow motion,
I don't know about that. Come on.
Shake out of it. Dude, why are you covering that up?
It used to be a lot longer too.
That's like it's thick.
Yeah, you would have thought. I would have thought you was balding or something like that, because usually a sign that somebody's not really comfortable with their hair,
right,
is they wear a hat all the time.
He walked in and I literally said, "What the hell? You've got some flowing locks up there.
Yeah.
Why are you wearing a cap all the time?
Just because I'm lazy. I don't know. I just throw a hat on. I know I wear a hat like pretty much every day, even if I'm not here, even just around the house. And it was always driven my mother crazy because she says the same thing. You have great hair. Why do you wear a hat? I'm just lazy. I don't want to have to put some product to keep it back.
That is an insult to everyone who doesn't have hair like that. Yeah, that is an affront to society. is what that is. Did you show the camera? Show the camera your hair again. Don't be bashful.
I showed it.
Look at that
nothing.
thing.
Come on.
That is like
it's a bad hair.
You put
today.
you could put it in a ponytail.
I think so, a little bit.
Get
like
you
a
little man bun.
Yeah, I've done that in the past. It used to be a lot longer.
Yeah.
I've kept it a little shorter with this hot weather.
And by the way, won't be confused with Tyler Milner if he's not wearing a cap. Because with the cap, I can see it. Without the cap, doesn't look anything like him.
Yeah.
It's an affront to society. You have hair like that, you cover it up every day.
Probably be back in a hat here tomorrow.
These are my confessions.
My confession is, so we talked about this story on Monday with Oral Hershiser making those comments on Friday night during that 18-run drubbing for the Astros. And I even kind of couched it at the time where I was saying maybe he's just talking about pitch tipping, and we're all a little fired up that we immediately jump to what happened in the past. The reason why I bring this up now is because Max Muncy did a podcast. He did an interview on a podcast on YouTube yesterday. I think it's called Foul Territory. They asked Max Muncy about this situation and then Oral's comments. Here's what Max said.
Do I think they know what was coming? Yes, I do. Do I think they were cheating to get there? No, I think they had a tip on the pitcher, and that's on us to clean that up. That's not cheating. That's part of the game. Good teams are going to do that. So, yes, I do think they knew what were coming, but it wasn't because they were cheating. It was because, our pitcher had a tip, and we've addressed it. We've cleaned it up, hopefully. And it's one of those things where you just have to always be careful about what you're doing out there. You don't want to give anything away to the other team, and that's something that we take advantage of a lot of times. And you have to find a way to clean that up, and that's not cheating. That's part of the game. That's being a smart baseball player is what that is. So, do I think they knew what was coming? Yeah, but they weren't cheating.
So here's my thing. I think
real quick, when is he talking about? What series or what time era?
Friday night's game.
Friday,
yeah, this past weekend. Yeah.
Up for that. So I agree with that.
Yeah, so here's my thing with the whole Oral. I feel like we kind of owe Oral Hershiser an apology. That's my confession, in that he wasn't saying that they were cheating, just that when he says they know what's coming, as he goes on to later in his explanation, it's the pitch tipping. And if we take Max Muncy's words there at face value, he even said, yeah, we acknowledged it, and we've already talked with that pitcher. We've made changes that he was tipping his pitches. So my point being, I think maybe we were just all a little sensitive. Look, Oral did draw the comparison to 10 years ago, but I think Oral was trying to say not to bring up all the wounds, not to, go there with this team where people are going to get sensitive, but I think they know what's coming because he's tipping his pitches. So we've turned this into this whole thing of like, how dare Oral take a shot at the Astros over the trash cans and claim they're cheating? I think he was just saying that the Dodgers pitcher was tipping his hand, and then, sorry, but some sensitive Astro fans this week have really run with it and blown it up to he's taking these pot shots or he thinks they're still cheating. No, I think he was just saying pitcher's tipping his pitches, and he's just drawing the parallels that people are going to get worked up if he says this because we already associate the Astros in the past with cheating and knowing what pitch is coming.
I totally agree. Had he said that without the context of 2017, nobody would have batted an eye.
Right.
It's like they know what's coming. People have said that for years.
Yeah.
It's like they know what's coming, but because it was the Astros and because of what happened, people immediately thought he was referencing 2017.
Yeah, right. So I admit it. I'm kind of part of the problem. We talked about it Monday, but I think I'll apologize to Oral and say that I think it's just we're being a little too sensitive. That's not what he was saying.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of took it as a compliment a little bit because you know how somebody is so good at something where you be like, man, are you cheating or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, it's no way you hitting the ball this good like this. Or you got to we joke around all the time when somebody in the NFL has a good game. And we're like, oh, he got to get drug tested.
Yeah.
And that to me, that's more of a compliment. So I kind of took, I really wasn't sensitive about it. I just kind of took it as a compliment.
Yeah, I agree.
These are my confessions.
So today, I told y'all about my little carpooling thing with the old lady. So today,
a fan.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. So today I decided to Uber. I looked at the price. I'm like, you know what? Might be worth it at least one time a week. So I Uber, and I felt like I think I have a hard time driving with certain people. This guy was driving so fast today. He was driving fast and kind of reckless a little bit. He got me here nice and safe, but man, he was coming up close to these cars, and I seen a 18-wheeler trying to get over towards the right, and I'm like, I know he gonna let him get over because he too far back, and the 18-wheeler just got over, and the guy looked like he didn't see, so he ducked over real quick, and then inside of his vehicle, it kind of got that sensor where you get too close.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Heard that about, man. I thought I was in the hospital, man. All that. Every time he kept get, I'm like, man. I usually when I get in the Uber, that's my time, especially going to work. That's my time to kind of scroll on the phone and kind of show prep a little bit, get some stuff together.
Right.
That boy, I ain't get nothing done. I was sitting there trying to be the second driver at that point.
Yeah, you're right. That's especially you don't have the control.
Yeah.
Nothing. And usually when I've Ubered, like if my truck is in the shop or something, I get a lot done on that ride.
Yeah.
You can get a lot done sitting in the back.
You can kind of mentally prepare a little bit.
Yeah.
He was playing. I forgot. I think he was listening to a station or something like that. But man, I was very uncomfortable. Like I said, he got me here safe.
Yeah.
But the brother was over here. He was one of them drivers I'd be cussing out.
Exactly.
I'm like, what is he doing,
What are you
man?
doing?
Like, whoa.
No disrespect, but I think 80% of the Ubers I've had in Houston have been like crazy experiences.
Really?
Crazy drivers. Yeah. It's something we always joke about, but it's like another crazy Uber driver.
Yeah, I started thinking to the point like, dang, what if he get in some type of accident? And I can't make it to work.
Yeah.
And I gotta explain what's going on. Or can I call another Uber so I can get to work? Or do I gotta stick? I started thinking about all that stuff because I knew I was gonna get in an accident.
Yeah.
How did you sell that to the missus that I'm gonna take an Uber to work today?
Yeah. So we were going back and forth because
said, "Listen here, woman."
Nah, hell no, I ain't do that. But we was
only gonna say this once.
Nah. But so what happened was she, every morning I'm like, who's driving, who's dropping who off?
Yeah.
And she was like, I'm debating if I should drive and drop you off, or you know what, I could drop you off and then hurry to my appointment. But then I got to pick you up. And what time? And I was just like, you know what? I just Uber. Like, you just take the car, do what you got to do, and I'll Uber.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of got out of it.
Yeah, that worked out well. Those are our lunchtime confessions presented.
McCarran Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Time to play a little buy or sell here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Continuing with the hits today.
Yeah, that's big time.
Yeah, making my job tough over here. Just take the rest of the show off. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Just got to our confessions last segment, but now let's get to a little buy or sell on this Thursday.
Yeah, let's get to a little buy or sell. You guys tell me if you're believing what they're shoveling. Well, that wasn't nice, but what they're saying or not. Let's start right here. Literally right here in Houston. Last night, we saw what happened with Jake Myers. Joe Espada was asked about it. Joe Espada said Jake Myers had, quote, right calf tightness. Right calf tightness.
So what are we buying?
Are you buying that it was right calf tightness?
Oh. Well,
it was tight, all right.
I'm going to sell this just because I don't buy anything the Astros are selling right now when it comes to the injuries. My concern, until we get clarification, and I said it yesterday on the show, but tongue-in-cheek, I don't know if I truly believed it, but we talked about it just because of these NBA injuries of leading to an Achilles. Then you see that last night, how it was like a non-contact thing. He had to be helped off the field. That's my fear, is that it's now become an Achilles issue, and I will wait to be proven otherwise with the next update.
Yeah.
But just in general, I'm selling anything that the Astros say about injuries right now. I can't buy any of it.
Yeah, I'm selling it as well. And I don't know if y'all seen this video that was, I think it was during the Guardians broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
They actually had cameras on Jake Myers, and you could read his lips that said, "I can't go."
Yeah, that was from the MLB network. I think MLB was broadcasting the Guardians.
They got a partnership with the Guardians.
Yeah.
So he said, "I can't go," and he was on the cart. Looked like he was crying. It looked like somebody just tore their Achilles.
No, look, so you're selling.
Yeah, I'm selling that.
I'm selling as well, but I'm not blaming, again, I want to make this very clear, Joe Espada.
Yeah.
They put him in this position to have to tell these stories. I've had shoulder tightness, I've had lower back tightness, I've had calf tightness, I've had hamstring tightness. We all have. That looked like he got shot in the calf. That was not tightness.
Yeah.
That was
I never seen nobody with tightness that cover their face.
Yes.
Look like they crying, man.
Yeah.
I always see that look from a torn Achilles, man. And we seen it a lot in the NBA.
All fair. And then, of course, as we've already referenced afterwards, is this worse than the injury you sustained on Sunday? And he refused to answer. He didn't want to answer it. So it's true.
You probably want to say, of course, a torn Achilles is worse.
Yeah, this is a lot worse.
Not that. I hope it's just the calf muscle, but
yeah,
we'll never know, or we won't know for a long time.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, you buying this or you selling it? You brought this up yesterday, and I think it's worthy to bring up if you're buying or selling. French Olympic fencer Yusora Thebes actually got reinstated to compete, but she said she tested positive for a banned substance because she kissed a former partner, and it was transmitted that way.
Selling, 100%. I cannot buy this story. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
In fact, I want text the show 713-572-4610. What's the craziest excuse you've tried to use to get off from being caught being high with you by your parents or something along those lines? I want to hear those ridiculous stories because I think this is one. No way can I buy that just from making out with somebody she suddenly failed the doping test. No way.
Yeah, I'm selling this too because she probably did other things with this guy or her former partner or whatever it is. I just don't think just a simple kissing. I just don't think that will fail a test like that.
Or she took the banned substance. That's the other option. It's like, oh yeah. I mean, if they're close, their boyfriend or whatever, and yeah, I'll take the fall, even though she the banned substance. Yeah, I'm selling as well.
As they say, couples that use PEDs together stay together.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
you know.
I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
So we're right in the middle of recruiting season, commitment season, so to speak, in college football. Kenny Dillingham, who did a terrific job last year with Arizona State, he said, quote, "Recruiting is dead, retention is alive." Are you buying that he believes recruiting is dead in college football?
I am buying this. I think this is a good way to put it. Yeah, Unfortunately, I think this is where things have gone, where it's not so much about the high school recruits anymore, and it's more about the transfer portal. And we've seen coaches. I mean, Deion is a easy example of coaches that just almost exclusively go in the just ignore high school. I think it was Bruce Pearl for college basketball who said same thing. Like, I want a guy that has some hair on their ass. I want them in college. And then the whole idea of if you spend that time to recruit someone out of high school and then someone else just comes along and steals them like that. So yeah, I think it's an unfortunate part of where the sport's gone. But I do agree with him that it's about retention. It's about keeping your players there, keeping them happy so they don't enter the transfer portal. And it's about the transfer portal more so than it is recruiting guys out of high school. But now you're recruiting them every day, which is that retention part. So I buy into what he's saying.
Yeah, I kind of buy it too. I don't think it's totally dead right now, but I think maybe in a couple years it will be. I think people just going to be looking at the transfer portal. I don't think a lot of people going to waste their time. Maybe other smaller schools, but I think a lot of schools ain't going to waste the whole going to the house to recruit early and all that stuff. They just going to wait till they make their decision and then try to get them in the transfer portal.
I actually am going to buy it as well, but I got to put a couple of qualifiers on it. I don't necessarily think I think traditional recruiting is dead because now it's about checkbooks and payments. And I also feel the other qualifier I want to put on this, Kenny Dillingham, as well as Deion. You've heard the promos, the Sports Minutes air about he wants a cap on this. I think the teams that are not the richest teams are the ones that say things like this. You know, like the Ohio States and the Texases and all that stuff.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about retention. They don't have to worry about caps.
Yeah.
Because they have all the money on the planet. But I think the teams that are just a notch below are saying things like this.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I could see that as well. But overall, I do agree with his point.
All right, how about this? Are you buying or selling? Scott Frost has made some news for staying in college football. So he no longer is the Nebraska coach, which was his alma mater, and he was the legend there, of course, or at least very, very good. He was asked what he learned from his time at Nebraska, because he's now back at UCF. Quote, "Not to take the wrong job." Are you buying that he took the wrong job going back to Nebraska?
No, I think I'll sell this one. Now, I do agree with the general point, and I've always said that before. And the example I used to use, which, again, is an obscure example, but in college basketball, Mike Rice was dominating low-level D1, and he jumped. Opportunity was Rutgers, which was not a good basketball program. Anyways, he got ran out of town, and now he's out of college basketball. And so my point being, like, you don't always have to wait for the right opportunity. You don't have to jump at the first big opportunity. But in this case, it was the alma mater. You know, Scott Frost wanted to be there. So, no, I like the general idea, but for Scott Frost here, I'm not buying that. I think that's where he always wanted to be.
Yeah.
Jumped at that first opportunity, and I just think he's kind of overrated as a coach. I just don't think he's that guy. So I can't buy it for Scott Frost specifically.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with it. I'm selling that because that's kind of like if D'Amico Ryans didn't work out here, and he said, "I just took the wrong job." No, this was the perfect opportunity to get your first head coach gig because you played here, you were drafted here, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, for that reason, I don't think I can't buy that.
Yeah, I'm selling it as well. If Nebraska isn't the right job for Scott Frost,
what is?
What is?
Yeah. Good point.
What is the right job? They would have given it. They did. They gave him everything he wanted. Ooh, that girl just got hit in the face with a tennis ball. Anyway. Are you buying or selling this? Kevin Keitzman, he made some news today, this week, talking about Patrick Mahomes is fat, should stop eating at Taco Bell, and stop door dashing fried chicken and all this other stuff. He tried to explain his take, and he said this. I'll read the whole quote. "When the great ones get to 30 and don't change and work harder at it than ever, they get passed by. Tom Brady was a better athlete in his 30s than his 20s. Not even close how much more he cared. Mahomes.
This one's tough. I'm kind of in between. I'm going to buy the idea of it. So what, as they always say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Mm-hmm. Which I know we got a lot of texts about my confession on Oral Hershiser, and people were kind of fit the same thing, that it's how you say something. Oral probably could have used better words, and I think in this case, Kevin probably could have phrased it better and maybe not brought up all the fast food stuff. But in general, I do think he's right about as you get older, you got to take care of I don't know if people are going to pass Mahomes by, but like anybody else, as you get older, you got to take care of your body a little more so you can, in this case, extend your career. So with that portion of his claim, I am going to buy it that your health becomes more important as you age for athletes and non-athletes. Yeah. But, the way he kind of set it up and attacking his food choices and calling him fat and this and that, he might not have gone around about it the best way, but I think the overall message I can get behind. Yeah,
I'm buying it too. I'm also buying that he's right about he should stop Taco Bell, man. You should not be DoorDash and Taco Bell and all that stuff, man. But I think he just said it the wrong way. Because when you come across somebody saying, "Hey, you need to stop eating at Taco Bell," you look at fat and all that stuff. That's going to come across a little crazy, but. We kind of said it before he made this statement.
We talked about it.
Yeah, we talked about it. How the older you get, the harder it is to stay in shape like that. So, I think that was a good point.
I don't think it's going to make for him and in the eyes of Chiefs fans. But as Figgy mentioned, we actually said, I wonder if he's just trying to say, hey, you're not in your 20s anymore. You need to pay better attention. Right. He just put it in a very direct, blunt way.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to recover from it.
Yeah.
But I do buy it.
Yeah. And then we never seen anything like this on the field from Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So it'd be one thing if he was out of shape and all that stuff. Then you could kind of point to it and people probably saying, oh, he's spitting. He's saying some real stuff. But we haven't seen that yet, so that's why he kind of looked a little ridiculous.
I also like this idea. I didn't watch that. Was he in the quarterback one? They had some sort of show with him and his wife, Mahomes. I didn't watch it, so I don't know. Like, do we know for sure that he's always getting Taco Bell and DoorDashing KFC, or is that just like the stereotypical when a guy is a little overweight?
Just naming fast food spots.
Figuring like, of course, he must always eat Taco Bell and fried chicken.
Well, the one thing we do know is Patrick Mahomes was a big impetus to get Whataburger into Kansas City.
Yeah.
He did do that.
That is trouble.
He might be a fast food guy. He might be a big fast food guy.
That's the funny thing about these athletes is like they usually have the worst diets, and yet maybe not in Mahomes' case, but most of these guys, like DK Metcalf eats so much candy, every day, all day, and they're in the best shape of anybody.
Yeah.
So it's fun. Yeah, Mahomes might be hitting up Whataburger a little too often.
He also put ketchup on steak, so.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, that's a problem.
Yeah. You guys, do you put ketchup on eggs?
I put ketchup on eggs.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
That's a little more acceptable. I teased this earlier, so we have to get to it when we come back. It's good news for the Texans. ESPN's doing their top 10 at each position group over the course of this week and next. Today, they did the top 10 safeties in the NFL based off of 70 executives, coaches, GMs in the NFL, and it bodes well for your Houston Texans. We'll talk about it next in The Loop.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
More good news for the Texans defense based off of those in the NFL. We'll get to that here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig on the ones and twos with all the hits on this Thursday. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 to text the show. ESPN's doing this thing where they're ranking the top 10 of every position group in the NFL. And they started earlier this week with running backs, then defensive tackles. Joe Mixon was no defensive tackles on Tuesday. But then yesterday they had edge rushers, and as we talked here yesterday on the show, Texans had their two guys in the top 9, Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter, only team to have that. And today we get to safeties from ESPN. And we actually we mentioned this yesterday while we were talking about edge rushers and looking ahead to the next list. And you know, you had pondered, maybe there'll be some Texans on here, or at least a Texan. But then I have to admit, I was surprised when I opened up the list this morning, and this is from 70 people in the NFL, executives, GM, so on and so forth, ranking their top safeties in the NFL. I was surprised. I guess 2 surprises for the Texans, one good, one bad, but there's 2 Houston Texans on this list if you also count honorable mentions. And that actually surprised me, but I guess speaks to the talent of this defense that the Texans have.
It does. Oh, by the way, just so people can know, we'll talk tight ends tomorrow. Now, obviously, maybe not a lot of high hopes.
Yeah. It'll be a quick conversation.
We'll mention it. I'll put it that way. Maybe not a lot of high hopes. But I think what all these lists do is illustrate some of the things that we've been talking about in the offseason, some of the big question marks that you have. But I thought one of the more enlightening ones, and you just referenced it, more the enlightening things that are on these lists is 2 Texans at the safety position.
Yeah.
A year ago, counting the honorable mentions, both of them, spoiler alert, are in the honorable mention category. But 1 year ago today, would you even any Texan safety being mentioned even as an honorable mention?
No, I don't think so.
Not even close. But now you got 2. So that would be that's big time progress on the defensive side.
For sure. And it already goes along, obviously, with those great corners as well. And then it goes along with yesterday what we said with these great pass rushers as well. So it speaks to the talent on this defense. In case you're still unfamiliar exactly what we're referencing, both C.J. Gardner-Johnson and then Kalen Bullock were both listed in the honorable mention section. They gave 5 honorable mentions. So that puts them between 10 and 15 for the top safeties, which is the top half of the league. Both guys, by the way, right? It's not just you have one safety. So that's pretty good. They said for CJ, takes chances, very instinctive, not the biggest dude or the fastest, but has a knack for the ball. The personality can rub guys the wrong way. He has no filter, will say what's on his mind at all times, but loves the game and is very smart. That was the description from an NFC scout.
I think that's tack on with what we thought. The Kalen Bullock comment, 2, one from an AFC executive, one from a coordinator, that made me feel really good about it. I mean, remember, Figgy, we started training camp last year. We didn't know what Bullock was, and I just kept saying the guy just keeps finding the ball. He just has a knack for getting to the ball. Well, an NFL coordinator said, quote, major ball skills, needs to improve his tackling. I think both those things are accurate. And then the AFC executive said, I really think he's going to be a star.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A star.
Yeah. From somebody in the AFC. So, a lot of times the same conference, they could be power groups. But this is a competitor right there in the AFC is thinking like, oh, yeah, Texans got a star in their hands. And I bring this up because, I know this is list season, and this is always kind of fun to look at and see what the rest of the league thinks about the Houston Texans. But we talked about the 2 top 10 pass rushers yesterday. Now you have 2 of the top, let's say, 15 safeties in the league. And then along with that, we'll wait on ESPN's list from these executives on the cornerbacks. But Pro Football Focus put out their ranking yesterday of the best secondaries in the NFL, and the Texans were number 4 on that list, behind the Broncos, Chiefs, and Ravens. And so my point in bringing all this up is I know this defense is going to be good, but I guess I haven't really wrapped my head around like how good it can be. And so my question is, what are your expectations? Would you say top 5 defense, top 3 defense? Like, what's the ceiling? How good do you think this defense truly can be in the NFL this year?
I think healthy. I think we should maybe not expect, but certainly not be surprised if it's a top 5 defense in the NFL. I think it can be that good. Just the edge rushers alone, the cornerbacks, add that on top, and they're both. Well, one for sure is Pro Bowl, All-Pro level. The other one is sort of flirting with that. And then you add the safeties. The only question is up the middle. You know, what do you like at defensive tackle? What do you like at middle linebacker in terms of Al-Shaair? We know how good he is, but how sustainable is that, and what is the depth? No, I think this could be I think this could be a top 5 defense in the entire league.
I would agree with that. I think top 10's minimum. Like, if you're not in the top 10, that's a disappointing year for this defense. But I'm with you. Top 5, they probably should slot in the talent that we see, at least at the first and last level. In case you are curious of this full list, wondering like who they put ahead of those guys, or maybe these Texans should be in the top 10. Let me try to run through it quickly. I know it doesn't always play well when I just throw names at you over the radio, but Kyle Hamilton was number 1. Last year he was ranked number 2. He's moved up to number 1 from the Ravens.
Could have had him.
Brian, yeah, that's right.
Salute the King and Green.
Yikes. Brian Branch, who always has that weird green thing on his helmet for the Lions, he is number 2. Last year wasn't even in the list. He's the number 2 safety. Xavier McKinney of the Packers, he's number 3 on the list. Last year was number 10. Jesse Bates of the Falcons, ranked 4th this year after being number 3 last year. Kirby Joseph, also of the Lions, number 5 on the list this year, was not ranked a year ago. Derwin James is number 6 on the list from the Chargers, 1 spot ahead of last year. Antoine Winfield Jr. of the Buccaneers is number 7 after he was actually number 1 on the list a year ago. Then you have Budda Baker of the Cardinals is number 8. Last year was 6th. Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Dolphins now is number 9. Last year he was 4. And then Julian Love of the Seahawks finishes out the top 10. He was not ranked last year. And then that's when you get to the honorable mentions that include the 2 Texans. What do you think the ceiling is for these Texan safeties? Like, by year's end, do you think C.J. Gardner-Johnson, first year with the Texans, Bullock now, get a year older, do you think they have the potential offseason, or maybe next year's list, we're talking about, you know what, these guys are top 10, top 8, whatever it might be?
When they acquired C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I thought it was enormous, not just for the defense, but for Kalen Bullock. I think Kalen Bullock is going to take another step. He took a huge step as a rookie, and to be able to play at that level was pretty astounding. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not just going to be great for the defense, but make Bullock a really, really upper echelon player. They could be, the best safeties in the league are the Lions, just based on this list alone.
Yeah. Yep.
I think they could be flirting in that category.
Yeah, so that's true. I didn't even realize I was going through. The Lions obviously had 2 names. I think they're the only other team, right? And then the Texans would be next. So you can make the case then, therefore, that as a whole, the Texans have the second best safety group after, just having the best edge rusher group based off of yesterday's list. And then we'll wait on the cornerbacks, but you can make a strong case it's right up there as well for best cornerback group. So it goes back to what I said a few minutes ago. Like, I guess I fully haven't wrapped my head around the potential of this defense and how much talent truly is. I know, obviously, it's a good defense. There's a lot of good players. But when you actually look at these rankings and what people in the league think about them, that's where you see how good this defense truly potentially can be. And
then especially when you combine, like, the things that you have to do is get to the quarterback or disrupt the quarterback in the secondary. Well, you've got the cornerbacks, the safeties, and the pass rushers. Yes, there's maybe some problems up the middle, as we mentioned, but if you're putting pressure on a guy like this on the back end that can go chase down the ball, I mean, this could be a turnover machine type defense.
True.
It could be an absolute turnover machine. So I think that's where you have to start thinking about this as a top 5 defense. And how about Budda Baker? 29 years old, been doing it. How long has he been in the league? 7-8 years, something like that?
Yeah, man. Time flies. When you said that, 29 already. That seems crazy to me.
Yeah, and still getting it done.
Yeah, he's the oldest player in the top 10. which goes back to my conversation yesterday about why I also prefer defensive line over secondary if you had to pick one or the other, because it just feels like they can last a little longer. These all the running around for these safeties and cornerbacks, once just like a running back, once you get to about 30, it just changes, unfortunately. The other thing I did want to mention here, because I actually forgot to bring it up as we went around the NFL earlier, but the NFL is also doing their top 100 players for the 2025 season. Again, this is the time of the year for these lists. And there hasn't been a Texan yet. They've only made it to, I think, 86 right now. They're doing 2 a day. It's going to take 2 months for this whole list. Yeah,
Didn't they used to do like 15?
I think
10 or 15?
Yeah, maybe do 10 a day. It's a whole thing. We talked about it last week. It's ridiculous. And then they're going from 100 to 1 where, like, Laramie Tunsil's at 86. But we have no idea who they're putting ahead of him. So, like, there's no context. I can't even tell you if that's a good ranking or not because I don't know how many linemen are going to be ahead of him.
Yeah.
You got to wait 2 months till the entire list is out and then go back. But I was just going to bring that up. I don't know if you had any. Laramie Tunsil ranked 86 of the best 100 players by NFL. Again, I can't tell you how many offensive linemen.
Texans are above that. Not right now.
No, not offensive linemen, no.
Yeah.
So, again, it's fodder for people to point at the Texans and say, like, what were you doing? You traded away your best offensive lineman.
Yeah.
But I think there's certainly a different perception outside of Houston compared to inside Houston.
Yeah, no doubt.
So Tunsil makes the appearance at 86. We're still waiting for our first Texan on the list. As referenced, tight ends tomorrow for ESPN.com for their list. I don't know how much time we'll have to spend on that. Then we have linemen over the weekend. I don't know how much time we'll have to spend on that. And then quarterbacks next week, which will be interesting. Linebackers, wide receivers, and then the big one for the Texans, cornerbacks at the end of next week. So we'll keep an eye on those lists. Hey, it's about that time each and every day where we get to Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what do we have going on today?
So I got a Red Lobster review for you guys.
Red Lobster?
Yeah, I went on Saturday, and that was my first time going in years. I will let you know what I had. Plus, Cinnamon Toast Crunch just released their new bacon flavor cereal. So I want to know if you guys would try that. 713-572-4610.
Interesting. We'll do it next. It's in the loop.
The Drive with Stoerner. Discord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So last Saturday, this past weekend, I went to Red Lobster for the first time since I've been living in Houston. So I haven't been, and quite frankly, I felt like it's, this is a personal opinion, I felt like it was better seafood options.
Yeah, especially here.
In Houston. Mm-hmm. So haven't really went to Red Lobster since, until Saturday. And if you're not familiar, they have a new thing going on. They have a seafood boil bag.
You mentioned it last week, didn't you?
Yeah,
or a week before.
Yeah, so that's the new thing. They have a seafood boil bag, and I actually did a review on it. You can see it on my Instagram at @thefiggyfig. Check it out. Give me a follow. All that good stuff. Before I get to the review, they did have a new drink there too.
Okay.
So Dr. Dre and Snoop got a drink there called Purple Haze.
Okay.
And so I tried it. I thought it was pretty good, man.
Mm-hmm. What's in it, Doc? What's in it?
I'm not sure. It was just like a fancy looking drink. Mm-hmm. And they had like a flyer on the table.
Alcohol or no alcohol?
Yeah, alcohol.
Okay.
Alcohol. So I'm like, yeah, let me try the Purple Haze. Mm-hmm. Which is kind of funny because they used to call a brand of weed or a grade of weed Purple Haze.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, let me get the Purple Haze. I thought that was pretty good. As far as the seafood boil bag, so I got the Mariner's boil, which includes the main lobster tail, a dozen shrimp, and snow crab legs, corn, and red potatoes.
Okay.
Which is fine. I'm like, all right, it was pretty cool. Mm-hmm. The sauces they had available at that time was the roasted garlic butter and the Cajun butter.
Okay.
And I told them to put both in there and kind of mix it up and all that stuff.
See, here's the thing. It's kind of hard to ruin a boil bag.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. So I had it. I actually thought it wasn't too bad. Mm-hmm. But I felt like it wasn't enough seasoning in there to the point I was joking around. I'm like, damn, I wish I could have brought to slap your mama.
Yeah, bring some Cajun spice.
Yeah. If I would have brought some of that, it probably would have made it a little better. I felt like it was a lot of butter. Mm-hmm. It was the sauces they had was mainly, so it didn't really have the seasoning I thought it was gonna have. And outside of that, I felt like it was okay. It was I felt like my bill came up a little high too.
Oh, really?
I'm just like, damn, I could have went somewhere else. But yeah, that was the only issue I had with it. It just wasn't enough seasoning. And the actual boil bag, I felt like when you get one of those seafood boil bags, the bag's supposed to be steaming hot.
Steaming hot,
you're supposed to
and
get
the
it.
Smell. And...
Yeah, it felt like they cooked the seafood and just put it in the bag.
Okay.
So the bag wasn't even hot.
Oh, okay. So that would be a problem for me.
Yeah. So that was a little bit of an issue, but I didn't really hold it against them.
By the way, the Purple Haze is still gin, which I guess is Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg's gin.
Mm-hmm. Gin and juice or something.
And then it features dessert pear, handcrafted lemonade, and sparkling gold shimmer.
Hey,
okay.
Sounds good,
okay,
actually.
that's why it was good.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Nah, it was actually pretty good. I kind of wish I ordered another one. But I'm like, I'm at Red Lobster. I can't be getting drunk at Red Lobster.
Sure you can. The thing about Red Lobster, I have nothing against Red Lobster. I've just never been a huge fan because there's always a better option to me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's nothing personal. And you're kind of describing. I'm sure they're trying real hard, and it's hopefully it takes off. It's just a notch below what you can get in this city.
Yeah, it's like anyone who goes to Olive Garden in the Northeast. Like, there's plenty of Italian restaurants around that are really good. You don't need to go to Olive Garden.
Yeah. So, like you said, Lopez, they are trying something, and they do have a new CEO by the name of Demola, and he's the new CEO. And here's his message to the people, because apparently they are trying. They are listening to people.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, they are listening to people, and they actually came up with something new as of recent. Remind you, I went Saturday.
Yeah.
And so I didn't see this video. They didn't have this option for me, but here's the CEO of Red Lobster with a message to the people like me.
Hello, Lobster Nation. Damola here. We dropped our new seafood boils, and you guys really, really, really showed up. We appreciate all the love and all the excitement. Also, we heard you in the comments. You want even more heat, you want even more flavors. So we're turning it up with your choice of original, spicy, and extra spicy. Me, I'm going with the extra spicy and adding a new flavor as well. Old Bay and Parmesan. Want to add sausage? We've got you. You can do it all now at Red Lobster. And finally, shout out to the teams, our servers, managers, chefs, and operators who were able to make all of these changes happen in just 1 week. Stay hungry, keep commenting, and we'll keep cracking.
So I saw this video. I'm like, dang, I wish I would have waited to this Saturday to do it because they didn't give me those heat options or, Old Bay. I would have been fine with that.
Yeah, see, that's my point. It's not you, it's me. I don't mind Red Lobster. I hope they do well. But if they're going this extra step, maybe.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of glad that they are trying to get it right. They're not just throwing anything on the menu. It seems like they are listening to people.
Yeah.
They probably are looking at the reviews and all that stuff. So salute to them. But I got to give a shout out to my good friend Dende, who's an R&B artist. Kind of well known now. He's blowing up a little bit.
Yeah.
But he actually did a review on this recently. I want to say like yesterday.
Okay.
And here is my good friend Dende giving a review on the new lobster bag.
Yo, it's Dende, and I had to check out Red Lobster's new, bigger, blacker menu. I don't think that's what it's called, but they got a black CEO, so. And they must have heard I'm a fan of seafood boils because that's the first thing I wanted to try. So we started with the cheddar baked biscuits. They're amazing. They always are fire. They've been amazing since I was a little kid. Then we got the lobster dip. Honestly, it didn't look great, but it actually tasted way better than I expected. So then we shared one of the big seafood boil bags. I don't remember the exact name, but it had a good mix of everything. We went with Cajun butter and picked the extra spicy option. But here's the thing. It wasn't spicy and it wasn't Cajun. It was just butter. It tasted good, but it wasn't what we were really expecting. So we might have to try at a different location next time. We went to like the Woodlands, so that might explain the lack of spice.
I felt like he kind of put it perfect a little bit. Like, it wasn't bad. Like, I didn't leave disappointed like, oh, my God, I would never eat there again. But it was just a little bit underwhelming. And maybe it's because we had so many good seafood spots around here to a place that's trying to up their seafood game.
Yeah, that's probably it. Absolutely.
Yeah, but by the way, I know y'all don't know this, but Dende, did you know he had a song with Arian Foster?
I did not.
He actually have a song with Arian Foster's, and he put it on one of his older EPs. But I like giving him a hard time about this because he don't know anything about football. And he had no idea how much of a legend Arian Foster is. He just kind of did a song with him and just called it a day. And I'm like, bro, that's Arian Foster, man. And last season, he actually went out to a game for the first time. He'd never been to a game. And I think it was it might have been a Lions game.
Okay.
Was it Monday night? I think it was Monday night or Sunday night. One of those games. And he had a blast tailgating. He was just like, man, I got to do this again.
Yeah, man.
I'm like, bro, you got Arian Foster on your song and you had no idea who he was?
I always love those types of stories where, like, your mom's like, that Akeem Olajuwon guy was really nice. And I'm like, what? Where people just meet celebrities and have no idea who they are.
Yeah. Do y'all want to hear a snippet of Arian Foster?
Yeah.
And now, Arian Foster go by Bobby Fino. That's his rap name.
Yeah.
Here's a little snippet of him on Dende's song, and this song is called, what's the name? This song is called Most Days. So it's an R&B song, remind you. So Arian Foster getting into his little R&B bag.
You asking for a little folk play, it's okay, but it's written all over your face. You be speaking way louder with everything you don't say or you won't say. It's a cold game, and I be sitting here trying to tell myself that I won't play. Sell myself something that we both ain't. Long nights full of cheap sex and cocaine. Regrets feeling no pain.
It's a little Arian Foster right there.
All right.
Yeah, sounding smooth.
He is.
Smooth as a baby bottom.
he is actually.
Yeah, so if you want to hear more of that song, it's on the EP called I want to say it's called Pregnancy Pack.
Okay.
So shout out to my dude Dende.
Yeah.
As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So Cinnamon Toast Crunch just released a new bacon flavored cereal. So I want to know if y'all down with this. And they partner up with, I want to say this might be a bacon company or something like that. Hormel,
yeah.
Hormel.
Yeah.
So they partner up with a new to get a new bacon flavored Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I guess. And you could get this at Walmart. Are you down for trying this?
Okay, when you tease this, my first instinct was Cinnamon Toast Crunch has this particular lane. I don't know if I want to mess with that. But then I started thinking, if I were to order a breakfast plate that had cinnamon toast on it, it would probably have bacon on that plate too. And somehow, some way, I would mix the two at some level, right? Just like you do, like bacon and eggs, you grab some, whatever, you know. So I'm actually, I think I'd try that. I'm
kind of intrigued by it too. And a guy who tested out a lot of food on TikTok said it wasn't terrible.
Okay.
It wasn't terrible. So I'm kind of intrigued. I usually don't do these funky type of flavors when it comes to cereal.
Right.
But I'm kind of intrigued by it, man. I just don't want to buy a whole box and then don't like it.
Right.
I wish I could just sample it and then go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would try it too. I don't know if I would like it. I like the picture you're painting, John, but I also like to keep all my food separate. I don't mix my food together.
See, I do, especially breakfast.
Yeah.
Like if you put cinnamon toast on there with a little syrup and then you got your eggs and the bacon, I know I'd get the bacon and cinnamon toast in there together at least one or two bites.
I would.
So that kind of intrigues
Put a little
me.
syrup on the bacon.
Yeah, man.
That's why I'm a little hesitant because I keep everything separate. I don't use a lot of condiments. But I would want to try it. I do love that glowing review of someone on TikTok of,
it's not terrible.
It wasn't terrible. Like, all right, that makes me really want to try it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm debating if I should buy it just to try it, man. Just to maybe do a review on it since I've been
now
kind
you
of
have to.
Yeah. I might do it, man.
Yeah.
I've been trying to stay away from the sweets, but I might do it. I might take one for the gang just to kind of see how it is.
All right.
Speaking of cereal, as I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So, are these the best 10 cereals of all time? I got a list right here, courtesy of the tropicalfruit.com. A ranking of the best 10 cereals of all time. And I'm going to start with 10. I want to see if y'all have some type of beef. I ain't going to do what NFL.com is doing with their 100 top 100 players. Number 10 is Frosted Flakes.
Big fan.
Yeah, I love it. Classic.
Yep. Number 9 is Fruit Loops.
Oh, that's my number 1.
Yeah. And by the way, this is a sidebar. I always thought it was Fruit loops.
No.
Yeah, I looked. I'm like, dang, I spelled it spelled wrong. And I'm like, oh, that's how they really spell it. I didn't realize it was Froots.
I think that's the Mandela effect. I think that's one people always point to. That you're not alone. A lot of people believe that and claim that at one time it was.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see the big news today? Literally this morning on Fruit Loops? So funny you bring this list up. Kellogg's sold Fruit Loops.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that. Who they sell it to?
This morning. Well, that's part of the story. An Italian food maker called Ferrero.
Oh, Lord.
Ferrero acquired Fruit Loops, bringing Nutella and Fruit Loops under one roof at Ferrero.
Okay.
For $3.1 billion.
Oh, my goodness.
Fruit Loops sold for $3.1 billion?
Just think about that. The Lakers sold for $10 billion, and a box of cereal or the ingredients to some cereal sold for $3.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true. I love Ferrero Rochers. Those are like that's my favorite chocolate or candy. So now they got Fruit Loops. How do you tell on there?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
That was just this morning I saw it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So number 8, you got Lucky Charms. Number 7, Wheaties. Yeah, I was surprised they made the list. Number 6, Captain Crunch
Love
with the crunch berries.
Oh yeah, I gotta have the berries.
Yeah. Number 5, honeycombs. Number 4, cinnamon life.
Oh, that's actually that was always my number one. Yeah,
Really?
I
Okay.
think that's a very underrated cereal.
Okay. Number 3, Fruity Pebbles. Number 2, Cocoa Crisps. And number 1, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
All right.
Do you have an issue with this list?
Here's how I would put it with my issue with this list. I'll ask you guys the same thing I'm going to do. Throw 2 of these out. You got the top 10, and I'm looking at your list now. Two you can do without the rest of your life. Which 2 are you throwing out?
It's easy for me. It would be Wheaties and it'd be honeycomb.
I love honeycomb.
Oh no,
I love honeycomb. Mine would be Wheaties and Cocoa Krispies. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Cocoa. Throw 2 out, Figgy.
I would throw out probably Wheaties and this is tough. I'll probably the Cocoa Krispies.
Yeah, that's where I was.
And I don't have an issue with Cocoa Krispies either. But
I love honeycomb. My number 1 is Fruit Loops. My number 2 is probably honeycomb.
Yeah. By the way, the honorable mentions in this includes Golden Grams, Cocoa Puffs, and Honey Bunches of Oats.
Big fan of Honey Bunches of Oats.
Really? No, yeah. Only Cocoa Puffs on that list for me.
Yeah.
I need some chocolate in my cereal. I need some sugar in my cereal. I don't like these quote-unquote healthier options. In fact, I'm not a breakfast eater. For cereal, I usually just eat it out of the box as like a snack throughout the day. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's why I prefer like.
Honeycomb with milk in the morning is really good because it's kind of sweet and kind of healthy.
Yeah. Makes you feel. It's like going to Chick-fil-A. It's fast food, but you feel better about yourself leaving.
Yeah.
As opposed to something else. That's Figgy's mixtape. You can send in your thoughts, your cereal rankings as well. I'm sure that's a hot topic. 713 says, "Who made that list? Frosted Flakes needs to be number 1." So yeah, let the hot
TropicalFruit.com made that list.
Tropical fruit.
Yeah.
What is that?
Okay, let me correct something. Ferrero bought all of Kellogg's.
He bought. Okay.
For 3 point. I looked it up, but I saw today Fruit Loops acquired by this morning. It was actually on the elevator.
Oh, really?
Fruit Loops acquired by
on the little screen.
Yeah, but it was not. They bought all. So they got Apple Jacks, Fruit Loops, Raisin Bran, Corn Flakes, Rice Krispies, Sugar Pops. Big fan of Sugar Pops. Mini Wheats and Special K.
Okay.
Oh, and Honey Smacks. Oh, Honey Smacks
is good.
Great.
Yeah.
That's pretty. That's a good.
Good acquire. Good buy.
Right. Good list you just got there. Ferrero Rocher. Not bad. We'll see what that means for those cereals moving forward. Hey, when we come back, we'll catch up with the fellas of The Drive with some crosstalk, and then, of course, circle back to the biggest story of the day in the Houston sports scene and how it is. We'll talk about it next in The Loop.
We're 2 weeks.
Prices vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A lot of strong cereal takes coming in. It's In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. And you can text the show as well, 713-572-4610, as we'll catch up with the fellas from the drive here in a few moments. Put a bow on things for this Thursday. A lot of people standing up for Apple Jacks.
Yeah, those are strong.
Yeah, I'm a Apple Jacks guy. I like Apple Jacks.
Me too. I'm a big fan.
That probably
of
should have
Apple
cracked the top 10.
Well, that's a tough list to make. Top 10 cereals, that's a tough list.
I know. There's a few others. A lot of text coming in and comments. There's a few I would put on there as well. A lot of good cereals out there. I don't know if they're necessarily good for you, but they taste good.
They're good.
I asked earlier about what's the most ridiculous excuse you've tried to use to get yourself out of trouble, most likely probably with drug use and your parents. And we did get a text where somebody said them and their brother were teenagers and were smoking pot. They came home smelling like a dispensary one day. The excuse they used, his brother said they were playing basketball with some guys who were smoking, and the smoke must have infused itself. And then when they passed the basketball to him, that's what made him smell like.
Big mistake. I'll tell you what, that smoke sticks more than cigarette smoke, more than like barbecue smoke. That just sticks to stuff.
Yeah.
It really does.
Well,
trust me, I have two sons.
Needless to say, they didn't buy his.
They're about to get a random drug test now.
Yeah, they are.
Their job.
Yeah, they are.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, by the way, before we do go any further, I do want to share that in light of the devastating floods that unfortunately affected so many in the Hill Country last week, we're doing what we can to support, and with so many wonderful organizations setting up donation drives, the best way to help is to provide you with the information on those outlets so that you can help and help our fellow Texans. Just text FLOOD, F-L-O-O-D, text FLOOD to 20357 for a list of all the ways you can help in the flood relief efforts after what happened a couple days ago. Text FLOOD to 20357.
Yeah, and don't forget, big event tomorrow afternoon into the night.
Mm-hmm.
Our friend, you need to get Jesse, maybe record something with her to get this, talk about this. No Label Brewing, really cool place, Old Town Katy. 5 p.m. till midnight is going to host Flood Relief Friday. $1 from every beer sold is going to go directly to the flood relief. So that should be a fun event.
Yeah, and I think they got a raffle going on, too.
Yeah, they have a raffle, too.
I may or may not have seen her walk out with a few things.
Oh, you stealing?
No. I think it was. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think she stole anything. But I don't know.
I don't know. That didn't sound like the best witness stand right there.
Even if she stole it, you can win it in a raffle.
I plead the fifth.
So I don't know. I don't think she stole anything. But I don't know. I don't know if she did or didn't.
Your raffle win may or may not be hot.
Yeah. That's right. Since I haven't referenced Seinfeld yet today, there is a Seinfeld episode where Jerry's father appreciates gifts that might be hot. So
yes, very much so.
Jerry pretends that he got him a wizard calculator off the street. Anyways, before we go, we'll say hello in a few minutes to the fellas from the drive. But, of course, the big news today, not just that the Astros got swept by the Guardians, just the second sweeping for the Astros all year, but instead it's the Jake Myers injury. Before we get back to that, though, I do want to say I want to put I meant to mention this earlier. I want to put an end, at least for this season or this series. I saw a lot of people saying the Astros played down to their competition. That's why they lost to the Guardians. When are we going to say they always play down to the level of their competition? And I know it seems that way. And it seems that way from prior this year as well. I think why they lost to the Guardians, though, was more so about some of the depleted parts of this roster. And then, look, Hunter Brown had a bad outing. Josh Hader gives up that kind of fluky grand slam. The pitching wasn't as good as it was. But I can't just chalk it up to they play down to their competition. That's why they lost to the Guardians. Because it really hasn't been that true this year. And then historically been true either. I know they lost one game to the Rockies last week, then swept the Dodgers, and then got swept. But I did look this up because I know a lot of times we can feel a certain way, especially as fans, and we feel like, oh, this team always stinks in extra innings, or this team's terrible on third down.
And it's not true.
Right, then you look at the numbers, like, actually, they're really good. And so for the Astros, before this series, they were 27-16 against losing teams, 11th best record in the league. So I know they have the third best record overall, 11th best against losing teams, but they're still doing really well. Last 2 years, they actually have a losing record against teams with a winning record. Last 2 years. But the reason why they had such good records is because they did such a good job against the bad teams. In 2022, the year prior to what I've just referenced, they led the league in wins against losing teams. They also led the league in wins against losing teams in 2019, 2017, and they were second in 2018. So I just want to put an end to, I know it feels that way.
Yeah.
That's not why they were swept by the Guardians. The numbers going back to the start of this great decade run shows they're actually historically one of the best teams in the league against bad teams. You can't beat every bad team every night. Eventually you're going to lose a game. But I saw a lot of people the last 48 hours saying, when are you going to finally say they just played down to their competition? I don't think that's the case.
Well, they didn't play down to the competition. They rostered down to the competition. And because this roster, this lineup, or they line up down to the competition, is a direct result of the big story in town today, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. With the joke that is the Astros and injuries and how they get people back and not able, and extended rehab and recovery times, etc. That's why that lineup yesterday and the day before was not very good, and so you can't do anything about injuries. Someone texted earlier, maybe they're just getting more injured, more injured than other teams. No, it's not about the injuries. It's about how they are handling the injuries, how they're recovering, how they're preparing guys to get back, perhaps rushing guys back. And that's the other thing. We can argue all we want about these setbacks that Yordan had and others have had, and the fact that Luis Garcia is working on his 26th month of recovery from Tommy John surgery. We can argue about all that all we want, but it's very evident that Jake Myers was absolutely positively rushed back, whether it was his decision or someone else's. He was rushed back because it was 2 days, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was out 2 days with an injury that, and you were talking about it earlier, that even the most rudimentary Google search would tell you that's a 2 to 4 week thing occasionally. Most often, I should say. So, yeah, the lineup was bad because as a somewhat of a result from how they handle injuries.
They're bad at this, guys.
They're bad at this.
They are bad at this injury management, whether it's from the diagnosis to the management afterwards and determining when a player is ready. This is just a thing that they are flat out bad at.
Yeah.
I don't think if sports is supposed to be a results-based business, a meritocracy, base everything off of your tangible results. These are the results that we got with these guys right now. They're bad at this.
And I started the show with this. I mentioned it again at noon. It's not even funny anymore. It used to be kind of a punchline. I know Show used to, occasionally, has some fun with it. I've had some fun with it. Oh, yeah, okay, forearm strain. I wonder how long that's going to be. It's not funny anymore. They're a joke. They're a joke when it comes to this.
Yeah, that last night was.
Yeah.
You send the guy out there, he can't even make it to the first pitch.
Yes, last night they were, but if you go over, 5 years?
He could make it to the warm-up toss.
5 years of this.
He could hardly make it to his position.
Where did he go down? I didn't.
It was somewhere on the way out.
I know it was on the way. I just want to know, was it at the mound? Did that trip? Where did he exactly go down?
Yeah.
Because I'm with you, Figgy. I got the text from Tyler, and you look up, and oh. What's going on?
You almost couldn't make that part up. Not in the first, not in the inning, not between innings, not into the game, before it could even get started.
Yeah,
before it could
fired
even get
on
started.
his day off.
But yeah, just
I don't know.
Just falls out.
Hey, I give a lot of the people credit there at the game. I don't know how. I'm sure some of you all wanted to run out there and tackle the people who went out there to go check on him after he went down. That's the last people I want you to go check with him, to walk the training staff when they got out there. It is.
And that's so distracting for that to happen right before the game starts. You're like, hey, what's true? What happened to the center fielder?
Yeah. Then you give up those back-to-back homers in the Top of the first.
I look up. That was a bad 13 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a tough 13 minutes. I look over there and 47 in there. He starts stretching. Right.
Oh yeah, he was ready.
Corona.
He was ready.
He was ready. He started stretching.
Doing some toe touches.
Yeah, you gonna remember 47 now. I know you were trying to do it the other day, Ron.
Yeah,
that's
trying
right.
to Andre Karolinkos of the world. You gonna have to remember. You gonna have to remember this one.
Yeah.
The Astros are making you by the way that they mismanaged their players and their injury. 47 gonna have to play.
Yeah.
And of course, we're gonna really dive into this. As B. Scott is in, as Clint is out, and Angry Tyler is in.
Hey, Tyler, that was world-class tweeting last night.
Listen, he got away from him. Man. He was, and he didn't give it.
And it would be Tyler if it didn't get away from him.
And he didn't give a damn, and I really didn't. I'm with him. The part is just like, it's almost like the Easterby years, where it was like, all right, man, there is nothing that can happen.
Then what
that
happened?
will surprise me.
And then what happened?
There is nothing that can happen will catch me off guard. I don't care what you say.
And then something does.
Nothing. And repeatedly.
Yeah.
And I was this way after Kyle Tucker. Like, nothing will surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
They have dropped my jaw 3 or 4 times already this year.
Yeah.
Every one of the Jordan comebacks.
Oh, I mean, they took the cake with the, hey, you know what? It's broke, but guess what?
Yeah.
60% healed.
Yeah.
80. Where did you get another setback?
But it didn't matter, though, because it was the same. It's been broke.
But yesterday,
wow.
they got my ass again.
Yeah, they did. They
got my ass
did.
again.
They did. They did get
I
you
said,
again.
hey, man, that man didn't make it to the damn. He didn't make it to center. He got taken down before he got to center.
And this is again one of their better. Like, I know we've had
What is
fun
the
with
guy
Jake.
doing there?
We've had fun with Jake over the years.
Just staring at
Jake now one of their better players, and this is how you're managing your center fielder.
Khakis. Man, squat. Jake. Hell, looks good to me.
Hey, and keep in mind, they let a pitcher stay in the game that got hit in the head with a line drive the same week.
Might be hearing all about that and the additional ones on the turd list today, Lopez.
They told Jake hit restart. They just powered it back on. It should be all right.
Calf tightness, 7-game lead.
Just drink some water.
Control off the lead.
Got to have him. That feels like, hey, man, let's just sit him down, man.
Yeah.
Let's sit him down.
All-Star break coming up.
We got to have him.
Yeah.
All-Star break, got to have him.
It's an abusive relationship. You always think it's going to be different this time, and it never is. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. You've heard the fellas, Ron, and then B. Scott in today. I hope there's not some sort of story like from yesterday. Let me try to get through this. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And the drive is now live.
Yeah, it is. Welcome in. Come on in and listen. We're going to want to hear from you all today as well. And I'm telling you, coming up in the next segment, we'll call in. Tyler will have the phone lines open, 713-572-4610. I know at some point we'll get to that game. I really don't give a damn about that game right now.
What game?
The sweep, whatever.
Hey.
And I know you got some thoughts on it, B. Scott.
It was a game?
And at some point we will get to that. But this is a catastrophe. We are past pets' heads are falling off. I mean, we have completely driven through that. It was.
Well, this is not good.
Don't say.
It was ridiculous. And you said it very plainly. They're not good at this injury thing.
Astros ain't loyal.
That's a bit of a problem. Listen, I have some thoughts and some things to say, and I'm sure you have some thoughts. 713-572-4610. You can text in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. I'm certain you have some thoughts. I've got some. But I'll say one of the secret weapons of our show, the drive. The reason why we are the only show in the top 20, and when I say top 20, we are 20 hanging on. I believe we got there by 2.5.
Hey, somebody got to be 20.
2.5 votes. But we got there in the city of Houston in the Barrett top 20. Probably could have been 21 either way.
Could have been 21.
To be frank with you, could have been
worse.
Could have been 23. Things could have gone either way. But many people give us a lot of hell up the I want you back to Kansas City, or you play for the Cowboys and all this. They give us a lot of hell. But the real secret of the show is we by far have the biggest psychotic Houston fan there is at the station. Bordering, I would put him up against anybody. Tyler Milner, throughout all of the stuff that you want, Tyler Milner is the biggest psycho. We've had some people born here and then move and live other places. We've had some people not from here come here and embrace it. Tyler is one of the people who, besides I want to say 4, but I'm certain more of a 5-year stint in College Station, has lived here.
Well, it was 4 years at A&M, but I had 2 years before that at JUCO.
Okay, so 4 years at College Station.
That's still close enough.
I feel like
honestly.
we had some conversations that we were both more than 4.
Oh yeah.
But
college is fun, man.
But he is
it's 6 years.
But he is as passionate as anybody in this building. And I'm going to tell you, I will have some thoughts. B. Scott will have some thoughts. Another Houstonian, passionate as hell. If this were the Rockets, I might have to throw this to him first. But being that this is the Astros, I just want to hand this off to Tyler Milner because I want to see where he is from where he was last night. Now, I have to really read these words specifically so I do not curse and read.
I forgot I put those in there last night.
This is from Tyler. 7:16. I'm going to lose my effing S, man. Me and Clint. Whoa, what's up? What's good, man? I'm out here trying to get some trash and stuff going around the house. Clint, what happened, Chief? Jake Myers. I'm sorry. Jake Myers helped off the effing field in the first inning. In a lot of pain, dudes. All caps, this mother effing training staff. Holy effing S, man.
I'm not much different. I'm not in a much different mental headspace right now, dude.
Like, what the actual F are we doing? And I said, damn, man, it's not just before, it's not when in the first inning, the game hadn't started. Exactly. Just poured gasoline on it for him. You know it's bad when you get four consecutive messages as if you're talking and people are answering you, but nobody's answering you. You're just bang, 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 putting them out.
The text thread is your personal diary.
Yep.
Gotta get it out of me.
We hadn't gotten a chance to answer them suckers yet.
It wasn't about your answer.
No, it wasn't.
He had to let it out whether you had to answer or not.
He's in a bad place.
Yeah.
He's in a bad place.
It was therapy.
You saw the video. So Tyler, as passionate as anybody, any fan in this city. Let's kick it to you first. Where are you at from last night to today with this situation?
Not much different than what you just the story you laid out there with where I was yesterday evening. Not much different, to be honest. I know I was laughing as you were laying that out. Remember yesterday we talked a lot about these situations that, like with Clint's story, that get you so enraged that you just have to laugh, and you start laughing like maniacally.
Did you arrive to laughter? I didn't think you did.
No, I think that's what that was. I'm trying to identify that within me because I'm not in a good place. Because it's everything we heard from In the Loop and everything we've said too. It's embarrassing. It's ridiculous. It's absurd that you would have a professional sports organization, and one especially that has been so successful in the city of Houston like the Astros, and have a training stash or medical team.
He didn't call him a stash. Yeah. That's where he is.
I said stash?
Yeah.
Training stash.
I bet none of them can even grow a mustache.
Probably won't.
What are we doing? Like, where we're finding ourselves and the repeat nature of these medical issues and the misdiagnosis and everything going on with the training staff of Houston Astros. Like, make a move. Like, somebody in power now, look at what's happening.
Just let it out.
Hear it, see it, hear us, hear the fans,
gotta be able to
and
see
make a move.
They got to see
so this is...
What are you doing?
This is laughable, but as you can see from Tyler's emotions right now, it is not a laughing matter.
He need to let that out.
Like, it's laughable, but not funny.
I'm going to let some of you all let it out, too.
Like, does that make sense?
713-572-4610, yes. No, B. Scott, honestly, that's the first thing I jotted down what Tyler said is, for me, it is what is the line for Jim Crane? I mean, for me, I thought you passed it. Maybe last year with Kyle Tucker. If that wasn't it, I thought maybe Lance, maybe you've wasted all of that money on Lance.
The second or third time with Lance.
I thought that might have been it, right?
Jordan.
And Jordan.
Third, fourth, or fifth time with him.
Jordan coming through.
You would figure 60% healed was the line. I thought that was the line. I was on the air around that time. And I thought, okay, so this has got to be it. Somebody's going to get, even if we don't hear about it publicly, somebody's going to get pulled to the side, going to get their coat pulled to the side, and there's going to be a conversation about this Jordan thing. I thought that was the line.
They went Brian Fantana on it, like 60% of the time. It works every time. What are you doing?
I think somebody got a hand specialist with the team got an award like the day after one of the setbacks.
Yes. Award renowned, honored hand specialist for the Astros.
That was probably already pre-scheduled, but they didn't even have the presence of mind to maneuver that, to maybe reschedule that.
Yeah, just give that to him behind closed doors in his office.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is the line? Because this is, I mean, it's not. That's the thing is, it's like they're going after the most important players. It's like
going after.
Again, shout out to Jake Myers, who has put himself in a position where I didn't think it would be, but he is.
He is one of their most important players.
He is becoming a huge leader for them. Right? He's the only player on the team hitting 300.
Yeah.
Right now, he is a hugely important player for them.
And his defense alone is the whole reason why he's on the team. So the fact that he give you that is just a bonus, and you need it, by the way. Given the circumstance,
it's
right.
I just like, to me, it's at like there we have had to have reached the line of something's got to.
We're past the line. We're whatever the line
Brandon,
is.
he didn't
past
make it. Brandon, he didn't make it to his position. He could not jog to his position. Clearly, he wasn't ready to go.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Yeah, and I don't want to sit here and pretend like I have the answers, because I don't. It's just frustrating that you've got this medical staff and you got all these people who are in charge of this who don't. Like people who specialize in this exact thing, and you look around the league, right? It's not like this is happening around the league. You are the team with the most players on the injured list. You are the team that's constantly, week after week, it seems like, every week there's an injury story that's not just, hey, this bad luck injury, but there's some kind of like shenanigans attached to the story, right? So like at what point, like you say, where is the line? I feel like we are far past it. We're like a month past it. Whenever the Jordan 60% healed thing happened,
that was it for you.
That was the line. So however long ago that was. Like this is, so for me, it's like, okay, so is embarrassment the line? And at what point, like I'm curious, do y'all think they got sense enough to be embarrassed? Like, where are they embarrassed by this? Tyler used the word embarrassment, did he not?
Yes,
at what point do they question from?
There are some fans, and we may get calls from people, as we said, coming up in the next segment. This one feels like we want to hear from you, so we will hear from you in the next segment. But I have gotten a response of some people. How long have I been putting up the tweet every time one of these happens? Is somebody going to lose their gig?
Yeah,
I've been doing that for. I think I got there at Kyle Tucker last year, and I have been met and again met yesterday with some thoughts of, hey guys, injuries just happen. We've got to be past the injuries just happen stage.
Yeah,
the coincidence of. I heard Lopez say that it has been, and I didn't even think about it, but it's right. It's been 26 months since 3 technique. Garcia has pitched.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
26 months?
2 years and change, yeah.
I mean, I know Tommy John has some time to heal, but damn, 26 months, and he's had setbacks. I'm gonna go with the OG, John Lopez. He seemed to say it with a lot of confidence. Yes, now maybe Cheryl will have to look at that. I have not confirmed, but it feels right. 26 months. What? I mean,
yeah. This is. I mean,
it is a shame before God. And then to the point that you're making is, you said they don't have enough sense. We talked about the hand specialist guy to move around, and then they went and made the decisions post game when they spoke to the media to say it.
Yeah.
Joe Espada, just when I was trying to build you up to be the captain, I can't call you that anymore. Just when I just was building it up, and I told Clint, you got to give him his flowers.
Well, you got to separate tactical baseball manager from PR crisis manager, right? Like he's good. He's better at one than the other. It seems like.
I can't be the captain with that. I will play for you what he had to say in a bit. I first want to get to Jake Myers and the dismount question that was posed to him last night by the media, and it had to be a question. If you're going to run Jake Myers, by the way, tell me if I'm wrong on this. You're the one who covers more than I do. Jake Myers did not have to speak to the media yesterday.
No, he's injured.
He's injured, right? He did not have to speak to the media, but yet they made the call to have him speak to the media. And then Jake
I actually support that.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Listen,
make
fine.
guys make speak publicly.
Sure. I'm all right. I'll even say I'm fine with it. But you have to be prepared for questions that you know are going to come down the pike.
Be nice.
And then you don't want to be made Jake look silly or look stupid or look lost, and then which makes all of you look lost when a question that everyone knew was going to be asked is asked, and then you answer it the way Jake did. Jake was easily asked the question, does this feel worse than it did when it first happened? If Jake's running up there, got a pretty good feeling, that's probably going to come up. That's probably a question someone's going to ask. This is what Jake Myers and the Astros, prior to him going to go speak, and I'm certain they went over this, I would think, this is where they came up with, after he was posed the question, did it feel worse than when it first happened?
Does this feel worse than it did 2 days ago?
Definitely into that. That's all I got. So.
If you missed it, it was
Right.
And then it was a turn and a look to the PR staff. Like, what should I say here?
Yeah, I don't want to say yes.
We've seen that
and
in
I don't
press
want
before.
to lie.
And then he came back to the mic and said, that's all I got, guys.
Just gave me a plethora of confidence, guys.
I'm with you. If you're going to make the decision to send Jake up there, you got to have a game plan for the questions you know are going to come and not have Jake look like,
Nah, yeah, come on, Jake. Nah, you know what, Jake, you got to work that one. Like, hey, you know what? The most recent one is always the worst one, man. I can't really compare them. It sucks right now, and we're gonna figure it out, and that's that.
You know what he sounded like?
Oh, come on, Jake.
You know what he sounded like?
I'm just saying,
he literally sounded like Jake from State Farm. Whenever whenever the person's like, "What are you wearing?" And he's like,
khakis.
He did. He's taking the Jake from Rake Farm to this new level. It's pissed me off.
I'm not mad at Jake.
I'm not either.
He was not prepared.
He wasn't prepared.
I'm just saying this was a situation that he did not have to be up there, and then he was up there and he wasn't prepared. But that didn't even take the cake, because clearly they're just going up there winging it. Because Joe Espada, this is a low point. John Lopez, by the way, May 1st, 2023 is the last time.
Man, time flies,
Luis
man.
Garcia pitched.
Goodness.
This is a low point. This was Joe Espada when he was asked the question of, did you guys get previous imagery on this? Did you go in MRI? Did you go look at it further when it happened?
No. We didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how the muscle and stuff is in there, and it's just some tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
Holy mother of God!
We didn't think we needed it.
Yeah. Well,
we didn't think we need. Why? Why would you just not? Why would he have calf tightness? Have we heard anything about calf tightness in this sports world here of late?
But at least this is consistent with us having questions about their thinking. Right?
I was about to say it adds up with what I know of their thinking.
We didn't think that he needed it. Well, okay, that makes sense because these days.
Joe, this is why.
So of
Dusty
course you
just,
did.
this is why Dusty just said HIPAA, so you don't go in there and start answering questions and saying we didn't.
Well,
we didn't.
I mean, I know MRIs are expensive, but I feel like Jim Crane and the Astros can afford a few, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're not like me who's trying to get floors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they can. They didn't pay Kyle Tucker. I think they can afford an MRI.
And they're also the Astros, the team, by the way, at this point that has so many key players that have already gone down, been questionably managed at best, and then Jake Myers has emerged as an important figure for the Astros, and we didn't think he needed.
Why would you even say?
Talk.
But
Great
why
talk.
would you say that?
Great talk.
Why
All
would
right.
you come to the podium and
Center
say
fielder,
that?
No, center fielder doesn't need it.
Why
I'm
would
trying to
you?
do the best I can.
Why calf tightness? Why would you not get an MRI?
Elite defensive center fielder hitting 300 doesn't need it.
That is the low point of it all.
We pulled him in the middle of a game, right? Didn't they pull him out of a game?
Yes.
Doesn't need it. It's cool.
They said we didn't.
He's all right.
Needed it. And then you know what happened?
Put some tussin on it. Put some Robitussin on it.
Bruh couldn't run to his position. They got
turn it off, turn it on.
What made them say let's not just go ahead and be aggressive and use every single resource we have to make sure we know when the injury is? You think he wouldn't got it now?
Let's take a nap, Jake.
Coming up next, 713-57.
Areas, I don't know.
I don't know either. 713-572-4610. Maybe they're saving money. I don't know. You're next. We're going to hear your thoughts. What's your thoughts on this overall situation? Jake Myers, everything that is happening with the Astros. We'll hand it over to you. That's coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Astros ain't loyal.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow, you stepped up in a
help, visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 6, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, this is one to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Give us your thoughts on the Astros situation, the injury front. Jake Myers is the latest. He went down in a heat. He didn't even get a chance to jog. He couldn't even jog himself out to his position before going down.
Shame.
Yeah.
Damn shame what they did that, dog.
By the way, have they put him on the IL yet? Have they done that yet? Are they still
Hope not hope. They think that he might be all right.
Yeah.
But
no, this is a day to hear from the people as well. 713-572-4610. I see people texting in and using YouTube and Twitch. Someone said malpractice. This is just incompetence. Ray said, hey, just rub some dirt on it. No MRI needed. And Toby, blindsided. WTF, no MRI. It was that was the part. That right there done it for me.
They just eyeballed it.
We didn't think
I just don't know how all the people in the room that would have been involved in that situation and said, you know what? Nah, we don't. Let's not do it, man.
Or didn't nobody say, hey, you remember the last time we didn't think somebody needed an MRI and how that worked out? What happened then?
They were just like, man, we're not great at reading these bad boys, reading the imagery on these bad boys. So, hell, let's just not do it.
I mean, do we need to order eye tests for all the medical staff over at Dyken Park? Like,
whose job is it to step up and say, hey, what would it hurt?
What would it hurt? Yes.
What would it hurt to let's just waste the MRI? Let's just waste the money.
And let's just use every single.
Maybe the machine's down.
It's not.
You don't think they got another one in Houston?
It started in L.A. I believe the Dodgers have. I believe somewhere in that area.
You don't think they've got multiple MRI options in Los Angeles
and Houston,
California
and Houston? Those are the two stops they've had.
Maybe they're all broken.
And now the way it looks, when do you think he comes back next?
So he didn't think they needed it anyway.
When do you think, with the way you saw him
2026
walk himself off the field, and the way he couldn't go by himself, he needed help?
A calf, a center fielder. Ooh. Oh my God, this is
August, September?
Let's see, it's July 10th. Yeah, I'll give him 3 weeks. I'll give him 21 days.
That's if everything goes right with them. I mean,
yeah. Because what did they say? It was isn't it kind of a 2 to 4 week thing? I'll give him 3 weeks.
That probably initially. You think it got worse though? I feel like he made this thing worse.
Well, I don't know if he had a chance to make it worse because he fell out before the game started. So
he said he did a 25-minute workout where he did some cuts and stuff.
Maybe.
I'm just saying, man, if he.
I'm just saying, at least he didn't go out there and play center field.
If that work did so much there that the jog took him out.
It's a warning shot. That's all it was. It's a warning shot. That's all it is. Man.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Tony, turn your radio down for me. Come on, there we go. You got it, Tony? There we go. Tony, all right, give us your thoughts, man. Go ahead, man. What's your feeling on the Astros with these injuries?
Hey, the answers are right in front of us, guys. The real training staff has either went on strikes or we don't have we have the lowest of the low training staff possible. Like the sponsor, which is Methodist, I don't think if I was them, I'd take my sponsorship away. But I think we're not Methodist. It's like we got like Ben Cobb staff, or we need to put LBJ or something, some lower hospital, because this is ridiculous. I mean, nobody's getting fired. Like, come on.
I like Tony's theory.
Tony.
I had not considered this. They got the Ben Taub staff on the Astros. Can you believe that? Instead of going and getting Methodist people, even Memorial they go get the Ben Taub folks. They got court-appointed lawyers, man. Like, what are we doing?
Hey, I'm telling you right now, 713-572-4610. You want to get your thoughts on the injury stuff?
That's
Lines
a
are
great
open.
take.
Listen, at this point, but honest to God, at this point,
Sorry, Ben Todd.
everything is fair. Like everything fans come up with is fair. Except, hey man, stuff just happens. I can't ride with that one. But everything that you come up with is fair. It's fair right now. I mean, it's just it makes no sense. And as I said, like what is the next thing that has to occur before something else, some other change happens?
And it does feel like the only thing that's saving them right now is the fact that they are winning, the fact that they are exceeding expectations. If you want to take it to on the field, like they are actually performing. This sweep against Cleveland notwithstanding, they're the hottest team since the start of June.
Saving them.
They're able to kind of hide behind that, but also with that, this means that you are jeopardizing a real opportunity and a real chance to win a World Series. You're better than a lot of people thought you were going to be, and for your own mismanagement and getting in your own way, it's going to be an issue.
Yeah, it is wild. Mel, go ahead and take us in. What's your thoughts on the latest with Jake Myers in this injury situation for the Astros?
Well, hey boys, how are y'all? Hey! I just wanted to say that I wanted to be like Laura. Anyway, I'm like more psycho than Tyler, I think. But no, I just feel like the same like the other caller that just called in, and I don't know how these medical staff are getting it wrong. I don't know how we have so many injuries with Tommy John surgeries, like every year, every pitcher. How does like Shohei Ohtani come back sooner than Luis? Like, I don't understand. Like, or did they hire these from like some rival team and they're just messing us over? I don't know. I'm just trying to understand.
It's all fair.
Yeah.
It's all fair.
The ops are in the medical staff. Who thought?
It's all fair.
Who would have thought, man?
Hey boys.
I mean, boy, she had quick work in there. She took out Laura and then took out Tyler on the way in to let him know, hey, chill back, Jack. I'm more psycho than your ass.
Tremendous call.
It's all fair. It's all fair. Yeah, maybe, and that's where if you're the AL West, you really got to be looking at yourself. I mean, and this is alleged from Mel. Apparently, the Mariners have sent over a staff to come over and just absolutely tear apart the Astros when it comes to injuries and diagnosis. And
y'all let us know, what do y'all think is more likely, that the Astros got Ben-Taub doctors or it's the ops in the medical staff?
I know we got to go to break, but
what y'all think is more likely? That's what the callers presented to us in that segment there. It's either the ops or it's the Ben-Taub doctors.
Hey, how do they keep getting unlucky? Right? Like,
why is it you?
How is it always them?
Every time I come in the kitchen, you in the kitchen.
I'm telling you, how come Luis had a setback again. Kyle Tucker had a setback again. Lance had a setback. It had another setback. It had another setback.
We didn't think he needed no Morado.
Setback. Damn. Oh, how did Jordan have a setback? And another setback. Damn. How did Jake have a setback? Another setback. How does it keep happening to them? And where is JP France? I thought he just had a shoulder.
Hey, him and Luis Garcia have been on an island somewhere. They're going to come back with long beards, Castaway type beards,
to them?
looking like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
They're the only ones. It just keeps happening to them. How? God, dog, the most unlucky staff, or maybe it's something else. Coming up next.
Back to that Morado.
Let's move over to the Rockets because B. Scott has something. Not. I haven't heard anybody talk about this in dealing with Kevin Durant that I think we should have a discussion about, and I haven't really thought of it myself. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, hey boys.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This offense needs to go the way of C.J. Stroud. This offense doesn't need to go the way of Nick Cage.
victory, call today. BespokeStemCell.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey guys, want to share something with you. And listen, we know here at Sports Radio 610, the hearts, the minds, and the amazing supportive group of listeners that we have here. We learned that last week. But more as you understand things are happening, and we know what happened here recently in the Hill Country, and in light of the devastating floods that affected so many lives up in that area. We're doing what we can to support with so many wonderful organizations set up for donation drives. The best way we can help is to provide you with information on those outlets so that you can help us, help our Texas neighbors. Just text FLOOD, FLOOD, all caps, FLOOD, to 20357. That's FLOOD to 20357 for a list of all the ways that you can help in the flood relief efforts Kerr County. And also, shout out, she helped with us when we were doing our radiothon with the Houston Food Bank. Jesse Watt over at the Mix, our partner in crime over there. You can join them as they are joining No Label Brewery Company to raise money for the flood victims in the Texas Hill Country. For every dollar beer poured, 100% of raffle profits all are going to Texas flood relief. So dollar for every beer that is poured goes to the Texas flood relief fund, and that is 5351 First Street, Katy, Texas, is where that will be. It will be July 11th, 5 o'clock. July 11th, tomorrow, 5 o'clock in Katy, No Label Brewing Company. So please look at that. It is obviously, if you have seen a lot of pictures, the videos, and read all of the devastation that's happened, do what you can to help going on there. All right, as we move off of the Astros fiasco, more positive. The Rockets, they have had what many people believe the best offseason in the NBA, but you have a particular thought, B. Scott, on the Kevin Durant situation.
Yeah, so I'm one of the people at the station that has been on the Kevin Durant, trade for Kevin Durant thing since the beginning. So I'm obviously happy that he's here, happy that it's finally official, kind of one of the main advocates for trading for Kevin Durant. But now that he's here, I am thinking about what this looks like for the future, and it's got me thinking about what does a Kevin Durant trade exactly look like? Because let's be honest about it, as supportive as I am of this move and of this trade, we got to be real here. Kevin Durant has the Rockets by the balls here, right? Like, they can't let him walk in free agency. I feel like as much as we like the deal and what they didn't give up, they did give up a little bit too much to not keep him around past, let's say, this year. So they're going to sign this guy to an extension one way or another. And I don't think that they can afford to let him walk in free agency, but that, to me, gives him some leverage. So does he sign the extension that he is immediately eligible for, which is 2 years, $119 million? If you're doing the math on that, that's roughly $60 million a year, right, for a 37-year-old, soon-to-be 37-year-old
Didn't he say,
Kevin
wasn't
Durant?
there reports that he would kind of scale it back a little bit?
Yeah. But here's the thing. Until we get news about it, until we see exactly what it looks like, it's hard to predict. It's hard to say exactly what this is going to look like. I think it'll give us some insight into how Kevin Durant views this situation as somebody who has obviously made a lot of money and is going to make a lot of money no matter what deal he signs for. But there is a difference, I think a noticeable difference. $60 million a year, and let's say what would be more, I think, team friendly and would make more sense for where Kevin Durant is in his career, and that's like say a 2-year, $80 million, like something closer to $40 million a year.
What's the worst? Like, let's say the best case scenario for him, if he goes and gets the most that he can get, what kind of spot does that put the Rockets in?
Yeah.
And how does this potentially become an issue for them if he goes for whatever the 60 whatever million whatever he does?
Right. It's the next follow-up question. It's like, is Kevin Durant seeking the max, or the Rockets willing to pay him the max? And then how does that affect them if they have to pay him the max and don't get any kind of discount here, or don't get some kind of workaround deal here? If they have to end up paying him this max amount of money, how does it impact them? Well, we know that the bill is coming due. They just paid extended Jabari Smith. You figure that Tari Eason is going to get paid. And, of course, you've got Amen Thompson, who is going to be due pretty soon as well. So, to me, it's a matter of, okay, like trying to manage this thing to where you've got enough money to pay all of the guys that you want to keep around and maintain some level of flexibility. Obviously, having more money makes you more flexible. So, like that's $20 million. That's $20 million extra dollars that would be going to Kevin Durant that you could be spreading around between obviously Tari Eason and having Amen Thompson come up. And of course, what we're seeing around the league, I think this is the big part.
But it's within the 2 years, right? It's
right.
Probably 2 years.
Yeah, but these guys are going to be due. Yeah. I mean, Tari Eason is eligible now. Amen Thompson is going to be eligible after this coming season. So this is all within the same timeline
when
that
we're
talking
something
about.
Like that, man, what is something that a Tari Eason will command?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like the NBA contracts are strange. Where you're
but it literally could be $20 million.
Yeah,
right. like Tari.
Because when you look at, like, if you just say it out loud, when you look at Jabari Smith's production, like there are some places you're like, damn, that's a little steep.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's a theme in the NBA. Like the thing that has happened over the last, whether it's just this CBA or really over the last like 10 to 15 years or so, is that we've seen the average players, like guys that back in the day, he makes $5-6 million a year. No, now he makes 20 or 15 or $20 million. Just somebody that is a 6-man or a 3-and-D specialist or something like that. So yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're talking about here. It's like, okay, is Kevin Durant willing to take the type of deal that will help the Rockets facilitate the type of team that he wants to retire on? Has Kevin Durant done enough?
That's what the reports
made
say.
Enough money that they're cool with that. Now, the thing is, like, there's no real exact timeline on this. Like, this could just be a thing for as long as they want it to be. I think the money goes up a little bit in January. Like, it goes up by like a couple $1 million. So, like, if they don't have this thing done by January, right, that's going to have me thinking, they're going to have to pay this guy, 37-year-old Kevin Durant, the maximum amount of money. And as I want him to be here, also would have ideally hoped that he would have been willing to kind of work with the team a little bit, given his status and where he's at in his career.
As you said, we'll see when that comes about.
He doesn't owe him that, but you would hope that. But
reports said that's what reports said when we started getting the understanding that he was going to be traded to the Rockets. That's what he was going to do. Again, as you said, we don't know, because Devin Booker sure as hell didn't do that.
Yeah, I am on standby for Kevin Durant extension news, and will be until we get it.
All right, that's B. Scott. He's in for Clint Stoerner today. Man, that dude just pulled a major wedgie out of his ass on Wimbledon. By the way,
hey, if you got to do it.
Hey, man, these they really like to make a real difference between the first place trophy and the second place one.
Yeah,
them damn plates, them saucers. I said it to Tyler in his ear. I said, look at this second place trophy. This first place one nicely. They got the the Wimbledon trophies, the ones that you generally see, except it's silver. The ones you generally see. They gave these people small saucers.
Yeah.
For them second place. Just little plates that look like Frisbees.
I thought they were holding paper Dixie plates.
I said, damn, they're gonna really make a difference between first and second place.
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch?
It feels like they do this to celebrate the second place, but doesn't it feel kind of humiliating? It's like, man, hey, go get me my trophy back in the locker room or wherever I'm gonna be sitting at. But why I gotta sit out here with this smaller plate and be out here talking?
And give me a silver medal or something, man. man. Give me
it's not even big enough to get the appropriate amount of sides you probably want.
man. It's got that second place plate has got to at least be something you can make a Thanksgiving plate.
Yeah,
you cannot make a Thanksgiving plate with that.
You cannot. No.
Maybe dessert.
Not even enough room for just the turkey, taters, and corn casserole.
Just sides. Maybe a veggie plate.
No, it's not. Honest to God, that was a dessert plate. That's what that was. That was a dessert plate.
Hit the nail on the head.
That was go ahead and get you some sweet potato pie on there. Get you some pecan pie. I'll get to something that you like, Tyler. Go ahead and get you some apple pie on there.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, they play tennis. They got to eat light anyway.
Yeah, man. I looked up there. I said, "Damn, that's some ugly ass." That's what you get.
This dude looks like a nerd.
Win next
Get
time.
off him, man.
That's what you get for not winning.
This kid won. Yeah, you got to win.
Win. You want a bigger plate?
I almost feel better. Just don't give me nothing. Just give me a congratulations. You get a second place. Don't give me this little sauce.
Is that an option? Can you say ahead of time, hey, man, if I lose, y'all act like I was never there? Can y'all pretend like I wasn't there?
Just put me in the record book.
Yeah.
Or I want something different this time. Like I want a cup this time, not a plate.
I just want my direct deposit.
That'd be like at the at Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby, the second place finisher. They just throw a rose petal on his back,
man, instead
of giving the full thing here, man. Nah, man, get this.
Zelle me my check. Just Zelle me what you owe. Let's get out of here.
Coming up, this to a position group that we don't talk about a lot with the Texans, and a position group that I think is really underrated and could be the biggest leap made for the Texans in this upcoming season. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Rock and roll, meow.
We're 2 weeks away from Texans training camp. The excitement is building. Football is almost here, H-Town. Are you ready?
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive is live. B. Scott, Brandon Scott's in the building as Clint is out today. But you know you can hold it down. We've had some fun with some callers already. Shout out to Tony and Mel. And you obviously on the text line, 713-572-4610. You can always interact with us that way, as well as on YouTube and Twitch. We see you out there. J-Rock, Champ Slice, always in the building. Ray, Toby, Magic, OL. Kick Rocks, I'm certain, will be finding its way in. Generic Opponent, I see you. So we appreciate you hanging out with us as usual. Turn later on in this hour, so stay tuned for that. This is around that time where, ESPN, they like to help sports radio hosts come up with the content, don't they?
Yeah.
They like to do them. They do their top 10s, right?
It's the Lord's work. List and rankings.
List and rankings, baby. They do their. And I'll be honest with you, I have told myself, I just gotta hate lists, hate rankings, hate brackets.
You just made the list.
But they get me every time. Yeah. So I must like them. Some of you all know this. Some of you text in and you say you hate me, but you can't get away.
It's not that you actually hate it. It's that you hate that you like it.
Yeah.
That's what it really is.
That's it.
And it's your hate for liking it that makes you hate it.
It is. And they get me. They suck me right in.
It's a reason why they work.
Single time. Yeah. It does. And yesterday we talked about edge rushers, and the Texans had 2 on that one. And yesterday the safeties came out. Now, the Texans, I won't spoil it for you, did not have any safeties in the top 10, but they did have 2 in the honorable mention and 1 in the receiving votes. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson was an honorable mention. Kalen Bullock was an honorable mention. And Jalen Petrie, whatever position he plays, which, I mean, it could be little linebacker, safety
type of corner thing going on.
Slot corner, all of that.
Yeah.
But those guys were all in the article. 2 of them in honorable mention and the other receiving votes. And listen, it makes sense. I do think Kalen Bullock, especially Kalen Bullock, has a real chance to push himself into this group, in which we're talking about him next year as being a top 10 guy that's in the list, because I really, really like his game and where it can go. But this right here is a group and a position group that I don't think we look at as much or talk about as much. And I understand it. One, the offensive line is the biggest group that's on people's minds. And then the secondary, really the corners are ones that you may think are the strength of the team, and the pass rushers are ones that you may think are the strength of the team. But this safety group for the Texans, they got a chance to take – now I think we hope it's the offensive line for CJ's sake and the rest of this group's sake. But the safety group, they may have a chance to take the biggest leap of any position group that the Texans have out there.
Yeah, I think about it like this: the transition that they've made from, let's say, year 1 of DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, right? So 2 years ago to now, where their safety was it Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie, something like that. So you go from
and then it was what's my man's name who went to Jacksonville?
Eric Murray.
Eric Murray was in there.
But think about it, just starting from Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie a couple of years ago to where you're talking about an aging Jimmy Ward and a Jalen Petrie who's really miscast and playing out of position, to now 2 guys that you didn't have on the team at all at that point, and of course C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who you just got, and then Kalen Bullock, who's somebody that you just drafted last year, but also somebody that has emerged as a real playmaker in this league, even just as a rookie. So to me, they have just upgraded that position. And then, by the way, they still got those guys, save for Eric Murray, they still got those guys for the most part. We'll see what happens with Jimmy Ward. But, they still got Jalen Petrie. They still have some safety depth on top of the fact that, C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock are the guys that you're expecting to make plays for you now. So I just feel like they've upgraded the position to a large degree just over the last couple of years, and I am expecting them to take that next step. I think that it's different from the cornerback position and different from the edge rusher position in the sense that you already got the high-end guys, either all-pro or all-pro level type of guys at those positions. You're not sure about that yet because Kalen Bullock is so early on in his career. And then, of course, C.J. Gardner-Johnson has just been a good player for a long time. But that certainly could become the case, and I think they've upgraded that position to a large degree. So it's kind of an underrated sweet spot.
How good do you think
for them?
How good do you think C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
I think he's a known commodity. Like he's honorable mention is probably right there with. Like I wouldn't say he's a top 10 safety. I think that's probably overshooting it. But I know a lot of what he brings is like aside from being a really good football player, but it's like an energy and an attitude. But on top of that, man, he is just a solid flat out football player. So like he's not a top 10 guy, but right outside of that, I think is where he is.
It's an upgrade over.
It's an upgrade over Eric Murray. Certainly, it's an upgrade over Jimmy Ward. It's an upgrade, honestly, over anybody that's played that position for them, save for probably Kalen Bullock. So, and even he is somebody that is developing and hasn't quite figured everything out yet. So, I think this is the best safety that they've had in a long time.
I think Kalen's got a chance to be.
Oh, he can be a star. This is a dude that could get you eight interceptions.
Yeah, I think he's because in that position if you get 7 interceptions, you're gonna be a Pro Bowler.
Yeah. And this is what he's been doing. This is his player profile, his scouting profile, even coming out of USC. Like, not a perfect player, but got a knack for the ball, athletic, obviously long and rangy as hell, and just gets his hands on the football.
Yep.
And that showed up in his rookie year.
Yeah, and we've heard from D'Amico saying he's improved his tackling. He got 5 interceptions last year, in at times a part-time role and trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Also trying to figure it out where he got taken advantage of a couple of times. I bet that improves this year. Like I said, man, I think this group has a real chance to like leap and just say, oh, wow, there you go.
Honestly, man, it was something that we didn't talk a lot about this during OTAs and minicamp, but it was one of the things that stood out to me was, so Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter are kind of a tandem. You don't really too much see one without the other, right? And just the way that they were moving and the sort of confidence and the energy that they were out there with, everything that I was hearing from them and about them, how they went about this all season, not like guys that were rookies last year, but like guys that have been in the league for 6 or 7 years. Now, everybody talks like that in the offseason. Everybody kind of builds each other up. But you really kind of sense that they're like, you know what, we were just playing last year off of instinct and ability and talent. We hadn't really thought the game through yet. We didn't really fully know what we were doing. We were just kind of wide-eyed and bushy-tailed last year as rookies. This year, man, I'm expecting both of those guys to take a tremendous leap, and so that's going to really impact the safety position with Kalen Bullock, I think, having that year under his belt, man. I'm excited to see it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they got and they got good corners, which will allow them to even take even more chances to go along with that pass rush. That is going to help them immensely. All right, no top 10 safeties as of yet, but I think next year they potentially will definitely have one. All right, I told you fellas, I'm not really. I tell myself I hate lists and brackets and things like that. Tyler knows this. This fruit bracket has had me in a damn chokehold. Like this, I am just flabbergasted, and I am in pure belief that they've made this list, and whoever voted, I believe they did this to just create controversy because I just cannot believe they believe some of this. Yeah, I just can't.
I mean,
shout out to Jenkins and Jones, and they have done it. I've seen a lot of people roll with it.
What is a bracket with no controversy?
Absolutely. If like in your mind right now, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in too. If you had to create a fruit bracket, the best fruit, you had 4 1 seeds. What would those 4 1 seeds be?
Ooh. These nuts.
I think they're outrageous for a couple of them. I don't think the nuts are a.
Not a fruit.
Not a fruit. Yeah.
My bad, Matt.
I think they're insane. I just want to throw a couple out there to you.
Some of this doesn't make no damn sense.
If I were to say to you,
I got mine pretty easily.
Off the top of your head, Tyler, banana. What seed do you feel like banana would get?
Oh, I feel like
4 regions, 8 seeds.
8 seeds, 4 regions. Nanner's got to be a 1.
Oh no way.
No, but don't just think for yourself. I hate banana.
Yeah.
I like it, but I wouldn't. But I think
you would have it as a 1.
I wouldn't have it as a 1.
It's a 5 seed. I think that's a little.
No, that's low.
That's low.
Jenkins and I just want to tell you what you're dealing with. That's why I said. Think 4 1 seeds of fruit. They've got banana as a 5 seed.
Disrespecting the potassium on a Thursday.
Yeah, there's no way a banana is a 5. Just by name alone, it's a 2 seed.
Champ said he got banana as a 4 or 5 seed.
What?
It's at the least a 3 seed.
Champ's 4 seeds are lime, lemon, strawberry, pineapple.
No.
Get up out of here,
as a 1 seed?
As just 1 seed. Get out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, mine would be pineapple, cherry, strawberry, grapes. Pineapple. And pineapple is winning.
I love
this is actually pointless because pineapple is winning. There is no
I
bracket.
love pineapple, but
it has some other cool facts too.
Okay, thank you. I know swingers. I love
that
pineapple.
too. I was thinking something else.
I love pineapple, but I don't know that I would throw it as a. I mean, it'd be a high 2-line seed for me. I mean, here are their 1 seed. Pineapple is a 1 seed for them.
It's got to be.
Orange, I would have orange as a 1 seed.
Cool.
That's a fair 1 seed.
1 seed strawberry. I think that's fair.
I think that's fair, but I'd be probably more towards 2 or 3.
I would have him on the 1 line, and then peach.
That's ridiculous.
Peach?
That is stupid.
Peach over cherry?
That is stupid.
What about apple? Where have you guys gone with apple?
The fact that apple isn't a 1 seed is
Apple's
ridiculous.
is McDonald's. I mean, apple is the goat. I got an apple in my bag right now.
Yeah.
You can get a green one. You can get a red one. You can get one of them yellow.
Calmness to put this bracket together because apple is number 1 all day.
Yeah, apple is crazy. They got grape as a 3 seed on here.
Yeah, no, grapes got to go higher.
I'm a fan of the grapes too.
Yeah, grapes. I mean, come on now.
One of my favorite.
Somebody texting,
grapes can get away from you, man. You can eat about 30 grapes before you know.
Somebody texting, where's watermelon? They got watermelon in the 4-5 matchup against banana.
Come on,
stupid.
Now.
Watermelon and banana is the 4-5. With a peach as a 1 seed, kiss them on my ass.
Yeah.
This has had me in a tizzy.
This is dumber than that year they put Ohio State in the college football playoff when they played like 3 football games.
If you like peach more than watermelon, do you even deserve fruit?
No.
Like you should be.
Bet the Astros medical team likes peaches at number 1.
Here are the 2 seeds. Blueberry. I can understand that. I don't like blueberry.
Blueberry
but I feel like
sense.
it is very used. Cherry is a 2 seed.
Yeah.
No pits.
Apple is a 2 seed. Just insane how anyone could look. And they got apple in that. I'm treating this like it's their turn. Yeah. They got apple potentially having to meet up against orange in the regional final, and that is.
Well, what was Apple's strength of schedule?
That's like Duke and Kansas having to run into each other in the regional final.
Yeah.
And then they got mango. Oh, mango can kiss my ass.
Dude.
I hate mango.
No, I can never eat mango again because whenever I went to Haiti, they served mango with literally everything. Mango comes with every meal, any meal, every day, all day. So I ate a crap ton of mango on that trip, and I cannot even look at it.
See, I like mango. I don't need the actual fruit itself. You can drop some mango in something.
You like a mango margarita?
Yeah, I can go with a mango margarita, but like an actual, like I'm gonna eat a mango like I'm gonna eat an apple or a grape. Nah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Or a pineapple? No, I'm not doing that.
Someone texting, "Where's plum?" Got it on the 5 line, and I can understand that. Plum is higher for me. I didn't like bananas, so I would do a lot of plums during two-a-days to try to help with the cramps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm good with the plum there.
Y'all ever have one of my most favorite delicious summertime treats? You ever snack on some frozen grapes?
Frozen grapes?
Yeah, man.
My daughter loves them.
My grandma
Lauren
taught us that growing up.
She has been doing it here lately.
So good.
Yeah, I'm with you. One seed's coming in: cherries, apples, bananas, and oranges.
Yeah,
I would switch strawberry in for cherries, but I can understand. I mean, a lot of someone texted.
See, I like me a strawberry cherry concoction. Bring them both together.
Somebody said, "What are the 8 seeds?" All right, the 8 seeds are tomato going up.
I was going to ask about
going up against orange.
Oh, they're so losing the orange.
Asian pear against pineapple. Boysenberry is the 8 seed against strawberries, and then dates is the 8 seed against peaches.
I don't know nothing about the Asian pear, but I know the pineapple is demolishing it.
I'll be honest with you. I think avocado as a 7 is really low. I would pick. Cherry's a tough matchup for him, but I would think about it.
Who were the first 3 out?
For me, it wouldn't be on the bracket.
Oh, why?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Oh, I love avocado.
Everybody I know does. I'm the only person that says this, but I don't get it.
I love
it's a super fruit.
Don't understand it.
Love them. Yeah, this thing has had me over and over again, and I apologize for pushing that to you. All right, Jake Myers is down, but the Astros, they had to play the game, and immediately it got worse with back-to-back home runs to lead off the game after Jake got injured. But they ended up losing 4-2 last night, and they got swept. Even though Walter pitched pretty well in his 6th, the Astros did lose 4-2 and got swept. We talked about it, game 1, game 2. No big deal, just baseball. Any feeling now that you got swept here with the injuries and everything that the Guardians, who were struggling big time coming in, swept the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
We'll get all this little funk.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow, you stepped up in a massive way. You helped us donate over 23,000.
That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, apparently my wife's listening, and she texts me in so many thoughts.
This is the type of segment to get her attention.
Yeah, that Jake Myers didn't.
Nah.
But so many thoughts. Basic fruit like apples and oranges should not be 1 seeds. I really love how she is. She's rolling with the seeds. Should not be 1 seeds.
It's like saying the Blue Bloods in the NCAA tournament don't
unless
make
they
a
had
one
a down
seeds.
season. Popular fruit is the safest. It's like saying salt and pepper are 1 seeds because they are popular, but does anyone really want to eat food that only has 2 flavors? And I said, well, what are your 1 seeds? I'll accept anything that isn't apple, orange, or banana.
I like it.
I don't think I gave any of those. So yeah, I went. What did I go?
Oh, you did. You had orange, didn't you? What'd you
No, I had strawberry. I had strawberry, grape, cherry, and pineapple.
Yeah.
So I gave a little diverse. Kind of diversified my portfolio there.
Yeah.
Went a little past the apple, the basics.
Yeah, I don't think Apple, UCLA is.
I think it has.
I just don't.
I think it's UCLA. I think it's got a little Kareem on it.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, it's got a little. It's giving Bill Walton.
I still think. Orange is Duke and apple is Carolina.
Oh, it's Ryan Hollins out there now instead
Kansas.
of Bill Walton.
I just want. Come on.
I was going to ask what your Jayhawks, what fruit they'd be.
I didn't just want to throw Kansas on oranges. I didn't want to just be rude, but I know it might hurt some people. Houston is coming through. What's Houston? What fruit is Houston? What are the Houston Cougars?
Something purple.
Let me not do this. We'll
Tangerine.
No, they're like.
I don't know. I just
like
eggplant.
Like I see what you did there. But what is a fruit?
Yeah.
What is a fruit that's really humming now? That hasn't always been a traditional. Like, is it like one of the berries? It's got to be black? One of the berries. Is it blueberry, or raspberry, or blueberry that's really coming on strong?
It's blueberry. It's got to be like the blueberry in a muffin.
It's starting to come on.
Yeah. I feel like muffins have really brought up.
Maybe mango.
The
mango
blueberry real estate.
Through.
Would you like to know the state fruit of Texas?
Sure.
The red grapefruit.
I don't even. Like you know what? I don't even think I saw grapefruit make it.
Grapefruit's got to be on there. I don't rock with grapefruit, but it's got to be on the list.
Clear. It's not on it, Tyler. Maybe you go and look at it. I'm looking at it.
That's one of the first 3 out.
Grapes was the first 3.
Yeah.
Didn't have. It had a tough conference tournament. It went in there.
It's the City College.
It just needed to win one game in the conference tournament. They lost. They lost to Colorado.
Dreams were shattered.
Yeah.
Damn, grapefruit didn't make it.
It's that mid-major that had the automatic bid, but wasn't really good in the regular season, but somehow won its conference tournament.
Yeah, it's on a run.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I think Date did. That's why Date's an 8 seed. Date went on a run and won the Big East championship out of nowhere. You remember that year Georgia went on that run when it was a big storm and they had to move the games or whatever in Nashville. There was a huge storm. It damaged the building. And God, I can't remember that kid's name. His name was Sunyata Gaines, something like that. He went off for Georgia.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Anyway, let me get off of this. I could be in this all day. All right, the Astros prior to this series had gone 13 straight without losing a series.
A series, yep.
Had some split some 4-game sets, but went 13 consecutive series, which is crazy, especially when you think about the injuries, the pitching they had. Mm-hmm. You know, they went 13 straight without losing a series, and then they get swept here. Now, for the first 2 days, we have on the drive been saying it's just baseball, man, just baseball. Are you checking up at all, B. Scott?
I think it brought me back to a sobering place. Oh. Like for me, I've been obviously excited about the way that they've been playing baseball, And I've allowed myself to think about, like, oh, I think I even did this segment, like, what would a championship look like, or would this be like one of the sweetest ones that they could ever win if they were able to do this, pull this off, given how they were projected going into the season and everything that's happened to them throughout the season. But I think it brings me back to, like, kind of back down to earth of realizing, hey, this is a really good baseball team. But let's not get it twisted like they're some kind of front runner or anything like that, or like they're the favorite to win even the American League, much less the World Series. Like, they're in a bit of a fight. There are a lot of teams, I feel like, a handful of teams that should feel good about their chances of winning the World Series. And the Astros are among them. I think because of the way that they've played over the past month, I've probably put them a little bit higher and a little bit more so than they need to be and then they should be on that list. Like, if you look at their power rankings, for example, a lot of folks got them because they're the hottest team in baseball, got them ranked as the best team in baseball. Some of the actual best teams in baseball, they've straight up beat head-to-head and are struggling. Like, let's say the Dodgers. There are others around that you can make an example of. The Yankees at times. So, like, some of the better teams aren't playing as great.
So what was your feeling? Because basically what you're saying, bringing you back down.
I've been on a high.
What was your feeling after the Dodgers series? After they went in there and swept them 29-6.
Yeah.
And there was no Hunter Brown in that. And you go, Gusto goes 6 innings, 1 run, and you just clobber them. Line, no Pena. Jake got hurt in one of the games. No Jordan. Where do you feel feel like you had gotten to a space that was over where you should have been?
Yeah, because it's the Dodgers. And I think that is
they've lost 6 in a row.
There you go. It's self-explanatory. They're the Dodgers. There's a history there, right, with the Astros. And then the Dodgers themselves are probably one of the most well-constructed baseball teams that we've ever seen in our lives, like the lineup that they put out there right now. So for them to go out there and to play that way, not against, a franchise that we got an emotional connection with, but a specific lineup and a specific team like this one, the way that this one is built, it had me thinking pie in the sky type of stuff, right? And this just brought me down. Like, I don't think I'm too high or too low. This just brought me right back down into the middle of, hey, this is a team that absolutely has a chance to do some damage this fall, but at the same time is not like some kind of, like, this is a little bit more fool's gold and a little bit more of a hot streak than it is indicative of them being, let's say, the best team in the American League or some type of World Series favorite. That's what the last couple of nights have reminded me of. It's not to say I'm giving up on them or I don't think they got a shot, but I think the last month or so has maybe given us an unrealized or an unrealistic idea of what that shot actually is.
Yeah.
Brought me back down to earth.
Yeah, it's just, to me, depending on who's there. Right, like it's just right now clearly in this series. I think we finally reached. We talk about what's the line with Jim Crane and company. It feels like we hit the line of, all right, this is as far as we can go, man. Like with having these injuries in, we can only go with Short and Cardero or Corona, excuse me, and these guys out.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like a lot more to me. It is tough. I mean, the Guardians were playing terrible coming in.
Yeah. So, like,
6-24 in their last 30.
And I will say, for me, a lot of the Astros optimism that I had, let's say, before that Dodger series was predicated on the injury stuff going the other way. Right, like I've been talking about, wait until they get these reinforcements back. Wait until Jordan comes back. Wait until all these pitchers that have been dropping. Wait until those guys come back. Everything's about to, go the other way. It's going the opposite, right? Like the injury stuff is getting worse. A lot of my optimism was predicated on it getting better.
Yep. All right, coming up, Turds List. It returns, Turds List, and buckle up. This one ought to be really spicy. It wasn't hard for this one. I won't say that. Wasn't hard for this one. I think Tyler could have done all medals with the Astros training staff, and I'm going to assume he'll go in other spaces. But we'll give you that coming up, and some news with the Astros. We'll pass across to you that you need to know. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Turd Ferguson.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This offense needs to go the way of
jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slippers, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slippers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turds list coming up here in a matter of moments. Hang in there as Tyler will give you who hits the bronze, the silver, and the gold this week. That's coming up in a bit. I do want to pass across some news. The Astros have optioned Shea Whitcomb, Shea, to AAA and reinstated Christian Walker from the paternity list. Walker could only spend a maximum of 3 days on the paternity list.
The nightmare at third continues for Shea.
Hence, he's doing this on an off day. So, Christian Walker, who, even though he has struggled throughout the season, did get a little hot there at Chavez Ravine and was swinging the bat well against the Dodgers, as he does often there at that ballpark. Even with him struggling, the lineup looked a lot different with him out of it. But he will be, I would assume, back in the lineup for this Rangers series starting tomorrow. So Christian Walker back from the paternity list. But that is crazy. Even somebody struggling like him, Victor swung the bat pretty well. He was on multiple home runs. He had 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
Had a little streak going there, but that it even looked different with him out there.
The issues that the Astros have had this season have been so profound that I often find myself forgetting the fact that they have overcome Christian Walker not exactly playing up to the billing. Like Christian Walker being, for the most part, a disappointment in their lineup. I understand he plays excellent defense at first base and all of that, but as far as being an impact bat in their lineup, he has not been that, and they've overcome so many other things. They got so many different issues that are happening with them. I often forget that is among them. That's one of the things that they are overcoming so far this year.
They're fighting.
It's kind of wild.
Yep, and he, as we said, it was a tough time for him to slow down and stop. Obviously, we understand that's more important.
Yeah.
But he was swinging the bat well, and I know the Astros are hopeful that he can continue to do that. All right. Let's do it. Tyler's turd list, baby.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right. Big voice guy. Turdish behavior. Never acceptable. Especially for these dramatic-ass professional athletes. And we're on the lookout every week. And sometimes what's about to happen, it happens right here on the podium. This turd podium from the world of pro sports and sports talk. Because one of our team members is going to get this bronze turd medal this week, boys.
Oh, boy.
Happens from time to time, but I hate to do it. But it's a responsibility I've taken on to call out this turdish behavior.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it, huh?
Somebody does. And that's me. And John Lopez, you're the one this time. The OG, you hear him every day, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on these airwaves. The OG John Lopez, my fellow Aggie brother. He's on the turd list because, boys, I did some investigative work. Some had been bothering me. Not like really getting to me or bothering me, but some had been irking me. I feel like that's the appropriate word. And that is that by the time we reach Friday, the end of each work week, up here in these beautiful studios at Sports Radio 610, and our prep studio back there behind you guys, on every Friday for weeks and weeks and months, as I get ready to leave this place. And there's always minimum 2 coffee cups from the week. Maximum 4 or 5, maybe even on the worst week, maybe there were 6. Used, drank out of office coffee mugs.
6
Oh,
is
the mug. The mugs?
The mugs that stack up back there. I know you've seen them.
Come on, 6 is crazy.
Maybe it happened once.
6 is
really
crazy.
You have to point this out to
Honestly, 1 is a lot.
Well, I got in a habit on Fridays of...
He's not taking them back to the dishwasher?
No.
Oh, my God.
So I've been seeing these mugs left behind, like I said, for weeks upon weeks. And I'm like, who is prepping in this studio and just leaving their stuff, their dishes out, like for someone to come up and get them and clean them up for them literally weekly? Minimum 2 every Friday. And I was the one on Fridays grabbing them at the end of the week and taking them back to the kitchen, to the dishwasher. So I did some investigative work. I had it down to either Lopez or Bijani. But after some clues... It's Lopez, boys. Is that your house, J-Lo?
Wow. 6?
That's shocking. Like it seems like Lopez, as the elder statesman, would be the one who is most meticulous about this type of thing.
He would be, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I mean...
It could go either way.
But to me, that's the generation of folks that's like...
So he doubled up one
Wash
day.
your dishes. Clean up after yourself.
Well, they stack up over the week, man.
It's 6. He doubled up one day.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of caffeine. So that's your bronze turd this week. I hate to do it, J-Lo.
Yeah. Listen, OG, I love you, but that
you get off pretty good to get bronze here, because that's. I mean, if there's more than 1,
well, Jake Myers had.
like 2 is insane. 2 of your mugs, bro.
At some point,
that's the minimum every.
And that's
Friday.
hard because they're not like it ain't like a cup, like cups you can stack them.
Yeah, no,
like
these
you
are
can't
mugs.
stack these, you just see them.
That's
you gotta
right.
line them up like beer pong cups.
So it hadn't been no damn millennial that's leaving them cups out back there. No, it's the OG.
All you really
got to
do is rinse it and just throw it in the dishwasher.
It ain't hard.
It's not work really at all.
It's a few steps, John. You can do this. Oh man, I just broke the turd trophy somehow.
Oh, you turd now.
The tip of the turd trophy just snapped off.
Always the tip.
Now you are an underrated person on this list potentially.
We'll get to this golden turd trophy if you're watching with us on YouTube and Twitch. Sports Radio 6 did.
Turd breaks the turd trophy.
Don't let the Astros look at it.
Oh, God, yeah.
That was painful.
Oh, that's going to come back. That's going to come back in just a couple of minutes. Let's get to this silver turd of the week right now. This happened 15 years ago.
The answer to the question everybody wants to know. LeBron, what's your decision?
In this
you gotta
fall,
be kidding
man,
me.
it's very tough. In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
Miami Heat. That was the conclusion you woke up with this morning.
That was the conclusion I woke up with this morning.
Obviously, that's the damn conclusion you woke up with that morning, buddy.
Yeah, that was
that was what Jim asked him. I mean, I don't know.
That is your silver turd right there. That is 15 years ago this week, as a younger LeBron James, of course, had a special event. It was ESPN, right?
Yeah,
it was
ESPN.
Yeah, and announced that he was departing Cleveland, where he hadn't won any championships yet.
It was
without
pretty
anybody
lame.
else.
It was pretty
and he went to Miami.
Did you think
I wasn't mad at him for it, but I did think it was corny.
Did you think it was lame in the moment, like when it was happening?
Yeah, I was like, "What are we doing?" I
know your ass was on it,
but I was also on the edge of my seat, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, but that was independent of what they were actually doing. I was like, "This is corny."
At the moment, I never thought it would get the backlash that it has. Like in that moment, I never thought it would get the backlash to where, like many people outside of that kind of Daryl Morey China situation, many people look at that as the black mark on his career.
I don't get that. Because I didn't think he did anything wrong. I just thought it was objectively corny. People were like, thought he was a bad person for it. I didn't get that part.
That has been one. There are many people that that's the worst thing that the moment that he has, and the moment that turned to the villain point.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what I was going to mention. I was going to say we may not have known it in that moment during the decision for LeBron James, but hindsight's always 20/20, and we now know that is literally the moment where many fans' opinion and thoughts on LeBron James shifted and changed.
It is a pivot point in his career for sure. Because I think it colored a lot of what happened that first year in Miami. Like when they didn't win it, I think he was feeling the pressure of not just the decision that he made, but the whole spectacle around the quote-unquote decision.
I didn't see that. I didn't see it turning out that way because he did that.
And as the story goes, the tale of finally met up with some other talented players and won some rings because he couldn't do it by himself. That's your silver turd of this week.
No one has. Go ahead.
Yeah, they have. Gold medal time. Gold trophy. The tip of the turd on this golden trophy is now snapped off. It was easy this week, as Ron hinted at it earlier. And, yeah, I'm just going to kill the music because we need to get serious right now. This Astros training staff situation is a complete good, because I actually just had to stop myself from saying the S word.
I know.
It's a complete turd-ish show.
Mm-hmm.
It is a ish show over there at Dyken Park. I know we've had fun with this thing. Y'all heard how angry I got in the first segment. I know a lot of you Astros fans are the same way. But the Jake Myers situation with what we saw on the diamond last night before the game starting, him limping and being carried off the field, head in his hands, after returning too soon, it looks like, from an injury, combined with everything we've gone through in the past with this training staff medical team over there with the Astros, it's got to stop. It needs to be addressed. The brass for the Astros got to pull their big boy pants up right now. And even if they don't want to, they got to make some moves and big decisions, because the literal health of your players and your ball club is at risk. And it's just maddening. It's embarrassing. And they need to take this turd trophy and take it seriously, because they need to get that situation under control with the training staff. It's absurd. I mean, Colton Gordon took a liner off the dome earlier this week, too.
Kept on going, didn't he?
And oh, yeah, don't worry about it. Your head's fine. Between the little things like that turned out okay to the absolute worst, like the scene we saw last night, fix this problem. You're a world-class organization otherwise. Fix this problem now.
Yeah.
Those are your turds of the week.
Yeah, honorable mention, all those people in Colorado who decided to go watch the Rockies and the White Sox. They had over 47,000 people go out there multiple times, all of them. What is going on with you? You got nothing better to do in life than to watch the Rockies and the White Sox.
I was going to say, they must sell weed at the stadium.
Got
but
to be,
but don't they sell weed everywhere?
They got it everywhere.
Everywhere.
What could they have been hitting?
Yeah.
To get me in there, to spend money.
You must be able to smoke at the stadium or something. Hey, come watch your team and whatever.
I got you, man. The Padres coming into town. You see Manny, see Jackson Merrill, get to see, Tatis. I got you. The Dodgers coming to town. Not the White Sox.
No.
The two worst records in baseball. The Guardians just went 6-34 in their last 30 and lost 10 in a row before they arrived here.
Yeah.
They were 10 games above the White Sox.
Yeah.
And that's
their
last 30.
Frank Thomas ain't walking through that.
And Frank was going there, I'd pay.
Yeah.
Albert Bell and Bo Jackson was going through, I'd pay. If Jack Parkman from Major League was going in there, I'd pay. Not these guys.
Not even Tim Anderson of 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Brock Raines, yeah. Not
Hershiser, honorable mention, too.
Coming up, Dirty's Daily, as we continue to ride through here. Be Scout, we will keep it rolling. Dirty's Daily coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This offense needs to go the way of C.J. Stroud.
Pacific, live on Netflix.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
That's right. Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say. Dial 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Clint is out today, and I see here the first thing on the text line says, I missed Clint's 4 o'clock yesterday. What happened to the car? I talked to a lot of people. My man Tony, who's going to be looking at my floors. My man Tony came out. He said, man, I had to make sure that was up on YouTube and Twitch in the background so I could hear that story at 4 o'clock. Somebody said, you missed what happened. Listen, that was a 22, 23-minute story that bled over to the next segment. I would urge you to check out on the Odyssey app, on the podcast page, the 4 o'clock hour. There was so many twists and damn turns in that story. I don't have enough to tell you. We were in the sticks. Yeah. There were 5 stray dogs on a dirt road. There was a suicide death that had happened weeks before that prevented him to get his car situated. Tow trucks, rain. There was a lot.
There was Clint discovering the Renaissance Festival.
Yeah, there was a Renaissance Festival component to it. Yeah.
So
there's a lot. There's a
whole lot. Adventures with Clint Stoerner in the electric vehicle.
Yeah, as he has vowed that he is done with that vehicle. I think his wife said, "Leave the damn thing on the side of the road." She's done.
Is he not only thing? None of this surprised me except just the whole initial part of him being in the electric vehicle to begin with. Like, I understand he's told the story about how his wife wanted one. That's why he got one to begin with. But we all three of us know Clint fairly well. Is there a less likely EV driver in your life that you can think of than Clint Stoerner?
Not under 50.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, this is so, him even being in that vehicle seems off-brand to where this is not surprising at all.
Yeah, boy.
Maybe the carelessness part, but
he wasn't planning them trips.
Yeah.
Wasn't planning them at all.
This ain't
I just say to myself, hey, bro, you left that house knowing like, hey, I'm limited from the jump on when it comes to, miles to empty, and I ain't got much charge on my phone. My man left with both of those scenarios. One's the key, and what? And he went to a place, an area that he had no idea about.
Hey, Clint got the carelessness of an Astros medical staff employee.
Yeah,
he could work for the Astros.
Yep, medical staff. Yep, and I think he might be in a better shot than that. But speaking of that, the Jake Myers situation is interesting. I heard Luke Merrill earlier today on In the Loop say they played. They embarrassed today and they played the game, and that is fitting to me. If you missed it, Jake Myers, who got injured in the Dodgers series, came out mid-game. They said him missed at least the first 2 games of this series against the Guardians. And then when we were leaving last night, it had been known that I don't even know if there was a report on how he was feeling, but he was just in the lineup.
Yeah.
Just in the 2 spot in center field. All right.
Yeah. Bet. I saw the tweet. Tyler had put it on our social media.
Yep.
Sports Radio 16. Hey, look, Jake Myers is back in the lineup. LFG. And I was like, well, let's go then. T-Mill, let's go, dog. Little did we know, though.
Yeah. But they put it out, and he went through, as he said, like a 25-minute type of, potential workout where he did some things. But ultimately, as the team came running out of the dugout, Brandon Walters running to the mound. Everybody's running out of the dugout. He goes down in a heap. He goes down in a heap and doesn't make it to center field. I don't know if he made it out of the infield, but he doesn't make it.
It did not look like it.
He doesn't make it to center field. He goes down, and it is guess what? The calf as the culprit, and they don't even walk him. They probably, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to get even more angry. They probably should have grabbed a cart to come get him, right? Instead of having him leaning against somebody.
I hadn't even thought of that.
They did it for Jake Odorizzi a couple of years ago.
They got him a cart.
Oh, my God.
Remember that?
They
did it for Jake. They did it for that Jake. Why not this Jake?
They gave it to Cruzier Hill. Remember, he went off on a cart.
Yeah.
Got hands laid on him by Jack.
It sucks to suck.
For a knee bruise. Like, why did they not even have a cart?
No, that's a great point.
He walked. I mean, that was a long distance he walked. Because clearly they didn't want him to go down the dugout, down steps.
It sucks to suck.
Well,
anyhow,
you know the reason why. They didn't think he needed it.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the same reason why they ain't get an MRI in the first place.
Yeah,
they ain't think he needed it.
So Jake went down, and I still don't think we have any understanding if he's been put on the IL yet. Hell, he might be in the lineup tomorrow, is all we know. But it would assume the way he looked, it didn't look good. The way he was gingerly walking off through the gate back there in the outfield as they took him back. We haven't really had any word. He did speak to the media for some reason last night. But I want you and the people to tell me if you think I am being over the top with this, because this is my thinking at this point. I think this whole injury situation, which is the training staff when it comes to if somebody else has a problem or an issue, them determining things, how long it takes for guys to get back. By the way, Zach DeCenzo, these nuts still isn't swinging a bat. How long it takes guys to get back? 26 months since the Luis Garcia.
Yeah.
Multiple setbacks. I truly think this could derail them from winning a championship. I think we've reached the stage where this is not just a big deal of like individual guys. I think this is going to potentially be the thing that stops them from winning a championship, because this is, now we don't know when Jake's going to come back. Who knows when Yordan's going to come back? Who knows what's going to happen with the Christian Javiers and the Luis Garcias and the J.P. Francis who are trying to get back? Who knows what's going to happen to Spencer Arrighetti? Who knows with all of this that's going to happen? I honestly think this is injury gate, all of the stuff that goes around it, getting hurt, getting them up, because I don't think any of this is a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence, Brandon and Tyler, that the team that seems to struggle getting people back and struggle to figure out diagnosis on players also has a team that seems for the last 2 years that's had a damn scroll of players every single week that are injured. I don't think that's a coincidence either. So I maybe I'm being too harsh, or maybe I'm going over the top, or Ron, you're reaching on this one. You could tell me if I am. But I do feel like this is the thing that could derail them.
Now, to me, it's the difference between thought process of where they were when they handled business against the Dodgers and where they are now. And I think the fact that they lost this series, the fact that they got swept in this series is more of a coincidence in terms of how you feel about it. But it is right there, like on the heels of them losing, or right before on that same night, this is the type of stuff that we're talking about. Yeah. But in the Dodger series, I'm thinking, man, look around here and see all of this stuff that they're overcoming. Everything that's happened, everything that you just laid out, from the pitching staff to not having one of the better hitters in baseball, certainly the best hitter on your team, the guy that you probably expected to lead your team in OPS, hasn't played since early May, has only played a small fraction amount of the games for you, and here you are sweeping one of the better constructed baseball teams that we've ever seen, and certainly the most expensive.
Sweeping the Phillies.
Taking
like 2 or 3 from the Cubs.
And so showing a pattern of really good baseball, going back to early June, the hottest team in baseball. Look at everything that you're overcoming and what you're showing the baseball world in terms of what you're capable of. And then to this, it's like, oh yeah, but part of what you're overcoming, I forgot to mention this, part of what you're overcoming, it appears, is yourself, right? Like you're not just overcoming bad luck and bad circumstance.
Yeah, you're adding to some of the reasons that you're having to overcome.
Exactly. There is some bad luck thrown in the mix here, but you are part of the problem. And the longer this lingers, and the more it happens, the more part of the problem it appears that you are. So yeah, no, I don't think that's crazy to say. I think that's the logical feeling based off of what's happened. Like before, it's, hey, look how they're overcoming everything, and now it's, oh man, they've overcome all of these things to overcome themselves. Is this the thing that's going to sink them? And I think it's a fair question. Could they mismanage their way, health-wise, mismanage their way to, out of a championship?
Because as Brenton in the Heights says, in the Astros' defense, they have a day off today, and the All-Star break is coming up, so they definitely needed to rush Jake back. I sense the sarcasm.
Yeah,
with
right.
a 7-game lead as well in the division. Now, but if you look at it right, it feels like to me, Yordan Alvarez, if he does come back, and when he does come back, it seems like he's going to miss more time than he needed to miss.
It seems like he's already missed more time than
right. Like whenever this does happen, it seems like there's a fair thought by Astros fans or anybody with brains that if he played for, let's just pick a team, the Toronto Blue Jays, that he'd be back, or he would have been back faster than he would as he is here. It seems like Jake Myers is probably going to be out longer than he should have been.
Well, think about it like this.
And who knows what is – Luis Garcia has not pitched in 26 months.
They put Yordan Alvarez on the 60-day injured list after he had already missed basically 60 games. Days. So, if they were anticipating or projecting that he was going to miss that many games, they might have put him on the 60-day to begin with, or the 30-day, or whatever it is. So, yeah, no, it's very obvious and clear that they were not anticipating this games. And then, of course, we can go back to, there's a fracture there, but guess what? It's 60% healed, which is to say it's been broken. We ain't know it.
Yeah, and he's still not swinging a bat. And they're going to be the ones, like, that's the scary thing.
Oh, and then we sent him to Florida to get it right, and then, you know what? That turns out he's still,
that's the scary thing.
He's hurting there too.
And that's the other part is they are going to be the ones who determine when Jeremy Payne is ready to start swinging again.
Oh, God.
When Yordan Alvarez is ready for a third time to start swinging again. They're going to determine again when Jake is ready to run again. Unless Jim Crane does something different. Whew. All right, that's the latest thing. I honestly think this is becoming this may stop you from winning a championship. And you all know how hard that is.
Well, and the thing that worries me about the whole, because I'm not against what you're saying, advocating for change. Somebody got to get fired. Somebody's got to get reassigned at the very least. Like, we got to switch it up. But also, when it's July 10th in the middle of a baseball season, you figure that all of the medical expertise that is in baseball at this point is either occupied or doing something. Like, where do you go find your solution at this point? Like, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but
some really old guy.
I don't feel great about it. Like, I would hope that your plan was better going into it. I don't like your chances of finding that guy on July 10th.
I give Dr. James Andrews everything I got to see.
Might have to.
All right. Clearly. Yeah. All right. Tonight, and I wonder how much you're going to be in this. I wonder how much Tyler's going to be into this at a different end of the spectrum than we are. Tonight, Cooper Flag versus Bronny James. Summer League tickets are selling for a historic amount. Lower Bowl tickets are going for $650, while courtside tickets for $2,500. Cooper versus Bronny tonight, ESPN. Listen, I want to tell you this. I love Bronny like a godson. But this ain't about Bronny James. You think it is? How much you think this is about Bronny James?
The basketball part, absolutely zero.
But you think, I'm talking about, you think the money part of you think there is, because I'll be honest, I watched his first game. I'm not saying there wasn't nobody there, but I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah.
I feel like this is more Cooper Flag brought in.
Yeah.
A lot more. Cooper, like the interest is in him that they feel like they could charge this kind of money.
So
that'll be packed.
A term that I think is overly used or sometimes just improperly used, but often used, is clickbait. And this is like, as a professional headline writer, and I can at least say I'm that. As someone who writes headlines for a living, I can tell you without a shout of a doubt, okay, that this was all about just getting the popular names in the headline. The story and the basketball intrigue is simply in Cooper Flagg. But Bronny James is, whether he's good or not, whether he's a superstar or whether he's the last guy on the bench, he's famous. So you work his name one way or another.
But do you think that the prices in the ticket, charging of the ticket, would change if Bronny was in the game or not?
I think you can charge for famous people, yes. I think it's got less to do with the quality of basketball players.
You think he's getting a piece of why they're charging so much?
I think he could be a reason why they charge so much, yes. Now, I think it's mostly Cooper Flagg.
I was going to say, to me,
he's Bronny James. Like, even if it's just to go watch LeBron James' son not be good at basketball, that's more expensive than saying watch any old other person that's a second-round pick not be good at basketball.
The only reason why I feel like this is more Cooper is because they had, like, this isn't the first game that the Lakers have played this year in the Summer League, and they didn't just come out in droves in that one. So that's my thing. But for me, I do think it's mostly Cooper, and my thought is, wow, okay, this is a Summer League game that is being treated like a big kind of a deal with him in it, and there is clearly interest in it, and I wonder how many people is this something that, all right, I'm at least kind of looking on my calendar to check out.
Yeah.
It is for me. I'm guessing it is for you.
Yeah,
I don't know
all
if it
of
is
Cooper
for
Flagg,
Tyler.
Yeah, everything Cooper Flagg does, basically.
I don't know if this one is for Tyler.
I will not be tuned in.
But I think a lot of people will, and a lot of people are charged. They're charging for this, which is a good sign for the NBA of, hey, Cooper Flagg is somebody that people care about.
Yeah.
And I think maybe even a little bit more than I even realized that he would, like, his first game would be like this.
Yeah, I think that it helps to me that you've got, like, on the other side of it, you've at least got a name in Bronny James. Even if, hey, we don't want to see Bronny checking them, we don't really care to see Bronny play at all. But you can just not just say, hey, it's Cooper Flagg's debut, but it's Cooper Flagg and, hey, on the other end is Bronny James. Like, I think that part of it helps. But Cooper Flagg, just in and of himself, I think is one of the more intriguing number one picks that you'll get. Obviously, we just had Wemby a couple of years ago. But Cooper Flagg's going to be one of those guys, right?
I wondered how captivating he would be to people. And this is a good start. ESPN is treating it like, obviously it's on their airways, but they're treating it like a big deal. When, I mean, obviously it's kind of the season where there's not a whole bunch going on, but they are treating this like a really big deal.
He's got the game and he's got the other things going for him that make it make sense.
Oh,
I got it. All right, Amen Thompson. B. Scott is wondering, what should the expectations be for Amen Thompson? I think a lot of people feel like that is the jump player for the Houston Rockets. What is and what should be the expectations for Amen Thompson? You can send your thoughts in. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling your home is settling for less.
to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What should be the expectation for Amen Thompson? Right? If you had to make, I guess, the bet, if you were going to be like Tyler and go a preseason bet on which Rocket young player will take the biggest leap, the biggest jump from where they were the last time we saw him to next year, I think Amen Thompson would probably be the top of the list. Maybe Jabari Smith. Some people are there. Maybe Reed Shepard, some people believe. But Amen Thompson, who I thought took a hell of a step from year one to year two. He's already first-team all-defense last year, which was a big deal, finishing the top 5 in the MVP defensive player of the which is big time already. He can do so many things defensively with his size and his athleticism.
And honestly, the guy who won it is the only one who I would have voted over him. Like Evan Mobley won it, right?
Draymond was really
that was insane. I know the guy from Atlanta was really good as well, but Dyson, but only the guy that won it I thought was better than Amen Thompson last year defensively.
So I guess the thought is, and you can text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Go ahead and get involved. What should be the expectation? I was going to say what should be the proper fare, but no, what should be the expectation for him? Real quick, last year during the regular season, he averaged just over 14 points a game, just under 4 assists a game, just over 8 rebounds a game on 55% shooting, 27% shooting from 3, and just about a steal and a half a game and 1.3 blocks a game. And as I said, was first team all defense. The postseason, points jumped up a little bit, 15, 7, almost 16 a game, and really came on later in that series against the Warriors. Just over 3 assists, 7 rebounds, 49% shooting. So a little bit down on the shooting numbers from the postseason, from the regular season. But that's just an understanding of what he was last year. What are the expectations?
So at the minimum, he's got to be an all-NBA defensive. He started that now. He set that early expectation. And I think that it would be disappointing if he's not at the very least on that level. And I got a hard time imagining, since, he's not a revelation anymore. Everybody knows what he is. I got a hard time imagining that if he plays at that level that he wouldn't get that accolade. So I feel like that's bare minimum, like being in that defensive player of the year conversation as he was this year, being an first team all defensive player like he was this year, I think is the bare minimum. But I'm looking at like the numbers, right? And it took the injury to Jabari Smith Jr. to get him into the starting lineup. And then once he got there, he never left it. But you're talking about somebody that averaged 10 shots a game, so 14 points on roughly 10 shots a game. You got to figure that he's going to get more minutes and more shots. So I'm wondering how much.
Do you also figure he's going to be more personally aggressive?
Yeah,
comfortable.
I think 100%. Like it's hard to imagine, especially given everything you just talked about, the progression that he made from year 1 to year 2. Like he has ascended, he's arrived.
You think
right?
he gets more shots with KD,
even with
KD,
and
Şengün?
Yeah, I think he gets more. I think he's going to get more shots no matter who joined this basketball team, and I think that's an important thing for them and for him. So, but how many more is the question, right? Like it might not go from, let's say, 10 to 15, but does it go from like 10 to 12? Is it 10 to 13? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. How many more shots does he get? I'm thinking like, go from 14 a game to 18 a game. Where around can you make that jump? Can you make anywhere from a 2 to 4 point jump in your scoring average? And then just beyond numbers, like just a more comfortable bag, if you will, a more comfortable offensive portfolio things that he can go to get to his own spot or get to the spots that he wants to get to and get his own shot. Like, I think that I think his ball handling needs to improve, but it's good enough, and he's athletic enough and good enough to be able to shoot from wherever he wants to shoot from. It's just about getting that shot down, right, and working on that shot. So, to me, that's where it's got to show up. It's got to show up in some sort of evolution in his offensive game to where he's just not giving you 14 points based on just pure athleticism and ability, but he's also able to, again, pick his spots, be a little bit more measured and controlled, and I think also really benefit from having a Kevin Durant on the team, right? Like having somebody like that on the team and more of a, I think, cohesive offense should be able to help him. So that is my expectation, that he's at the very least what he was last year, but scoring anywhere from 2 to 4 points more a game with the additional minutes and shots.
What should be the expectation for Amen Thompson? Text line coming through. The expectation for Mr. Thompson should be developing a better jump shot. He does that, it's game over for the league. Also, kicking Cooper's ass as is an expectation. Cooper
flag. Yeah,
they will run into with Dallas.
Yep, that'd be fun.
I would say I have to my hope and my expectation.
Yeah.
My hope is that he is that he ascends to becoming the second best player on this team. He is the second most. Let me put it this way, because I think it's the same, but some people that he's the second most impactful player on this team. That would be the hope, because many times you say second best player, many people move to the offensive game.
Right.
Like I think there was an argument for all those years with Golden State that Draymond was the second most impactful player on their team.
I honestly, not to get us off track, I honestly think you can make the argument that he already is that. But that is, again, going away from people's tendency to go straight to offense. But I think you can make that case that being an all-defensive guy is more valuable than just being another all-star.
An all-star? Yeah.
Yeah. But
19,
I'm not
double-figure rebounds.
Not to take away from it. I'm just saying.
He led the team in rebounds and assists and was second in scoring, Şengün.
Yeah, no, I know he led the team, but is he better at what he does than what the other guy is? And I think the other guy's better.
I would say right now, your 1-2 is probably Durant and Şengün.
Yeah.
And my hope is that he jumps to that. My expectation is that the offense game improves. Now, I don't know. I like what you said. To me, 18 to 20 feels like the right space, because I do think he should be more confident to get into his spots. And that's not even with improving his shot, which it seems like he is not somebody who is going to work at his craft. And I think he is going to work on that jump shot. Hell, it got better from year one to year two. So to me, it is to improve that offensive game and to be even more of a threat, defensively, and to be able to guard more defensively. But to me, it's like 18. Like he was down there, what is it, 14-8, 18-10, I think is attainable, probably.
Yeah, dude, if he gets a jump shot, cancel Christmas. Like, it's a wrap. That's the reason why I'm like, okay, could he be, like, if he gets a jump shot, he's Kawhi Leonard. You know what I mean? Like, can he be that? That's what, I don't want to put that on him as that, because you said separate expectation from hope.
Yeah,
that's more of a hope thing.
Fight that, yeah.
And so I'm not there yet, but I do think that just with more shots, more than 10 shots a game, that he'll do better than the 14. So I'll start there, and we can go from there.
Yeah. All right. Amen Thompson, it could be a big-time year for him, and he could be the next one getting paid. We're seeing guys like Chet Holmgren and these guys get them rookie. He could be the next one that's ready to get paid. All right. We talked about this a little bit, the big story here with the Astros. Wait till you hear what Joe Espada had to say in regards to the injury to Jacob. I'm calling him Jacob. Wait till you hear what he had to say in regards to the injury. It, to me, may be an all-time low in terms of communication to the media from the Astros. That's next.
Mokaram injury lawyers looking the days between Memorial Day.
Ugh. Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Had myself up all night last night.
What happened, man?
Oh man, just got myself watching TV, I slipped into a movie.
That's what normally happens to me.
I didn't intend to. At about 1:07, I had to make myself, and it's crazy. I stopped with 24 minutes left in the movie. I knew I had to get up early. I had a little.
What time was it?
It was 1:07.
Okay.
I knew I had to get up early. I had to do a hit on Fox with my man Nate Griffin. So I had to do that at 7:20. I knew I had to be up, but I stopped myself. About 24 minutes left in that movie. And it's bad. It's a movie I've seen.
Yeah, what movie?
In Too Deep.
Which one's that?
That's Tyrese and
No, that's Omar Epps. That's Omar Epps and LL Cool J.
Oh yeah. I got you. I do it too.
Hey man, I think that's probably the best role LL Cool J's ever played in his life.
Ooh.
I'm just saying, for the role of what he's played, I mean, he was to be a kingpin, gangster.
Yeah.
And he was menacing. If you've ever seen the movie, you'll know. I don't look at pool sticks the same.
Yeah,
it's as bad as you can think, Tyler. That look you made, as bad as you can think about a pool stick.
I thought he was underrated in Deep Blue Sea.
Okay,
I did. I thought he was underrated in Deep Blue Sea.
But what he did in Too Deep, he was something else, boy.
Yeah, I mean, it was more of a dominating character for sure.
It was, boy. Called himself God. But he called himself God, baby.
Hey, same difference to him.
There's some other like I ran into something that I remember when I first watched the movie. I never thought of it then, but I ran into something in a very similar fashion that I run into when my in-laws are in town and they're watching that damn show, The Equalizer. Like, it's hard for me to believe that Hill Harper's a gangster.
Yeah, no, you're not.
It's hard for me to believe that Hill Harper is stomping people into trash bags.
He's not.
And that's just my in-laws were in town last week, fellas, and they had that damn Equalizer on. And there were 8 people, all with machine guns, like pistols, machine guns. Queen Latifah and one other gentleman, they had no weapons.
Yeah.
In there by themselves, sitting ducks.
They in there daredeviling.
They came in and Queen Latifah at 50 plus, they came in there and whooped their ass, took their guns and killed all of them.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about any of the Equalizer except for the first one.
That's just not believable.
No.
That's just not believable. I mean, no guns. No guns.
As good of an actor as Queen Latifah is, it's not convincing. Like, Queen Latifah is not taking my gun. No chance. No chance. No chance she's gonna be able to move with me.
Not at 57. No.
Hell no. You can't shake Queen?
Nah, yeah.
Get out of here.
This Queen, man, you run right past Queen. Down Tyreek Hills in this show. Come on, man. 802, no guns.
Man, they got juke the hell out of her.
I know it. Queen ain't touching nobody. Somebody texting, can you name a bigger villain than him with that pool stick scene?
Yeah, no, that's it. That's a good one.
Maybe Bishop.
Ooh, Bishop. Yeah, in the elevator.
Yeah, it's a scary.
Bishop. I cannot watch that scene. Even though I know what happens, I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, Bishop was.
Bishop would be one for sure.
Yeah. O-Dog, one of the great villains.
Yep.
Yeah. Some villains out there. All right. I just simply have this question, and we talked about this a bit. I heard John Lopez, the OG, apparently, like he said, this has stopped being funny anymore and being a passing joke.
Yeah.
The Astros, their injuries, things. It had been done with me.
Yeah.
I have been saying like we've reached a point where, something happens. It's just like, hey man, I don't know whose fault it is. I don't know. We got to make some changes. Like somebody has to lose a job. Like, and I felt like we had arrived there multiple times on this staff. There's got to be some sort of change with the training staff.
The game is over.
Laughable, but not funny.
It seems like maybe that last night for some may have been the last straw. I don't know how you had more straws left, but may have been the last straw because I had been done.
Thank God Miles Straw's safe somewhere.
Yeah, he's safe because they would have tore apart those legs.
Oh, man. Can you
fastest city of Houston's history, Miles Straw.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take him over Carl Lewis any day. Carl in his prime, Miles Straw. Got him. But this is to me is where is the line for Jim Crane? That's my thing. Is you brought this up a little bit earlier, Brandon. It is, man, like you said, I thought embarrassment or laughingstock may be the line. I feel like we have arrived there.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know what will be. This, we all recognize that this is a problem and this is a big problem and that he has had big money guys or big important guys that have been greatly affected by whatever is going on in that training staff. And I'm just like, what's the line?
I'm not going to pretend to know Jim Crane better than I do, but I have been around him a little bit. And one thing that I do know about Jim Crane is that he is a prideful man. And I'm not saying to a fault. I'm saying like in a reasonable way. A guy that's made that much money and has been as successful as Jim Crane has been throughout his life, I would expect nothing less for him to be a prideful man. But given such, right, like given him being the prideful man that I understand him to be, and again, I'm not saying it in a negative way, I would expect somebody with that level of pride to take more pride in this when it comes to this, right? To say enough is enough, to draw that, like you asked that question, what is the line? We don't know as we sit here and throw out the question, but you a line somewhere. And so
they got to stop saying to themselves, well, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Just keep running out there, guys.
Enough of the all shucks.
Yes.
Like
or just bad luck.
Yeah, you've all shucks me to death. And at this point, like, we need real solutions to real problems. Like, again, I keep going back to, and this is kind of the Lopez's point about it not being funny anymore. It is laughable what is happening with them. It is that bad to where it is comical. But because most of us either care about it or we're speaking to people who care about it, like, it's not a funny thing. It's not a joking or laughing matter as comical or as laughable as they look and seem. So, like, at what point do you take pride in being the butt of a joke, right? Like, or not wanting to be the butt of a joke, you know? Like, at some point, you got to stick your chest out and make a decision and say, hey, we're not going to do this anymore. It's not going to look like this. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but it is very clear that they haven't even come close to finding it. That's the frustrating part.
That is. It just keeps getting worse, and they keep doing
that. They need a solution, and they don't have solution makers, finders.
And then they're not making any changes to try to find those, because that could have happened going into the year. They're not making any changes to find those solution makers, and they're just continuing to give it to those same guys who are coming up with those solutions.
Yeah, they got a lot of people on this team that are fixers, right? Yordan Alvarez, when he plays, is a fixer. You've seen from a managerial standpoint with Joe Espada, I think he's a plus in a lot of ways, a fixer. Hunter Brown, his couple of last starts notwithstanding, Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, fixers, can stabilize your rotation, especially when it's getting finicky. Who is the fixer organizationally? Who is the fixer when it comes to the medical staff, when it comes to overall management of injury and how we roll guys back out there? Like, who is fixing that issue? I don't know if they found that.
Like, I mean, this one was so bad and embarrassing Like, guys, he could not jog out to his position group. Like, where his position was supposed to be, the center field, to start the warm-ups, he could not make it out there.
Yeah.
It was clear that, all right, maybe he wasn't ready. Whatever work that he had did before, maybe he wasn't ready. And like, maybe if this was the first time it ever happened and they've never had any real issues, like, you could say, damn, man, maybe they talked to Jake and it just, they were just really unlucky with the communication. But no, man.
I screwed it up.
With coming off the Jordan, coming off of everything that has happened.
Kyle Tucker last year.
You got to get this right. Like, when you saw the injury, Tyler and Brandon, in L.A., what'd you think? Did you think that's going to be 2.5 games?
No.
Is that what you thought?
I was concerned that they pulled him in the middle of the game, and also like just the certainty of it, hearing TK and Blum like, hey, we're going to figure out what happened to Jake, So like I was nervous about it from the very beginning, but when I found out he was going to play yesterday, I did assume that everything was going to be all right. I did.
Do you feel weird
for whatever
that
reason,
you assumed that?
Yeah, I do. I feel played a little bit.
I told myself I'm going to stop doing it.
Yeah, I feel a little played and a little silly.
I can't believe they got me again.
Yeah, they did. They got me.
I can't believe.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Great. LFG.
I looked at it and I thought, well, boy, this feels quick. I just like, man, this feels quick. Like, it feels like you would think, like, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, they're definitely just going to go ahead and lean on precaution, right?
Yeah.
A texter said it earlier. You got 6 games left after that Dodgers series. You got an off day in between the Dodgers, or in between the Guardians and the Rangers, and then he has the break, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, you would think, let's get precaution here.
And see, when I think about them fumbling the injury thing, I think more so about them holding the guy out and not necessarily knowing exactly either what it is or communicating it properly with the public. I don't necessarily think of rushing guys back. That's not the mishap that I think of when I think of their issues with injuries.
Do you count Jordan in that? Russian?
I mean, I got to. I have to. It's just not top
Lance.
of it. That's not the angle of it that's top of mind. But then this happens, and you're like, but you know what? Now that you think of it, both. It's all of it. It's if he's not playing, do they know what's wrong? If he is playing, are they rushing him back?
Yeah. All right, we'll get you ready. There's some good Astros news. And the biggest thing happening.
No, it's not about an injury.
Yeah, no, it's not an injury.
Sorry.
I'm trying in my mind. No, it's not an injury. But good news for the Astros. We'll get you ready also for what feels like, I don't want to say a big series, but like you don't want to lose this series. You don't want to go in struggling to the break when you've been playing so well against the Rangers. We'll get you set up for that. The rotation is out for that series. Looks good for the Astros. And the biggest thing happening in the sports world tonight, and something to keep an eye on that could be a precursor to what we see with your Houston Rockets. That's coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Biggest issue right now for the Astros going into the All-Star break?
Attrition. They got to get some bodies back. With all the injuries to the pitching staff, no Jordan, no Pena, you're down about 5 outfielders.
is Epic Showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, O.B. Scott, Show Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. Clint Stoerner is out today, but as you heard, Brandon Scott, B. Scott is in. It's been a tough week for Tyler. Dead red for the first 3 days of the week. Hopefully he can come back.
FML, man.
When the Astros are fighting it, that's probably a telltale sign when you're fighting it on the best bets. But
can't win any more than 2 so far this week.
Yep. Oh, you put out 6 yesterday too, didn't you?
Yep.
Hot damn. All right.
You know what? That's what make the wins. That's what make the wins feel so good though, because you can remember them valleys, man. Remember them valleys?
The wins get me horny. The losses make me angry.
Took you 3 hours. Took you 3 hours and 4 minutes to just really let it all out.
Get all up in there, yeah.
So it should be an exciting final hour today as Tyler has bottled up all this nastiness. And it certainly will come out. All right, some good Astros news. Christian Walker is back. He has been reinstated from the paternity list. And, even though he has struggled, it's wild, especially now we know Jake's going to, well, never know with those guys, but we assume Jake's going to be out. Jeremy Pena is out, and obviously the guys who have been out, they need his bat in the lineup. Yeah. And it's wild to think, but he is back, which is good news, which is really good news. And they optioned Shea Whitcomb back to AAA. But be back because they need all the offensive threats that they can get right now.
So here's the place where I don't mind hope trafficking a little bit.
Well,
like with Christian Walker, I keep thinking about how disappointing he's been so far. But man, if he can find it, or if he can just get through like a hot stretch. Y'all remember even in that first Jose Abreu year, as bad as he was.
Oh, he got on a run.
He had a little run. He had a little stretch
there. His finish was 18 home runs and 90 RBIs. And he had like 30 doubles or something. Yeah.
So since this is giving some of the same or similar vibes, right? I don't think he's as washed as Jose Abreu or anything close to it. Oh. But it is giving a similar disappointing kind of vibe. First year marquee free agent signing at first base. Supposed to add some thump to your lineup and doesn't exactly do that. But if he can just get a little bit rolling here, that would be huge for the Astros, especially given all of the both bad luck and just bad stuff that's been going on with them. Yeah, that would be a huge boost for them.
He's at 234, and that's him having to go off against the Dodgers to get himself to that point. On base percentage still under 300.
Yeah.
Slugging 384, but
yeah, I mean he's been a zero for the most part, man. He's been a net.
He's got 12 homers, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but look, how many would you expect from your first baseman though? You would expect at least 12, right? Especially one that you just signed to a deal like that. So yeah, man. I mean they could stand to get a lot more. I am holding out a little bit of hope that you have only seen the worst of Christian Walker and the best is still yet to come.
The best is yet to come. All right, so he is back, and he'll be back and locked and loaded for the final series of what is not really the first half, but before the All-Star break. They'll play 3 more, and then they'll head to the All-Star break after that, and it's a division series against the Rangers. Lance McCullers will go on Friday. Framber Valdez will go on Saturday. Hunter Brown on Sunday. That Hunter Brown-Nathan Eovaldi matchup should be a fun one. Framber, Jacob deGrom should be a fun one. But those are your 3 best starters right now.
Yeah.
McCullers, Valdez, Hunter Brown, and McCullers. And
And Brown.
I was going to say Valdez is not coming off a great last start, but still he won. He's 9-0 in his last 11 starts, and they've won all 11 of his last 11 starts. So,
well, that's the thing about Fromber and Hunter Brown is that you're able to overcome them not having their best because they are actually that good. Like even when they don't have their best, they still give you a chance to win. And you really only got two guys that are like that right now.
I will say, in fairness, a lot of the Astros pitchers have been.
That's
able
fair.
to
That
do
is fair. That is fair.
Like not just like when
they're the ones that you trust. I should say.
When Tyler's guy Big C, Colton Gordon, when he blows up, it's still like 4 runs, 4 1/3 or something like that. So
well, it is the pitching is the reason why the Astros are the Astros.
I guess I throw this to both of you. How big is this Rangers series for a team that has a 7-game lead in the AL West and has the second best record? Do they or have the Blue Jays passed them up this week? I think they still have the second best record. But anyway, how big is this series to finish the second half against Rangers?
I think it's important to walk on the doormat, right? Like if it's a doormat, go ahead and step on it. And
1-game lead over the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I'm not here for just throwing away and wasting away games against inferior opponents, against inferior teams. While I do feel like they're the best team in the division and that they're going to win this thing, I don't feel like you're so good and so comfortable to where you can just afford to waste opportunities going into the All-Star break against the Texas Rangers. So I think it's huge that they handle business and at the very least win the series.
Yeah. All right, they've got that coming up tomorrow. This should be a fun pitching series. Rangers and they come to town to face the Astros and see if they can end this thing. Winning a series to go and close this thing out. You start up against Seattle afterwards. That will go a long way to finishing up this break.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we continue, I would say the biggest sporting event tonight is the NBA Summer League. Cooper Flagg, he plays for the first time. They happen to be playing the Lakers, so that means Bronny James will be out there. The amount, he's got tickets $100 out here for this Summer League game. I ain't got that. Hell, I ain't got the $650 for Lower Bowl. I ain't got that at all.
Especially if it's going to be on TV.
Yeah, but so what do you expect? First off, you into this?
Yeah.
You into the Cooper Flagg? 100%. What do you expect to see from Cooper Flagg?
Yeah, I'm gonna go a solid 18-7, 18-7-5.
So
you give you a solid 18-7.
So you like you think Cooper Flagg is going to be?
Yeah, Cooper Flagg's going to be excellent. I think he's going to be really good. Now, I don't know if he's going to be quite the superstar that being the #1 pick entails. That sort of the hype, him being so young. Like, this is a baby we're talking about here. I think this kid was born in like 2006.
He reclassified.
Yeah, like this is a young kid. It's hard for me to predict superstardom, but he is going to be an excellent basketball player, somebody that's going to be a part of. I got a hard time believing that he's not going to be a part of winning basketball teams for a long time. So I'm expecting him to be good.
Yeah, I want to. I didn't like when he played at Duke for a little bit. I was there, like, all right, and I got to get in here. I want to see this, but I don't know how much it like he really like drug me in.
Right.
I do want to see if there's a difference there in the NBA. I'll be honest with you, he's already looking a little different with his haircut and this little half goatee he's rolling with.
Yeah.
And this 32, that's a bigger number than I thought he was going to get. But no, I'm intrigued to see if he is that a man. You got to watch me.
Yeah.
Like you got to pull me in and check me out because I didn't feel that at Duke after like the first month.
And see, I don't know if he's that. I don't know if it's I'm going to pull you in and you got to watch me, but it is a very good at most basketball things type of thing. It almost kind of reminds, they're different players, but it kind of reminds me of Paolo Banchero out of Duke a few years ago, where it was like, yeah, I could see him being really good, but I'm just not that into it. And then sure enough, Paolo Banchero is a budding superstar in the league. Like, he's not there yet, but he's going to be one. He's gotten paid. I think you're looking at a similar type of thing with Cooper Flagg.
If he's Banchero, He may be one of the biggest damn things in this damn. Like if you tell me right now he's going to be that, and in Dallas he's going to be one of the biggest stars in this league.
Yeah. I don't know if he's as good or as pure of a scorer as Banchero per se, but I think he is a more all-around player for sure. And as far as caliber, I think it's similar there too. So, the way Paolo Banchero has emerged for the Magic, I think is something that Cooper Flagg could do very similarly with the Dallas Mavericks. I'm rooting against it for obvious reasons, but I think it's there. I'm
in just to see what he looks like and how he looks, man. $2,500, and it's going to be some fools out there paying. I wonder if LeBron might sneak out and say, let me go check out my son.
Yeah,
or Cooper.
Oh yeah, LeBron will be in the building.
5 o'clock fire.
This could be the future for the Houston Rockets, and I'll be damned. You probably would welcome this potential future if it went down every way that it has for this team. OKC, they have made some moves here over the last couple of weeks. I think it was yesterday, either earlier this week, they signed Chet Holmgren to $250 million, the rookie max that they can sign him at. He's at 24 years old, obviously coming off a championship. But they get him for $250. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he signed earlier, which actually he got less money if he'd have waited. But they signed him and locked him up long term to a big deal. And then today, they go ahead and lock up Jalen Williams. They're number 2, third team All-NBA this year. He agrees to a 5-year maximum rookie contract extension that reaches $287.
Yeah.
They went $287, $250, and what did Shai get?
I think his was 270. What was it? 270.
I thought Shai may have gone into the threes.
Yeah.
In there, but I mean that's just they have locked those 3 guys up. So those guys are going to be there now.
285 for sure.
285.
Yeah.
Now we'll see how long they can keep the other parts around them. Maybe a year, maybe another year or so, but they've done this the right way, right? They went and found these guys, homegrown, except for Shai, which they traded for, and now they've locked them up. And these guys are 24, 23, 24, and 27.
I think it's also kind of a cautionary tale. It's like, okay, they've got them locked up, but it feels like their window is going to be fairly specific if they're going to have to be paying all of these guys at the same time. It helps that they got a lot of cheap labor around them, and so it's going to be about, hey, can they replenish along the margins to kind of keep this thing afloat, right? Like what we're seeing happen with all of this second apron stuff and how the collective bargaining is situated. The Boston Celtics, for example, a team that could only afford to pay 5-6 guys $20 million or more, $30 million or more for so long before that became punitive. So it's like, enjoy this while it lasts. And I don't want to be the one to kind of put a damper on it, but this won't be forever. This is a very specific window. A very specific window for them, and they're going to have to take advantage of it. Yeah, they obviously have won a championship already.
With them locking these 3 up, do you think they are going to be a West power for the next 5-10 years, or are you skeptical of that?
Yeah, no. I don't know about 10 years. I don't think you can predict
next
anybody.
5 years.
Yeah, I would say the next 3 to 5 years for sure. But it's hard because of the economics of it. It's hard to predict anything past 3 years, and even that is a stretch. But certainly this coming year, certainly the year after that, what does stuff look like 3 years from now? Man, it's hard to know.
Looking these guys up. Congratulations to all 3 of them. Y'all just got paid and won a championship.
Yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
They're getting some ass tonight. All right.
And tomorrow probably too.
We're starting to get some names rolling through when it comes to the All-Star game. Not just All-Star game, but the Home Run Derby. And Brent Roker is the latest one from the A's to put himself in. James Wood did he hit a ball in L.A. When he played the Dodgers that, was like places you ain't never seen balls hit. Cal Raleigh, who leads the league in home runs with Seattle, is in it. This O'Neal Cruz fella, I don't know if you ever seen this O'Neal Cruz fella.
Man, who has you can't miss him.
That 6'7" big joker that could run and throw 105 miles an hour, and he can hit bombs. He's in it. Byron Buxton, Ronald Acuna Jr., the hometown guy. What's his Junior Caminero with the Rays are in it. Is this getting you excited? Is this drawing you to go watch the home run derby on Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm lukewarm on the home run derby to begin with.
I think it only gets me because it's the only thing on.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's benefiting from the calendar, you know.
They ought to find an Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark ball game and put it right up against it.
Man, and
really give it some problems.
Look, just to see who's going to go which way. I think it's also kind of living off of its name.
Yeah.
The home run derby at one point used to be one of those types of things. I don't think it's associated with it to say like
the dunk contest is so much better than that.
So I don't think people like hate watch it or like want to just love to hate it or anything like that. So yeah, I'm gonna watch it. We've had previous examples of what was it? Was it Soto and one or Soto and Rodriguez, Julio Rodriguez the other year? Well, we've had some good home run derbies.
Last year was Bobby Witt and I forgot who beat him.
Yeah,
I can't remember who.
See, I'm thinking 2 years ago, the one in Seattle,
but either in Dallas.
Yeah. I think that it's good enough, and the calendar is soft enough for me to be in on this. But I'm not like overly excited about it.
The O'Neal Cruz fella, that joker there, and then like Ronald Acuna Jr. is, I think, a fun player, and he's going to be at home. That'll be one to watch. All right, as we continue rolling through here on the drive, a position group you better not flinch for when you look at with the Texans, because this group could be the best position group on the team next year. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there,
But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We got a couple things here. B. Scott's in the building. Lent's out. Tyler has ordered pizza, 2 big boxes, little cheese bread as well. What did that look like? There was cheese bread. Was there a pepperoni?
Pepperoni
If you're
sticks.
watching this on YouTube and Twitch, you can see that B. Scott is enjoying it.
I just got that pepperoni on
A
it.
huge big pizza from Pink's.
Pink's, man.
Never
Some
heard
of the
of
best
it.
pizza in H-Town.
Never heard of it. First timer.
It is a gem. Highly recommend.
We used to have meetings every once in a while around here, and we'd get Pink's.
I had never heard of Pink's. First time.
Shout out to the Pinks on the U of H campus. Always used to treat your boy right back in the day. Pink's
Now-
Pizza the way to go, man.
I went in there and I just put my face in the box.
It
And the
smells
box
so
is
good.
it just to get it in my pores. I did not eat it.
My booth smells so damn good right now.
The question is 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, if you are familiar with Pink, should I go ahead and just taste a piece anyway? Just because this is not Domino's or this is not Pizza Hut or this is not pepperonis, this is a different one. Should I go? Should I go in and because I've never had it?
Is this the road you want to travel, though?
Guy Gene goes, do it, show.
Hey, at your own risk, though, because once you do, you're in.
I've never had it.
If you try it and like it, do you think you'd be able to resist from ordering it? Like if you actually like it?
Well, yeah.
Okay, well then do it.
As long as you're ready for Monday.
It'll throw in a plate. Yeah, it'll throw in a little bit of an itch.
It's really good, man. It's really good.
As long as you're ready for Monday.
It's good and thin crust too, right there. I like it. Almost roll it up.
Shout out to Pink's, man. I hadn't had Pink's in months and months and months. I haven't had any of this one yet, but man, it's so good.
Pink's is making it hard, trying to fight it.
Pink always makes.
See, man.
I wouldn't have even thought about that. But I mean, yeah, but yes, I guess.
My secret weapon.
Yeah, I mean, no lies told.
Pink's makes it hard.
Yeah.
Always does.
Oh, now someone says, you know what? I have seen that in the airport. Someone said I only see Pink's in IH.
There is a
There's
Pink's
one about. I just walked past it.
Must
though.
be
I just
hobby.
Keep going.
Yeah, it's delicious.
No, it's at IH.
It is?
It is. Now,
you know what? I think they might have one at Hobby too.
you know
now,
what?
though.
Maybe it is hobby.
It's got to be. Because I'm
Yeah,
at
maybe it
IH
is
way
hobby.
too often
Yeah,
and never notice
It's
that.
hobby.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
it
the
is.
airport's starting to basically have the same stuff in them now. But yeah, I think it is Hobby.
It's got to be, yeah.
Black Greg, she'll get you a slice. At least you won't regret it. Yeah.
Yeah, suck it, Clint. You and your friends with their private jets. You ain't got no Pinks up in there.
Get it in there, show. I mean, the amount of people telling me to go and take a.
I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to tell you to have your ass ready on Monday.
Someone said try it after the weigh-in show. It's probably not going to be here after the weigh-in, and it's fresh right now. I mean,
That'd
it
be
really
gross.
just came out.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be.
I'm waiting
4 or
on
5
this
days.
segment to end so I can double back, to be honest with you. And I told Tyler that I'd already had as much as I was going to get, but it's so good, I'm going to get me one more slice.
Eat to your heart's desire, my
Also, I wanted to. Why you get so much? Oh, also, I wanted to.
Hey, PC and Bijani can eat some pizza now.
Wanted to express. Okay, that makes sense if you're buying it for the crew. Express this that just came out from Complex. From Complex, Jermaine Dupri says he dropped $10,000 every week at Magic City for 2 decades. Atlanta nightlife history runs deep when So Def steps in. Dive into Jermaine Dupri's legendary spending habits. As a shout out to my guy Brian Bijani, that comes out to $1.4 million.
Yeah. I mean, I can't identify with being this rich. Because I cannot imagine, like strip clubs just in general, like
$10,000 every week for 20 years.
Fuck you. I mean, come on.
I think a couple of them may have liked it.
No, I think a couple of them were pretending.
Oh, I'm not saying that they weren't. A couple of them were pretending. I think a couple of them liked it.
Man, Jermaine Dupri? Come on, man.
He pulled Janet.
She ain't like him.
He pulled Janet Jackson.
I like her chest jewelry.
Get out of here.
He pulled Janet Jackson.
Because he can afford to spend $10,000 a week. You think if Jermaine Dupri got mine or your check that he can pull Janet Jackson?
Text line. Well,
Hell
yeah, I mean,
no.
he got into the building, but there are a lot of people who got his check that didn't get into the building with her.
She said it was his humor, Scott.
I'm just saying.
All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think Jermaine Dupri was able to pull off Janet Jackson because of his money or because she actually liked it?
Let's be for real.
I think she liked it.
Janet Jackson, all right?
Velvet Rope Tour.
Now, she wouldn't be the first pretty girl to fall for an ugly man. I'm just saying. Let's be real about it.
She was in that movie I watched last night, too. Jermaine Dupri. Damn. About that $10K.
$10,000. Like when I hear these stories about how much money people spend at strip clubs, how much money people spend on like weed or drink or like stuff like that, it's like, wait a minute. Y'all are spending millions of dollars on this type of stuff. Millions of dollars. Insane. A life's fortune on what literally amounts to nonsense. I'm not judging. It's just hard to wrap my mind around.
Woo! Love that money.
Because I ain't got that kind of money. Their bad habits are calling me broke.
Champ Slice says money. Ray says money. Someone on the text line says, does she have more money than Jermaine Dupri? Probably. Ooh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, because he's got like masters and stuff. He's probably making money on stuff that we don't even think about or know about. So, but.
And she has poetic justice.
Yeah. She's also, I'm going to say she's, you know what? I wonder what everything looks like post the nipple.
I don't think it was money. I just meant Janet could have been with somebody for money, and she got money. I think.
Yeah, no, it was money.
INDE.
I mean, it was obviously more than money, but that's the initial starting point. You just don't get that far with that woman looking like that without the money. I ain't hating, I'm just saying.
Shout out Seal.
Look, it's a lot of worse ways to get there.
She was in love with Seal. It was not the money. You
talking about Heidi? You talking about Heidi?
You can't do that for Heidi. Heidi was in love with Seal.
That man's face looks like he got attacked by a cheese grater.
Sure.
Yeah.
But he is a great unique
singer.
voice.
Yeah, she might just have a kink.
She's in
great Super Bowl.
Why gotta be a kink?
She
man?
might just have a kink, man.
Really loves that man.
Hey, man,
that's a thing.
That's a kink.
That's not a thing. Being attracted.
There are human beings attracted to otherwise hideous folks.
Yeah.
Yes. It absolutely is a thing. And most of the time, they're very good looking, which is even weirder.
Different kind of taste.
Builds your own self-esteem, makes you feel good about yourself on the daily.
Some like sweet, some like sour, this type of thing.
That's a damn shame what y'all doing to.
I like all the flavors.
A damn shame what y'all doing to him. Seal she loves him.
God,
I don't doubt that she loves him.
She loved him from the beginning. She didn't even notice that facial. She noticed it, it wasn't something that took her down.
I bet he took her down.
I know he did.
Ugh.
For him to,
that was such a genuine sound of disgust from me.
For him,
my God.
It grosses you out to think of Seal having sex with Heidi?
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
I never thought of it, actually, until this one moment. I hope to never think of it again.
There are some pairings that would make me do that. That's not the one. When that man decided.
Well, I feel like Heidi is carrying a lot of the weight there. That's the reason. There's at least one person I don't mind seeing naked. That helps.
When my man decided to agree to turn into that Seal in that commercial, that done it for me.
Yeah.
Here, boy. That was the last card he had to play.
Yeah.
That was the last card he had to play. Boy, come on, man. Jesus. All right, come on.
My favorite Super Bowl commercial.
Now we got people just being nasty on the text line.
Hey, I love it. Bring it.
If I were to say to you that I think that Kalen Bullock has a chance to be Pro Bowl or better next year, would you think I'm crazy. Well,
is my boy Ron?
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Brandon Scott on the second piece. Went for the pepperoni this time. There you go, man. That Pink's is hitting.
This pepperoni both times. The first one was a roll.
Oh.
Or something like that, and then this one was actual slice.
For you.
Oh, yeah, I'm in there.
Like swimwear.
Very good.
Good for you. Coming up behind us, we've got Texans All Access and the Hall of Famer, John McClain. He will be on with the fellas as they get themselves ready for a little training camp preview. So stay tuned for that coming up right behind us. And then after that, obviously, as you know, every single night right here on Sports Radio 610 as we go live, Area 45 back in action as, thank you, Sean Bijani, and that voice you just heard there, Patrick Creighton and Chris Santiago. They will take things over, and I'm certain they'll have some thoughts on Jake Myers in that situation.
Don't play with Patrick Creighton's Jake Myers. Like, don't.
They got to react a lot to it last night,
that's right.
too.
Oh,
though,
they
remember?
probably did.
Yeah,
oh,
that's right.
But they let them have it.
But don't mess around, though.
I'm certain they did. By the way, can you get the Joe Espada Tylers? I don't know why I said Tyler's.
All
and
of
just said
the
it with an
Tylers.
S again
All of
anyhow.
them.
I'm good with all of it.
Yeah.
Not just you, Tyler, but all of y'all.
Tyler's good with all of it, ladies. Joe Espada, this to me was the low point. This was the low point, and in a way I feel bad because he has to be the representative of this. If I'm him, he's got to learn. Like that's why Dusty hit him. Hey, man. Hit that with that HIPAA. I would hit him with that. Talk to Dana, dog.
Well,
talk to Dana. This was the low point to me with the Jake Myers situation. And the line of questioning to him is about an MRI. Hell, I wouldn't even have thought to have asked that question because I would have just assumed that it was. Listen to what I believe is a low point in all this injury stuff when you hear the explanation that he gives in regards to Jake Myers, who had calf tightness against the Dodgers, was pulled out of the middle of the game, missed the last two games when the point and the question was posed to him about an MRI.
No. We didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how's the muscle and stuff is in, just tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
All right, you've been around this.
Trying to get him healthy and get him back on the field to give him an MRI. What are we doing? I don't get it.
But you've been around this, B. Scott, as long as I have. But you've been around the kind of the reporting and how that action goes more than I have.
Mm-hmm.
When he says we, he's certainly not just talking about himself. Who's he talking about? When he says we decided that he didn't need it? Because right there it sounds really, really bad.
He's talking about Jeremiah Randall. He's talking about who's head of training and
Jay Rand.
Yeah, so Jeremiah Randall, Dana Brown, and then everybody so those are like bosses, and so everybody that works for them. So it starts with, I think, Jeremiah Randall, Dana Brown, and then their lieutenants, if you will. That's who he's talking about.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Oh, God. What do you have as the breaking news?
I'm afraid.
We have some Houston Astros breaking news, and I'll go ahead and tell you on the front end, it's not bad news. Everyone relax. Take a deep breath with us as we're wrapping up this edition of The Drive on a Thursday. But the breaking Astros news here, coming from Brian McTaggart. The Houston Astros are calling up #1 prospect Bryce Matthews.
Get out of here.
To join the day that tomorrow, MLB.com has learned Matthews is slashing .283, 400, 476 with 10 bombs and 39 RBIs in AAA this year. He's been playing mostly second base, but Bryce Matthews, that number one prospect for your Houston Astros, is on his way to join the big club.
Let's go Atascocita. Let's go Atascocita, baby.
You seem to be excited about this move.
I take any kind of good news these days.
We saw him in training camp, and he's naturally an infielder. Does this mean somebody? Does this mean? I mean, I'm guessing this means Jake is going to go on the IL. And maybe this moves
Altuve out to the outfield a little bit more.
Dubon maybe. Dubon more out to the outfield to center field more, potentially. And they want to get another, unless they're going to do something with Short too.
I mean, but right there, that's two infielders that are going to be playing in the outfield that we just mentioned.
Yeah.
So,
again,
I mean, the math is going to math one way or the other.
If you just missed it, I'm seeing it from Brian McTaggart. Sources saying that the Astros are calling up number one prospect Bryce Matthews to join the team Friday.
And shout out to our guy Byron. He made me aware of that piece of news as it just came out. Shout out Byron.
Shout out to Byron. Nice job.
Yeah, man. Byron, I think, is the one that made me aware of the Kevin Durant trade, man.
Attaboy, baby.
Byron is like, low key, the whisperer. Appreciate it, dog. Yeah, man. This. I mean, good for Matthews. Anytime you get a prospect that is as highly touted as this one, and he's got the local product angle on top of it, you're going to be excited about it. But it is hard not to look around and think about what necessitates a move like this. It's the fact that they are as injured as they are, and what is the bigger story that we know along with that? Not only are they injured, but they don't seem to know what they're doing when it comes to either diagnosing or managing the injuries after the fact. So don't get injured, Bryce, man. That whatever you do, come up here and stay healthy. Because if something happened to you,
don't let them touch you.
We don't know what to tell you, brother.
Guys, that man said we didn't think he needed one.
No, he's good. He's all right.
My
follow-up is, why wouldn't you just give him one?
Yeah.
Like he's like what is the hurt?
Right.
To just use every resource you have on Jake Myers, let alone if nothing had happened before. Let alone nothing about your issues that you've had in the past with the old MRI machine, with old Kyle Tucker, or remember last year we couldn't figure out the hell was wrong with Bregman and his elbow. He was having to play first base and DH, and then all of a sudden he's throwing, then he's playing. Or obviously Yordan. Why in the hell would you not? Not just to be precautious?
Just to be a smart ass, I'd like to go through there and just get rid of all the things that they don't need. Are we feeds of the families of the players and managers and everything? Like, what is this? What is all this food in here for? We don't need this. There's food at the house. We don't need none of this. These nice ass seats that y'all sit in the clubhouse. We don't need all of this. I mean, what are you talking about? We didn't need it.
Great, we get another minor leaguer.
Just go get it.
At least this is the number one prospect.
I didn't need that second slice of pizza. I went and ate it anyway. Come on now.
I didn't eat the first one, and I've mentally eaten it. I folded mine up and
eating pizza in your mind.
Oh yeah, I watched him get his through the window in the glass, and I watched him walk. I folded mine up. Wow, sorry about that. T-Mill's best bets. Let's get to that before I start to mentally eat another piece. T-Mill's best bets is it's not been a great week.
It's all been bad.
He needs to turn it around here. No Astros, so no bed with his heart tonight, folks. So maybe he'll.
I never do that, Ron.
Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Yeah, the calendar might be saving you anyway, though. Here.
It's all right. Go ahead. What's
saving you from yourself?
What's your best bet?
Yeah, no Astros tonight. They get back in action at Daikin against the Rangers tomorrow, and apparently we might be seeing the debut of a young number one prospect, Bryce Matthews. 4 best bets tonight, though, around baseball. Here they are, very quickly. The Mariners. I'm on the Mariners' money line. I think they get a win over the Yankees up in the Bronx tonight. They've lost, I believe, the last 2 against the Yankees, but I think they get that win. Next, I got the Padres, +1. as they host +1 for San Diego at -120. Next, I got the Rays and Red Sox. They're squaring off in Boston. I'm on the over in this one, which is set at 9 runs. So Tampa Bay, Boston over 9. And then lastly, the Atlanta Braves travel over to wherever the hell the Oakland Athletics are playing baseball these days. And I'm on the under in this one, under 10.5 runs between the Braves and A's tonight over in Cali.
Sacktown. That's where they at. Sacramento. I like that last one. You say you're taking the under. What's their runs?
10.5.
I like that one.
The Rays and the Red Sox, that's obviously in Fenway at Hitters Park.
Yeah,
both them teams have been scoring runs.
Yeah. So that one, and then what was your Padres bet?
+1 run as they host the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I like that one too.
You like the Mariners to not get swept? That's what you're betting on against?
Yes, I think the Mermen will actually show up against the Yankees tonight and get a win.
As a side note here, guys, according to Fox's Jordan Schultz, Najee Harris was present at a 4th of July event where a fireworks mishap resulted in injuries to several attendees. Najee sustained a superficial eye injury during the incident, but is fully expected to be ready for the upcoming season.
Wow.
What in the hell?
Bro.
What happened? Several of them? And he caught